On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players. It has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new ACE-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added ghost crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points. which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the Creativity Points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a start.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock, 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
PUBG Mobile.
Let's get it. Ready to kill them. underground. Pretty slow, but my blood runs high. But don't play me like a predator outside. My level go to 6 no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, my aim is falls, singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel away. We must one, and eyes on the bonus score. We must one, we hit us one. Let's go. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Aku merasa luar biasa ketika menjadi juara. Tapi setelah kekalahan 2 kali, aku merasa depresi. Aku mau perasaan luar biasa itu sekali lagi.
Aku pernah mendapatkan piala ini. Aku masih ingat semua penonton, teriakan, dan perasaannya. Tiada yang sebanding.
ความรู้สึกตอนชนะเหรอครับ ก็รู้สึกเหมือนโลกทั้งใบอยู่ในมือเราเลย ครั้งนี้ก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์เรารับรู้ถึงชัยชนะไปด้วยกันครับ
Thắng một lần là chưa đủ. Mỗi lần cầm chiếc cúp này, tôi lại khát khao nhiều hơn. Tôi sẽ không bao giờ ngừng lại.
ผมรู้สึกเหมือนเพิ่งชนะ PMSL ไปเมื่อวานเองครับ ซึ่งมันก็เป็นอดีตไปแล้ว ตอนนี้ผมพร้อมที่จะได้รับชัยชนะครั้งใหม่แล้วครับ Because right now, this is the era of eArena.
May I present to you your defending champion from the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer. They have no intention of letting anyone take that trophy away. Coming in as the first seed in the grand finals,
eArena!
jogging the competition with back-to-back winner chicken dinner in Super Weekend 2 to claim the smash through. They look closer than anyone to lift the trophy.
BIGETRON by Vitality!
The Manas from Vietnam, they're ready to conquer once again and show why they remain one of the most fierce team in the region.
Xavier!
From finishing second place last season and top 8 in the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup, they're back, ready more than ever to reclaim that throne.
Outer Ego, LS!
Bursting onto the scene and winning championships wherever they go. The sights are now firmly set on the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Trophy.
Team Flash!
just from the brink of elimination, they were giving a second chance to compete as the last grand final seed to take that third trophy home.
Boom Esports!
After missing the grand finals last season, they returned stronger, with fresh talent proving to make all the difference.
RQ Roo!
Carrying the PMGC Thailand champion title on their backs, they're here to give their all for the PMSL Southeast Asia champion title as well.
Mixer Gang!
Hell strong as a new name. They showed you what they got here to make their mark on their home ground in Bangkok.
Hell Esports!
With a roster that evolves every season, they now seem to have reached the final form and are looking to fight for the first trophy for Malaysia.
TODAK!
Making their first grand finals appearance, their combined power as one is set to rest Malaysia's name on the big stage.
Homebois x MAQNA Esports Craft!
Twice in the PMSL Southeast Asia and twice in the grand finals, this Indonesian community team is here not just for entertainment, but for the trophy.
Groove Broke!
The Vikings wake once more to raid their stage and battle for the crown to prove themselves worthy once more.
MGN Viking Esports!
Surprises everyone by unexpectedly making it to the top. They're a strong trophy contender to show why they should be expected.
Team Secret!
Returning as the best Southeast Asia team to perform in 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, they are looking to return to their glory.
VOIN Esports.
And finally, they have shown that the night still shines bright even without their star player. The Kings of Thailand are here once again to reclaim their ground.
Vampire Esports.
So those are the 16 best teams from across Southeast Asia that have gathered here to battle for the championship as well as to secure that spot in the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
และนี่คือ 16 ทีมนะครับผมที่ผ่านเข้ามาสู่รอบสุดท้ายครับในการแข่งขัน PMSL 2025 นั่นเองนะครับผม
ถูกต้องแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวในช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวน้องเมื่อสักครู่นี้ได้ยินเสียงพวกเรา2คนแล้วนะคะ So ladies and gentlemen, first of all let me introduce myself. My name is Natcha with my handsome co-host right here, Kun Bom, and we proudly welcome you to the grand finals of 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall live from Central World Bangkok.
ก็ยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่การแข่งขันอีก1รอบนะครับผมวันนี้อยู่กับผมครับบอมแล้วก็คุณนัชชาจะรับหน้าที่เป็น MC ให้กับท่านตลอดทั้งทัวร์นาเมนต์เลยนั่นเองนะครับผม
Yes, of course. In this season, we're keeping the intensity high by keeping smash through in the grand finals instead of adding 10 points for the match point, and we're increasing it to 20 points for the team with the highest score of the day too to set the match point. This means exciting games, more unpredictable twists, and even more highest tier PUBG Mobile gameplay to witness.
และแน่นอนครับผมการแข่งขันในรอบนี้ครับเรายังทำการแข่งขันในกฎของ Smash Room เหมือนเดิมนะครับผม
ใช่ค่ะ
ซึ่งการแข่งขันเนี่ยจะเซตแมตช์พอยต์จากผู้นำในวันที่2ไปอีก20คะแนนนั่นเองเท่ากับว่าถ้าเกิดว่าวันที่3มีใครที่แบบพุ่งขึ้นมาแล้วมาเข้าแมตช์พอยต์ปาดไก่ไปเนี่ยอาจจะเป็นทีมนั้นก็ได้
โอ้โหมันก็จะแบบว่าดูสนุกสนานดูแบบว่าคาดเดาได้ยากมากยิ่งขึ้นด้วยใช่ไหมบอมนะคะ and who will take control of this battleground and who will rest to claim the lead on day one. Stay tuned
ก็เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูเลยนะครับผมว่าวันนี้เนี่ยใครที่จะขึ้นมาเป็นผู้นำใครที่จะร้อนแรงที่สุดในวันนี้นั่นเองนะครับผม
Yes, and of course, all right. The 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia 4 Grand Final Day 1 kick-offs right now. Are you ready, Bangkok?
ขอเสียงหน่อยครับผมแปลว่าท่านผู้ชมพร้อมแล้ว
พร้อมแล้ว If you're ready, please send to our caster.
ไปเลยครับ
Did anyone notice the CCTV hit? That's what you get in the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2025. After 2 weeks of group stages, finally we're here. My name is Erkla, together with the amazing Chuchu will be your storytellers for today. How are you feeling today, Chuchu?
After the opening, especially GLU, they deserve an award when it comes to outstanding performance of just presenting themselves on stage. You have to give it to Hexa. That's daring, bold, and funny at the same time with a full helmet. I mean, they have to win this one.
Yeah, somebody got to give them an award by default, right, for the best drip team there. Definitely hit turners, but it was all fun. I love it. I love it. I really want to see what happens if Glue Squad actually wins the title. Like, what kind of celebration will they come out with?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited for that. But from Thailand to Vietnam and to Indonesia and to Malaysia, this is going to be the 4 regions competing when it comes to the grand finals. Yeah, eArena, well, they are the defending champion, hailing with #1 last season and presented the trophy when it comes to the opening just now. Question is, do they still take back that trophy or will other teams? I'm looking forward. GLU, please do so. I want to see their celebration.
Oh yeah. Maybe we start off with like chicken dinner and then let's go to like them maybe setting the match point and then them smashing it. It's like that'll be super duper insane. But gotta give it to them. Double, triple thumbs up for them. And it's not only this season, it was even last season and so on. But speaking about this season, we're gonna focus onto the prize pool of $200,000 on the line.
There's a lot at stake for the teams, but at least when it comes to the points, as you know, 10 points is going to be rewarded for the chicken dinner when it comes to each particular map. But when it comes to the schedule, down to the grand finals here, if you've been missing the whole group stage, it's fine as long as you don't miss the grand finals, which is going to be 3 days long on the 26th of September, which is going to be today. We'll be having either 8 or 6 map or even lesser than that on the 28th.
But this is their journey, right? We did talk about the 2 weeks group stages that was done before this, and now we are in the finals, starting from today until Sunday. But what's interesting, of course, is the Smash rule. In day number 3, you guys should know the Smash rule by now. We'll play up to 8 matches, but you can smash earlier. 20 points will be added to the top points in day number 2 to decide on what the match point will be. And we're going to start off day number 1 here in the grand finals with these teams that you can see here on screen.
When it comes to BTR, they actually push all the way to 2nd place thanks to the last Super Weekend. When it comes to the shortest game, Smash rule happens on the 3rd game, and that gives them 2nd place. But can they catch up to eArena? Well, eArena sprint forward non-stop. But when it comes to the road to PMGC, don't forget, it's all about the points as well. So far, Malaysia, Circumdigit Alliance didn't make it through for the grand final, so put on hold when it comes to the total point. eArena at 291 points, while VP got 277. We have Vietnam region at 290 points, just 1 point shy from eArena, while Team Secret at 202. Indonesia region have it the least when it comes to also Malaysia. It's going to be 268, 251 for BTR, and also for VOIN, if I'm not mistaken. But when it comes to this Super Weekend, last Super Weekend, when it comes to this grand finals, and this is what portrays when it comes to the final result starting off today.
Yeah, so eArena is going to start off with the most points, followed by BTR, and then we have Team Flash that was fairly consistent as well. So those are our top 3, but of course, it's still the starting points with the amount of games. Anything can happen with the Smash rule, anything can happen. Speaking about anything can happen, a lot of people thought that Sem9 would have got through. But then again, because of the tiebreaker, it was given to PUBG Esports. And now they're given a 2nd lifeline here in the grand finals to prove that they can do it.
And the fact that we had this discussion before, as long as you don't miss any Super Weekend, that's going to be a different case for FaZe Clan. Despite they got both Super Weekend, they didn't manage to score at a better placement, so they didn't make it through as well. But nonetheless, we're going to congratulate our top 16 teams here. I do believe in this Rondo drops so far. We've seen it before. There'll be some changes. There'll be some multiple changes as well for the teams. But in case you guys just joined us this season, this is the first season to have an esports map Rondo coming in without Sunhawk this time. So I'm going to start off with Rondo, triple Erangel, and finish off the day with a double Miramar.
Yes, and this will be the schedule. So today it's more of like just still collecting points. Same goes for tomorrow, but of course tomorrow, the special edition of it will be to set the match point, and then from Sunday will be the Smash Sunday. Yeah, so today it's more of like just setting the tone or setting the pace for today. So let's see how will these teams set the pace, because it's also going to be the first time that we get Rondo in the grand finals of a PMSL. We'll see how that affects. But how that affects their gameplay is also based on what kind of device are they using.
which can be Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G. As you can see the center of the screen here as the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Super League this time. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, and also it has a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with 144 Hz refresh rate that also gives you 6000 mAh battery, 70 watt ultra charge, and 30 watt wireless charging. Now, if you are curious regarding all the players' device, this is what all of them 16 teams are using right now. So I hope with also the update of PUBG Mobile, of course, it's going to be a super combo for this guy to really push all out cylinders to make sure they can take the trophy home today. Not today, probably the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, will be coming soon, right? Or who will lift the trophy? Will we see a repeat, or will there be someone new? So you gotta stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This season is going to be really tight. I can foresee that there's a big potential of us seeing a new name coming up. So can't wait. But today, of course, it's collecting the points, and then tomorrow is also collecting the points, and then we'll see who's at number 1. And then on Sunday, well, we'll see how many games will it go, because Choo, you had 3 games only last weekend. So
the best day.
Had a blast.
And also, when it comes to BTR, I have to give them major respect, because not many teams actually can pull that one off when it comes to smashing it. Not even halfway through. We didn't even go to the break, extended break during that time. So I'm going to call that for BTR when it comes to my first selection. Because when it comes to stretching the gap, especially when it comes to the first map run, everybody will aim for the points of eliminations. For eArena, you have to give respect when it comes to the defending champion, whether they can do it again or not. But I have to give it between these two teams from my list. They're probably going to try to set the tone really strong when it comes to the first map here today.
Yeah, I'm just going to start from behind. Esports, Glue Squad, let's see what kind of surprise they can come up with. I mean, Glue Squad, they already came up with a surprise with their entrance, so it's a matter of seeing more surprises within the game itself. Now, we're heading on to the flight soon. For some of these teams, it is their first time being in the grand finals. Names like TODAK, though their players are experienced, but as an organization, TODAK is their first time. Mixer Gang is their first time as well. And then we also have Homebois, MAQNA Esports, also first time. We have a lot of new names here in the grand finals of Southeast Asia. Now, this is where I wonder whether the pressure will be too much for them to handle.
And also maybe it will be something that drives them forward, their motivation, because this is their first time. They have a lot more to prove. Now I see you guys in the comments section a bit disappointed you're not seeing the lineup of Tony K from Vampires. When it comes to the introduction of a team just now, it kind of seems to be a bit of a spoiler before we start off the game. Then that's going to be the starting lineup for each of the teams here today. And I've already kept their eyes glued when it comes to Tony K appearance, but he's not around. So I assume he will not be for the grand finals as well. Will this impact VPE or not? When it comes to the legacy teams, I'm not worried so much for the legacy teams like you mentioned before, Cloud. When it comes to keeping the pressure on, they are used to it. They're used to the crowd pressure. They're used to the, surmounting responsibility when it comes to having that trophy in their hand. They're used to how to handle it. But for the newer teams, the rookie teams, yes, it seems to be very new. Might get some culture shock, might get some surprises here and there, might be a bit too nervous to be on stage. But I think they have the drive more than the rest of the teams down there to prove that they are here to win it.
I saw Victorious in the crowd earlier on. I guess we know who he's rooting for. So let's see if his energy that he brought with the crowd and also the drums that he brought into the arena can be flowed to the team. Of course, every point matters. Ideally, you want to be the one that sets the match point. And then, ideally as well, you want to create a gap, just like how BTR did over the Super Weekend last week. That will give you a bigger chance of not only smashing it early, but also teams need to do more to catch up to you. So these 2 days will be crucial for all these teams to set the tone.
Now I have to give it, this season might be one of the tightest seasons for us to actually root or try to predict who's going to take the trophy away, because every single week, every single day, it seems a very different team come up forward. So when it comes to this season, I'm also one to watch out for VPE and also Xavier. These are legacy teams as well as also Ego and Boom because they used to be a champions once upon a time. Now there's also rumors coming up with last week's performance coming up from BTR. Are they back? Are they back to their prime time here? Are they back to take back the trophy back to Indonesia region? Because it seems like they have more than capability. With this lineup right now, it feels like BTR is back on their prime time. But without further ado, enough to the chatter, enough theory coming up from us. Let's head over to our first map, Rondo.
And here we go, the first game of the grand finals. Rondo it is, the map that has the recall feature. You guys know it by now. Because of the recall feature, teams are able to collect as many elimination points as possible. So let's see who will get the most out of it. But at the same time, they have to be careful of the recall outside of the zone, within the blue. Have they learned their lesson? Let's find out in game 1.
This is the first map of the grand finals, ladies and gents. And when it comes to the flight path Rondo, at least it's one flight path only, Clown. We have two flight paths. There's going to be a huge mass dropping right on top of the crossover between those two flight paths. But so far, we've seen a lot of places, example like Phong Toon, even May Run, have some early clashes coming up from the side of Rondo. So I'm looking for, is it going to be the same case here when it comes to the first map in Grand Finals? It's super important for the teams to pull all their guns out for the first map, especially to make sure that everybody get to see where their territory is at. Yeah, we had a long time during the group stage, but when it comes to Grand Finals, it's all about being the alpha, making sure everybody's scared of you to not disturb you for the rest of the days.
Wow, we're going to see who's going to be the alpha here between TODAK and Glue Squad dropping together. Xbox starting off by taking out Dep, just to be finished off by the UMP of Xbox. That's going to be first blood given. And Glue Squad gets Kenny. Okay, 2 more left for TODAK, but Thumb fights back though. With the AK, he'll manage to trade it off and at the same time saving Kenny in the process. But here comes KF and Xbox.
GLU responding very swiftly regarding their teammates being taken out before. But for Tommy, barely got enough when it comes to his gears and his utilities. Barely got any. But nonetheless, GLU know they have to respond this quickly and switch it over to the shotgun. Managed to take down on time. TODAK losing a lot of men. They cannot afford to lose their final member. Friends, they have to leave. He has to flee. Like it or not, he has to find that recall tower, which barely got enough. I think in his case right now, it's not that far off, but he has to hope and pray at the same time. There's no other team caught in action.
And not only these two teams fighting, we also have Hill, Esports, and VOIN as well. We're going to focus on to KF here. Trying to get Juke. Team Seeker wants to join on the party as well. And Juke down to the last stick of health. Only one bullet needed by KF to secure that knock. The smoke is blinding him. He's trying his luck. Xbox down by Xerus.
GLU after one fight to the other, is going to be still on top of May Run. Team Secret not giving them any room for a breather at all. But for the side of GLU, at least they managed to revive all their teammate once more with a recall option. But for GK, he wants to go and it's just going to be behind the door. And that's going to be done. Another point in the back for the side of GK. Team Secret secured 2 out of GLU players, but the rest of GLU Hexas, especially with that kind of entrance just now with the introduction, he needs to make sure he managed to survive for the top 4. Everybody, I mean, like, I personally root for GLU right now, thanks to their performance and introduction.
Oh yeah, the opening, right? Because we all want to see what happens when they score the chicken dinner as well, especially in front of the live audience. And so far so good. 3 elimination points as an opening for Glue Squad and not losing any players. As for TODAK, well, they still have 2, so they can go for the recall later on. So wouldn't be too worried, especially if it's in the Rondo match. And yeah, they're back up again. So now we're back to 64 players. Now we'll see the next encounter here. Outer Ego and Xavier. And Xavier haven't had the best of campaigns so far, so they need to set the tone right in game 1.
That's kind of true. When it comes to the performance, not so great when it comes to the group stage before. There's going to be redemption time for them. It's just 3 short days of sprint in the grand finals. But when it comes to the circle, we've seen this sort of circle before around Danqing. We can expect a couple of teams start to fight on top of it just to get to its nearby Tuling. So that might be the last few circle. But whoever's going through Yulin right now, last I've seen, I think there's going to be EMP field activated there. So everybody will try to avoid it as much as they can. But on the side of BTR now, this is going to be the team that I don't know what to expect when it comes to the grand final. Well, last week, Super Weekend was just phenomenal run coming out from Federalis, Razy, the entire crew of BTR. So I'm looking forward to what they have to offer when it comes to the big game, the real thing here, the grand finals.
Yeah, and we'll see if BTR is still like the BTR before that. They like to come back during the later stages of the tournament. Or is this a new and improved BTR that from the get-go, they can already be consistent till the very end? Because yeah, it's great that you smashed last week, but the grand finals is where it all matters. And speaking of BTR now, we have Xerus up against the 2 players of BTR.
We do have some kill feed going on. It's again an Homebois MAQNA Esports, but it's going to be Team Secret. BTR just arrived, Rep FaZe and Federalis. This is a deadly combo between these 2 players. But quite spread out on the side of Team Secret, making a triangle formation. While on the side of Homebois MAQNA, seems like they're taking this warehouse in their hands instead. They attempt to take over this compound. Seems like not a big of a problem around Hongshan.
Well, let's see if it will be a problem for Xerus now. He does have his teammates across him though, so it should be alright. We can see BTR, they might be going in for a flank. We continue to monitor the situation. Xerus spraying into the smoke, but nobody's home. Oh, we have GK now. Looks like they are the ones, Team Secret are the ones to do the wraparound against BTR.
How do they respond to this? Federalis down on the ground is leaving down to only Rep FaZe inside, and it's going to be 2 points contributed to a side of Team Secret. And then they had managed to take the points against GLU before. Team Secret seems to be on point and on peak form here to start off our Grand Finals Day 1. But speaking of GLU, eArena, Sakura being eliminated completely, but that's just one player coming out from the side of eArena right now. The rest of them still alive and well, but unfortunately these 2 teams right now, GLU, seems to be struggling inside of the blue zone. We talked about this too many times by now, Cloud. You don't want to fight, even though it's stage 1, never fight in the blue zone when it comes to a big map like Rondo.
Yeah, and we've seen multiple times that when the recall happens in the blue, for the most part, teams don't survive. But Zeus won't be able to survive the wrath of Razy here. Another point to BTR. And looks like Homebois MAQNA in the fight as well with Mixer Gang, the 2 teams making their debut in the grand finals of PMSL Southeast Asia. And Mixer Gang, they know that Shamil is in front with the buggy. Okay, he turns back. Let's see if they can get the Shamil. Shamil should be able to drive off safely, but oh, he stopped on the other side. Okay, he's ready to take the fight.
No. Superboy on the off angle. Shamil, this is going to be 2 different angles. Pretty hard for him to just swing it by himself. But also when it comes to Kim, they finish him off straight away. Shamil hoping to close the distance, going around, ring around the rosy. They go! But the shotgun still managed to make it work, but down to 1 HP left. Seaweed Boy coming out from the back. What a quick response coming out from the side of MXG still. But they're lost. Only KTN right now. But in any case, it's going to be Homebois MAQNA managed to recall their teammate. But it's going to be plenty of teams in the blue zone. But when we look at the left side and the right side, the edge of the circle, this is far too concentrated in a very small circle.
Well, lucky for Homebois MAQNA, the circle hard shifted towards the left. So their entry back into the circle isn't that far at least. But from what we see with the bird's eye view, there's a lot of teams on the left side though, so they might be gate capped. They'll probably think about that later once their teammates are down and then they get the vehicle. Depends on where they will rotate in. But now for the other teams, we have a lot of teams spending time in the blue this time. Definitely not the Vikings. They take point within the circle, so they're going to take one of the premium spots. On the mini-map, we do see Team Flash around the corner, but it is a big map, so stage 2, if you want to avoid fights, you still can.
A majority of the teams that has their revival just now seems to be taking the blue zone because that's the safest place for them. At least it's stage 1 and 2. So the blue zone is not too painful, but coming up from the side of BTR, Razy managed to take down on Lambo, but the rest of these Xaviers has arrived. Unfortunately, BTR lost one member. That's going to be Razy just now. But also sparks the question whether BTR can find any recall tower within that very small circle around Yulin to revive back Razy once more, because when it comes to a very concentrated circle, there's a very limited amount of recall towers available for this team to reach out to, because even if you get to find yourself a recall tower, we saw how many teams inside of that circle just now. It's difficult for you to recall your teammate uninterrupted.
I guess your first question is answered by BTR. Immediately after Razy gets eliminated, he's recalled back. But of course, then here begs the question of like how far he is from the circle. So far, not tanking the blue. So we either can take into assumption that, oh, they are recalling in the circle or not too far away from it. But we'll check on them later, because right now it's going to be Hill, Esports, and Xavier.
Xavier's Lamborghini already cooking up the nade. Nate going up front, confrontation with that S12K. Here comes the nade flying over. He's on the side. Lamborghini's down on the ground first by Pazorix. But Tiger, there's going to be some trade-off between these two teams. It's 4v4. Nobody go for the recall tower. If this is done, it's done. The end. But for Paragen and Levi, with only 2 members on the side of D Xavier's remaining, Richard going away, knowing the fact there's a high chance they're losing this skirmish. He doesn't want to jeopardize way too much with a lot of team passing through. Richard, can he find that recall tower for the sake of Hill? But at the same time, Bose just arrived. That eliminates the entire of Hill completely.
And there goes Hill Esports, the first team to be eliminated. They bring back 1 elimination point. Now, next phase of the circle. We have a good amount of teams playing in the middle, trying to take the high ground. And so happened that the circle is there. It's a good advantage for like teams like BTR and RRQ with the high ground already. And speaking about BTR with the high ground advantage, they managed to get a knock onto a player of Team Flash.
Team Flash at least is not complete elimination yet, so it's within their reach to go and save his teammate. But for Limboy, Homebois, MAQNA, they're down to only 2 players. There's nobody to save him right now. Yummy May gonna go in to finish off the job. It's not even breaking a sweat at this point. But for Boom, they are not that too far from a circle still, but it's kind of hard if there's a lot of gatekeepers coming in late. Team Flash, they tried to take over these warehouses. There's plenty of opening on top. Sui Boy, is he the last of MXG? Not really. I think he went for the recall tower just now for the rest of the team. That's why he's being left stranded here alone with the rest of MXG. I think they're probably still around Hongshan area early on where they're being recalled before. But for Sui Boy, can he withdraw this ground by himself? I don't think so.
Yep. Immediately got your answer after that with the balls ready and being taken out. Vexy gets 1 as well. So it looks like Team Flash, they are quite spread out. That's why they encountered 2 different teams. Macarius from Mixer Gang. We also welcome this team into the grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia. Stage 3, recall in the blue. We've seen this before.
This is their best bet right now, buddy. I mean, like, at least better than no recall tower. But to get out from Hongshan with that sort of circle, I think it's not too far off. As long as the players have their own vehicles, it's going to be fine for now. But unfortunately for Hill, they ended up with 1 point for today. The only team that being eliminated early on due to Richard couldn't make it safe towards the recall tower because he's being interrupted by Team Flash before. But we do have a major migration from the teams who are navigating into the center of the circle, where we do know there's plenty of teams waiting. Noel be the one that's taken down by these gatekeepers. First, it's going to be BTR.
And Vexy will happily claim that point out of Noel. Now Hexas drives by and he's going to avoid this fight for sure. Don't want to challenge BTR with the high ground elevation that they have, but he's in between so many other teams. And next is probably going to be D-Xavier. D-Xavier shoos him away. As long as he's able to keep his vehicle intact, he should be fine. But he needs to find a place to park himself soon.
Looking at Gen Force, we do have those elevations. They definitely know where BTR's at, but not willing to take any actions. Yeah, we talked about the circle just now. Those high grounds where the rest of RQ actually having their placement here right now. That's going to be on top of tooling. It's quite sweet if the circle's still in there, but the circle, if it's shipped downwards, it's going to be plenty of open space, but at least those Tigers still taken over by RQ. Now, there's going to be opportunity for RQ. If they want to farm eliminations, that's going to be a very sweet spot to gain those points. But in the meantime, we do have those deep valleys in between, slightly a bit of a concave area in the center of the circle. Whoever wants to take a bit of a hiding spot, they'll be great as well, because a lot of teams, when it comes to high grounds from the north and the south, they'll be too busy to notice what's in the center.
And eArena coming from the north in, so they don't know what's happening in the center yet, but they are taking the best approach to come in, avoiding fights. Stage 4, to do that, that's great, and so far their navigating has been good. On the elimination feed, D-Zaire, whose last we check is in the circle, looks like they are in a fight with MXG, but they kind of stopped. But focus onto eArena as they try to find a good spot within the circle. By this time, a lot of premium spots have been taken by teams, including like Team Secret, so they will still try. But how valuable will it be by the next stage? Well, we'll need to wait and see.
For eArena, where to go? Like I mentioned, all the premium spots have been taken by these guys. You're late. It's going to be difficult for them to make an entry in. Team Flash taking a bit of a long jab against Homebois MAQNA. Well, eArena, they are digging their own spot down there, knowing the fact that all the premium spots been taken by these guys. Might as well just dig themselves a good straight spot instead. I mean, that's the perks of being in Rondo. We can actually dig a couple of holes. But for the side of Homebois MAQNA, I don't know what happened with Miss those actions. It seems like the fight outside of the circle been already abruptly finished, as Homebois MAQNA will be the second to follow pursuit as Hill and the second last team right now. Well, Mixer Gang will be visited by Yummy May and Zero from Boom. Here comes the nades flying over, try to flush them out.
And to get slow, does not connect. But Depp just got taken out. Oh, vehicle elimination by Zeta. Oh, okay. Might see more vehicle eliminations here today, but we'll keep tap on that later. Rosemary gets Kenny. Oh, lots of fights happening elsewhere as well, but we're going to focus on the Pool Esports right now, and Yummy going to rush forward. Needs to land this nade inside. And there you go. Nade sent. Damage enough to take down Sui Boy. The Molly's still active. They need a little bit more time before they can rush in and clear off the remaining members of Mixer Gang.
They managed to clear off one corner. That Sui Boy tried to get to escape slow. Macoris is on his way. But Alter Ego seems to be in engagement as well, as we're looking over this very small container going inside. Got slow. It's a bit too slow, as Yummy May responded pretty quickly with that thing, and that's that flick just now. On the side of eArena, Team Secret seems to be visited by eArena. Look at the boulders being called down by Team Secret, but can they call multiple more? Because this ditch right now don't seems like this with a spot, because Sakura can easily land those hand grenades in. Tony K was trying to divide the attention with those vehicles running around, but for the side of Juke, I think he can get that revolver going on, but the nade flying over seems like this guy's in a cauldron of a mess.
A Team Secret still, they respond back by taking out Sakura. At the same time, the circle, circle somewhere up north, so this area where Team Secret and eArena is at is still within the circle. It is still fairly valuable. A Team Secret, they try to shoot them away, and so far so good, they managed to get another knock on 30k this time. eArena, one last player, and Team Secret will eliminate them without losing a single player.
Defending champions been taken by Team Secret. And that's going to be probably what we talk about. This is the grand finals. Never underestimate the teams that seems to be very rookie or never touched a trophy before. Because even the defending champion seems to be struggling here. But for the Relics, that's a very ambitious angle he wants to work with. I think he has to hike up, like it or not, to take down our accumulators. But we do have visitors coming. Team Flash from behind. BTR. They might get sandwiched if they're not being careful here, because the visitors are greeting them warmly with those hand grenades. While RQ do have those elevations, thanks to they coming in early. Their arrival early definitely seems to be fruitful. We'll then get to see who's coming over this side. With boulders coming down on the side of Team Flash, they know for a fact if they overpick themselves, they might be in trouble. But what a nade by Schweppes.
Nice one. Taking out the MVP, Yummy. And Octa is there together with him. Let's see if he'll be able to pick up. But Yummy, he has to climb slightly back down. Find good cover and the revive will be kicking in. Now another team's trying to get in as well. We look at the minimap. VOIN wants to punch through, but then again, there's so many teams here by now. But look at the nades. They continue to rain down. And Yummy, the moment he stood up, Mela got him back down.
Thankfully, on the side of Boom, they are being saved by another different team completely. I think that's going to be Team Flash, keeping them on tap from a very long distance. That cause of Empire could not completely focus onto his Boom. Now Boom's taking back on their toes. It's going to be Red Bull taking down on 0. Seems like they are going down same twice now with VOIN coming in from the side like you mentioned before. The third party has arrived. But for Boom, Octa's still going to push through to a side of Vampires. But they're not being aware about their backside here. VOIN getting these nades or even those shots really as Red Bull almost close of being exploded. But he managed to take down one of the players on the side of Boom. Finally, Octa spotted the rest of VOIN, but they are in trouble. This is a very sandwich. Very precarious situation aside of Boom.
Oh, and Xavier, they want to join on to the party as well. Lamborghini takes a lot of damage. Cooking up his nade. He will be the front guy for Xavier. But Boom Esports, they have to be aware of their back as well with VOIN lurking across. But Zeta no longer interested. They want to focus on getting into the circle onto the other side. The big problem right now is still going to be Boom Esports. Yes, they're by the edge, but how can they move further in?
Wow, there's a lot of boulders called by Vampires. Try to stop a Boom from advancing or try to rush towards their very small indeed compound. But the nades flying in. It's going to be gooey down on the ground. Yummy may make it an opening for the side of Boom, but it's not as easy as it seems. There's so many teams. Their eyes set onto these two teams right now. It make it so impossible for Boom to just rush towards Vampires, despite they got one naded down of their players. But the circle shifted as well. These Xaviers got the center instead. So while all the other teams are fighting outside of the circle, the teams that have a chance of winning the chicken dinner will have no business in this one.
And the circle is still at this moment favoring Xavier as they moved in. Oh, BTR comes by across Team Flash and Team Flash fires on. BTR takes a lot of damage. Razy is very low as well. Federalis will be gunned down by Tops. And on the other side, Vampire Esports had to butt in onto BTR. Not the best of position for BTR as they will fall to both Team Flash and Vampire.
It's just a matter of time. Boom. Will they meet the same demise as BTR just now? Because Vampire is gatekeeping them so tightly, making them sure that they cannot enter into the safe zone, safe circle anytime soon. But they're running out and running dry with their resources on the side of Vampires. They have to be mindful that they're not inside of circle as well. So for them to hike up those high hills behind them is going to be a bit of a trouble. With RQ now spotted out Vampires. These Xaviers as well, make it a four-way war. Well, Boom, if they want to, they can go for the rush. They might want to go for it because Shreps is holding the ground and holding the line by himself. It is spotted out, and that's going to be it. As Vampire got eliminated at 10th place, Boom saved by VOIN, by RQ, and by these Xaviers.
Yeah, 3 teams had to assist Boom Esports there, and now they can move into the circle. But then again, these teams, they might claim their dues later. VOIN, they could focus on the Alter Ego right now, stopping them from coming in. But Alter Ego, they're still going to open up the space on the other side. Nevertheless, one player is pretty low, and Krypton, he will pick him up. But is there going to be enough cover with so many teams close by? Nevertheless, VOIN, they're still going to try to find this advantage to take home a few points. But now they have to shift their focus onto Xavier.
They have to climb up this hill very quickly for the team at the edge of the south circle here. You do know for a fact it's quite an open space if you want to cross the street, and the teams right in the center, these Xaviers, can easily take down all these players that try to cross the street later on. They couldn't linger around here much longer. They have to start to make a move. They are fighting against each other, but at the same time, the blue is arriving in less than a minute as the nades flying over the side. VOIN, they are struggling against 2 teams right now. Alter Ego and Boom sandwiching VOIN towards the point. They have no room to breathe at all. Now only with Potato down inside, and it's a matter of time you get finished off as well. Oh, VOIN, this is not the best position.
Oh, Zeta, very low as well. Still with a high guard advantage. Managed to get that knock, but not able to get that elimination. As Yummy is down, but not out yet. Boom Esports can still save him. 18 more seconds before the zone starts to close again. GK gets one for himself with the bow. Perjin onto Snape. Oh, it's really, really scrappy right now. Lots of different fights happening across the map. Even when we are only at stage number 6. Coming to stage 7, it will be even more havoc.
Oh, well, the Xaviers and Alter Ego holding the southern side. Team Secret and the Vikings fighting on the north. RQ taking the sides as well, but when it comes to a very small shack, it's all about the nades to answer the question here. It's a matter of time for the Vikings. Lucky they still got themselves smokes to cover themselves for now. But for Yummy May, that healing have to be plenty, and he managed to reset himself. But RQ made a go. They made a move, and they want to go down and finish off Boom instead. Ganyang, Lapana Peko, and Genforce joining in. Genforce will be cover fire as well. Okta got down to 50% of HP from that explosion. But in the meantime, fighting against RQ in the blue zone. This is the worst case scenario for Boom right now.
Boom. They've been seeing a lot of action. Stage after stage, the circle kept going away from them, but somehow they still survive. And 7 teams left. They're starting to gain placement points for themselves, but their next challenger, RQ and D Xavier, this is going to be really, really hard for them to cut in.
Extremely difficult. Alright, Ganyang, RQ, they're coming down from the high grounds. I'm meeting halfway at the middle ground against the Xaviers. Look at the nade, already started to cooked up by Nate T. Ganyang might respawn as well, but chipped down to 60% of HP on the side of Ganyang. They called down all those boulders, knowing the fact this side of hill will be the graveyard for the teams. Interesting, interesting performance down there. A toilet, skibbity toilet, I guess. But boom, we're back to as a game as we remain with the top 7 teams here. Boom, Yummy May inside of the blue zone. Oh, barely got any space on the side of Boom right now. Cloud, it's all a matter of time whether RQ can finish off the job or not. Team Secret, they managed to finish off GLU, but on the side of Boom, they're still striving for their survival.
Well, 2 players of Boom left, and they need to cut across the road. And look at this, their health is not that much. But they still managed to get sniped, though. Another point in the back before they go out. 10 elimination points for Boom Esports. But eliminated by Alter Ego. That's fine. It's still a good haul of points for them. And now for D Xavier. They have to manage 2 different teams at least at the same time. We have Genforce on top of them from RRQ and Alter Ego on the other side. They're going to focus on the Genforce, the final play of RRQ, 3v1, and it's going to be quick work by D Xavier.
Very quick indeed. But now we have our top 4. Except for the Vikings, the rest of them having a trio and a full squad. Now the Vikings, they've been noted by Team Secret before. So they definitely, only Team Secret know regarding the position. But for Alter Ego, they know about the Xaviers. The Xaviers known by the likes of Team Secret as well. So for the Xaviers, they have to pick and choose which way to go. Whether to go down south or whether to go towards the left side of the map. So Origin, they are splitting into 2 formation here right now. This is quite a risky position for the Xaviers to be in the center of attention. If they're not being careful, Team Secret can actually see them through. And that's exactly what happened to Alter Ego. Instead, what an off angle inside of Doki. The man that hated but loved by his teammate at the same time. Doki actively trying to find all those points he can from the side slopes of the hill. Nobody actually see him coming.
Yeah, and so far so good for Doki and Team Secret. 10 elimination points now for the entire team. So the Xavier 12, and they're looking to add more to that tally. Knocking down Krypton, looking to secure that elimination point, but here comes the Vikings as well. But when it comes to geographical advantage, the Xavier, they clearly have it with the elevation onto all these other teams.
It's going to be the finale of Vietnam right now. Team Secret, the Xaviers, the Vikings. When it comes to the position, how they actually play, I think each team knows exactly what they're going against, because we do know they always scrim, went for the power scrim at the end of the day, every single day. So the Vikings will be eliminated first. It's down to the 4v4. Team Secret versus the Xaviers. But when it comes to position-wise, Juke and the rest of them do have the barricade from the ground. And they get to see Team Secret quite clearly. Like I mentioned before, this is too much at risk for the Xaviers to park themselves in the middle of the street here. And it's only down to 1 alive last player, Levi, managed to make sure that the amplitude at the backline of Team Secret, but he himself to go against the trio of Team Secret seems impossible as Team Secret scores the first chicken of our grand finals.
Well, although it wasn't Xavier, but they scored at least 16 eliminations before they went out, so that's still a good call for Xavier. As for Team Secret, still a lot of eliminations, surely more than 10. We'll need to tabulate the scores later on. But Team Secret, they stayed a little bit more quiet as compared to the other teams like Boom Esports, like RRQ, like Xavier. We've seen a lot of action on the left side of the circle, while Team Secret, they kind of stay put on the right side. And when all that is settled, they come in and they wrap things up with the first chicken dinner in the grand final. So locking in the 10 points at least. But how many placement points or how many elimination points? Well, we need to look at that later.
I have to say, these Xaviers, they have moved when it was a bit premature to actually take that flat ground of the street just now. It cost them dearly when it comes to getting those positions here. A bit difficult when it comes to defending around an open space, but Team Secret had it patient. They slowly try to creep them from behind. GK, Doki, Zeros, and Juke, especially Doki, those off angle really open up so much space for the rest of the team to secure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, if we were to look at the stats, probably don't tell the whole story, right? Damage output, not as high as GK, but like what you said, his off angle, that was crucial for Team Secret to lock in the chicken dinner. But if we were to zoom in on the stats, then it's going to be GK, 1,116 damage with the most eliminations as well of 5. So very, very likely he's going to be the MVP in this round. But the entire team worked like a well-oiled machine. Everybody contributed to the amount of eliminations in this round as well. So nobody is left behind. Everybody put in the work, and that's how Team Secret, they scored the chicken dinner. They're going to set the tone for themselves. So it's all about consistency. You get the good feels of the chicken dinner, you need to be able to bring it into the next round. Let's check out the highlights.
I have to give it Team Secret. I love this lineup here when it comes to this season. Coming out from Educate just now with so much damage output, hailing from Roy before. I think this is the best version of Team Secret we've seen for a long time. Now with 3,214 damage, you have to give it to the Xaviers. They still manage to top when it comes to damage output compared to the side of Team Secret here.
Yeah, and also got to give it to Xavier as well. They're telling everyone, don't forget about us. Even though we had a underwhelming group stage, but now at least in the first game, they're able to bring in a lot of elimination points together with the second place finish. So it's still pretty nice for Xavier. And also, the last minute coming into the grand finals, also Boom Esports. They're starting to prove people wrong in the first round. But our man of the match, our MVP, of course, based on the stats, it is GK with 5 eliminations and 1,116 damage. But like what you mentioned, Doki's contribution on the off angle is crucial for Team Secret.
Yeah, thanks to that kind of contributes to those 5 eliminations coming up from GK's side. Now, we do know they had themselves double-digit when it comes to Team Secret elimination points. But when it comes to the other points, how much they actually found. Now here comes the points when he talked about just now, 25 points with 15 eliminations out of Team Secret, but 16 on the side of these Xaviers. I agree, they're putting out the statement, hey, we're probably not too flashy during the group stage, but when it comes to the grand finals, this is where we're going to put all our guns out and show you what we're made of. They're reserving their energy before, just for the sake of the grand finals, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps that could be the case if they continue to be consistent, so something for us to observe later on. And flipping over to page number 2, we do have a few newcomers here like Mixer Gang, we have TODAK, we have Homebois MAQNA. Not the most points, but then again, it's only game 1 with many more games to come. That fate could change later. We also have the home team, Vampire Esports, and also eArena. Also on page number 2. So I guess the crowd really needs to channel the energy to their favorite home team.
But when it comes to the teams that managed to take a number 1 spot, pushing down eArena and BTR from a first, second place, that's going to be Team Secret and the Xaviers, setting the tone for our first map here just now. 38 points with 10 points, 11 points precisely between the first and second place of the Xaviers and BTR. Unfortunately, not much of point progress if you compared with how TS coming up from the bottom to overtopple the rest of the teams on top just now. But when it comes to the Vikings, Boom Vampires, everybody's still on the first page. Now Homebois, MAQNA Esports and Hill, one of the first few teams to be eliminated, just hardly get any progress when it comes to their points.
Yeah, so Homebois MAQNA, they're still rooted at number 16, but it's only game number 1. So there's a lot more opportunity for them to make this comeback. Now, coming into game number 2, we're going to switch it back to the OG map of Erangel. In fact, we're going to play 3 Erangels back to back. Now, with the map drop spot, we see a popular spot in a mid-30 base island with 3 teams wanting to take that, but we have seen it before. Like they can put whatever logo that they want there, but you know, for the most part, they don't really follow it.
Yeah, it depends on the flight path, really. Nowadays, not many teams want to drop their usual spot. Sometimes they do, like these Xaviers, they always drop themselves in Pachinki regardless of the flight path. But when it comes to the circle, when it pops, you get to see that everything seems to be chaotic afterwards. So we're going to have to wait and see. And also when it comes to the circle, we haven't got any SMB circle in week 2 of Erangel at all. Entirely no. So maybe when it comes to the grand finals, we get to see one.
Yeah, hopefully they're saving it for the grand finals. I wouldn't mind us kicking off the day with an SMB circle. And we're going to kick off next round, like what we mentioned earlier on. So it's going to be 3 Erangels back-to-back and 2 Miramas to wrap up the day. Team Secret, in case you just joined us, they claimed the first chicken dinner for today, and also the grand finals as well.
But in case you guys have no clue what's going on, if you have not updated your PUBG Mobile, you have this issue like low frame rate, too much lag, device overheating or consuming too much power, this is where everything will be solved. Just one click of a button and just update your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0 and enjoy the smoothest battleground and all issues will get resolved, okay? All you need to do is just update, or just, you know, if you never downloaded before, you are welcome to download and join us in the battlegrounds.
And this is new, people, especially for all of you. This is Unfail coming today. So you got to check your game. After you update PUBG Mobile version 4.0, log into the game, because this is a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode that features 1 predator and 4 survivors. So log into the game right now to check this game mode out. It is definitely unique, and if you happen to do any content, don't forget to hashtag Unfail, hashtag PUBG Mobile, so that we can see what kind of content that you put out.
And also, in case you guys missed this major drop just before this, they've been here since last week, which gonna be G-Dragon, already collaboration with the PUBG Mobile. My Game, My Rule, My Survival already launched before on the September 10th for PC. Console, they drop it on September 18th, and the mobile last week at September 19th. Now, if you haven't got a clue what's going, just get into PUBG Mobile, then you get to know what's happening inside. There's so many big updates and fun things to do inside right now, because next up we have something flashy and bling bling
Yeah, the bling bling here in the form of a new car, which is the Lotus Experience, currently inside of PUBG Mobile, and it features the Amira and Amaya. So you want to add this into your collection. It's only here for a limited amount of time until the 4th of November. So make sure you check this one out. And if you do any content to feature your favorite, either Amira or Amaya, or maybe why not both? Hashtag PUBGM X Lotus so that we can check out your favorite car content.
Now, speaking of your favorite, who do you think will lift the trophy this season? Because this is just the first day. Hey, it's still plenty of games to go. But when it comes to the first day, it's super important for them to set the tone and also not to leave out such a huge gap between the first place and also when it comes to the rest down there. With Team Secret from 6th place early on, now jumping up to the first place. Now, we can see also the teams in the middle pack, they are not giving away points easily. They will try to make it as hard as it can be because they have a shot at winning this season as well.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be super tight, right? Like we did talk about it during the pre-show that this tide is arguably going to be the tightest season of them all as compared to even the previous seasons. And if we were to base that theory on like what happened in game 1, most of the teams that were on page number 2, they actually did well and they brought themselves into page 1. So that will like kind of close the gap in. And even as of now, even with the starting points, we don't see like eArena like going away with it, but it is still early, of course. But if this continues to happen and the point gap just exchange like, okay, page 2 team perform, and then the next round, another page 2 team perform. So the gap will be pretty small. And that will make a very interesting race, especially on Smash Sunday.
I personally do prefer the second page team who didn't get too much of their league rank points during the group stage before actually push forward and put their best foot forward first, because like it or not, when it comes starting off grand finals, we are not starting as everybody on clean slate like 0 points here, because the teams on the top already got an advantage during the group stage before for their super weekend points. So they need to close the gap as fast as they can and not giving every opportunities given for the top teams to make the gap even further. So I'm hoping for the teams at the very bottom right now, when it comes to the first day, they have to make sure they shrink those margins as small as it can be, because if you wait until tomorrow, it might just be too far out of reach.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it for tomorrow, right? Because it might be too late. But it's a competition at the end of the day. So some teams might be going for it, like points. So there will be some teams that will not be able to gain that many points. It is a competition. But of course, we want to ideally see like the gap not that far. So, and plus we have Rondo as the first map, right? When it comes to every day. Like, the opportunity for teams to be eligible to smash it after game number 2 is way higher than even like previous seasons, especially when the gap is not far.
Yep, I agree. Rondo map is actually a killer map for the team that want to smash it for the grand finals last day. Because remember, this time it's not 10 points. We added 20 points for the smash rule in the last day, up to even 8 maps in a day possible when it comes comparing to last seasons, of course. But when it comes to Team to Focus, yeah, I might have had it a bit slightly late, but yep, Team Flash. Now, I want to talk a bit about Team Flash. After their week 1 super weekend, it seems like they totally lost their spark for whatever reason. They're not playing like how they used to.
Wow, Teacher Choo is angry right now. Why are you not playing like how you used to?
It's a bit disappointing, because if they don't play like how they used to in week 1, then this is where they should play like that once more. Well, we do have some cheerleaders performance here. And just now we have a very mini screen regarding Skibidi Toilet, surprisingly. But yeah, I'm cheering. I think they are cheering for the teams too.
Oh, by the way, Skibidi Toilet is probably going to be one of the coming collaborations with PUBG Mobile.
What?
Yeah, I saw something at the social medias of PUBG Mobile. It's not in our spills yet, but maybe that's coming soon. So that's why the Skibidi Toilet thingy. Yeah, I'm
I don't know how
a bit too old
I
for
feel
that.
about that. I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe you guys are happy about that, but for me, I don't know what to say, man. Nothing good to say, I guess. But yeah, but when it comes to this, guys, look at it. I wish we can actually hear the music as well. to know what they're dancing for. But they're definitely cheering. I think they're cheering for the Thai region teams. This is actually in Bangkok, Thailand. So maybe this try to, like you mentioned before, we ended up that first map just now. They need the energy channel. So this is them energy channeling towards all the Thai teams, perhaps.
I guess this is the part where we need to evaluate their dance moves.
I think they're chanting. I think they're cheering something.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to make out what they're cheering, right? It's like, choo choo, let's go, choo choo.
Yeah, I don't mind. Let's go. Woohoo. Okay, but for the players, and definitely not cheering. They know for a fact everybody had too much of a pressure today, too much at stake here when it comes to the grand finals. Clown, boom. Can they still take the title? Are they still in this to win it? BTR, we do know with this lineup, I think this is the best lineup so far, but I want to see if they manage to bring forward what they had to do in last Super Weekend. Because if they do, if they're consistent, this is a team that should be fit by the global teams in the future.
You know, I like it when you say like, oh, BTR, this is the best lineup so far. It almost feels like, oh, every season we say the same. It's like, really. Best lineup so far.
I personally feel like
disagree?
This is really... Last week was superb. I swear to God, it was phenomenal what BTR pulled off last Super Weekend. But I don't know. The thing is it just pure luck and adrenaline rush during that critical moment? Because if they can bring forward the same play, the same strategy, and the same aggressiveness all over again, then they should be the team that should be fit for this season. But if they don't, then it's a one-shot thing. It's a one-time thing. So what's scary about that is something so unpredictable.
Oh, Teacher Chuchu's angry, people. BTR, Teacher Chuchu angry with you. If you don't perform, you don't meet her expectation, she gonna send the rotan to your place, you know? Better perform, okay?
It is the grand finals. We want to see them the best of the best, you know?
Oh, finally, Teacher Chuchu, calm down.
I have a lot of expectation based on last week's performance, really.
I suss that Teacher Chuchu now has affiliations with BTR. It's like, you better perform right now.
I wish I can get their jacket. I mean, I don't mind that.
Yeah, every season we ask here on the English desk, we're still waiting for one from any team. Just saying. Bakers can't be choosers. I'll take anything.
Yeah, we take anything, but something that's appropriate, of course. Don't give us rubbish. But yeah.
Hexas. Do a Hexas.
Hexas, please don't give me the inner singlet. I don't want that. I don't need that.
The same singlet that he wore. Then he can tell you, hey, Chuchu, this is the final singlet, okay? All right? I wore this on stage on day one, all right?
The essence of Hexas is in there. You can actually resell it for a higher price because it got Hexas perfume on it. But no thanks, bye. We're going to get into Erango in less than 10 seconds. Buckle up, ready to go, ladies and gents, because we don't know who will take away the Erango chicken here.
Or maybe Chuchu will give a different answer if it's Razak's jersey. Just saying. But anyway. But he has to perform though. Razak and crew and everyone else. Here comes game number 2, Erango. To kick things off with a brand new map here in the grand finals. We're going to see the flight path from South Jogopur to Lipovka.
SMB circle, maybe, because whenever the flight path slightly skew it to its one side, high chance the circle will be on the contradiction side. So if it's going to be northern flight path, high chance it's going to be SMB. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everybody, because I want to see how the players will actually play when it comes to a very difficult circle. But you know what? Speaking of Razak and VOIN, we don't see them as much as how outstanding they were in week 1. A lot of them don't seem to be having the same momentum of plays when it comes to week by week. Every single week there'll be a different team stepping up their game. It also shows it's not a bad thing. It also shows how competitive this season is compared to the previous ones.
Yeah, sometimes it's not a day thing. Sometimes it's someone else day. But ooh, now this is one of the weirdest circles that we have got this season. Like, is it still going to go military base or not?
Please, yes. Please, yes. I hope so. I hope it's going to stay 50-50 till the probably 4th stage. Because stage 2, pretty much we get to see sometimes it's just main peninsula all the way. But if it down to even stage 4, it's still divided the map into 2 sides with high chance of the bridge in between still, then it's going to be a tough call for the teams out there.
That's really, really fun. Imagine stage 6 and you still have 50-50. Like there's water in the middle and then it's a bit of land at the top, a bit of land at the bottom. It's like, where's stage 6? Make up your mind.
We wouldn't mind that. I think we're not complaining for it. We're hoping for it to actually happen. And was it the grand finals as well last time where it was a right side circle? This happened as well. And it bounced back all the way to SMB in that very tiny corner in the very last minute in stage 6. If that's going to be the case, yeah, that's going to be difficult for the teams to call out which way to go. But when it comes to the Xaviers, he actually had the most eliminations. Last one, 1,311 damage. And 9 eliminations by himself. But when it comes to damage-wise, it's still towards Rosemary Alter Ego just now.
Interesting. If the Xavier actually scored the chicken dinner, then Nate names will be up there. But I guess, okay, they should be pretty content with their Game 1 performance, considering how they have performed throughout the group stages. And just one game, now the Xavier is already at number 2. So that's pretty nice for the Xavier. For the other contenders, of course, Boom Esports, also one good game, and they're at number 7, which is not bad as well. So nice to see all these teams coming back into the fray. Hoping for Hail Esports, Homebois, MAQNA, your usual suspects at the bottom, and Mixer Gang, so because it's their debut grand finals, to be able to come up with a D-Xavier sort of performance.
I personally want the rookie teams, the teams that never been in the grand finals before, like I mentioned. We've seen Hill before, of course. I'm looking for MXG and also the Vikings to make a change for this season. It will be a change of era entirely if they can push forward. But I think a lot of you guys kind of, when you see a team with their performance, with their firepower, with their strategy as a team, you can feel this is not going to be the team that holds the trophy unless they show us otherwise in between. Because remember, this is just the first day of the grand finals. A lot of teams are not showing all their trump cards yet. They are saving it for later when things push them to a corner and it's a necessity for them to actually play it out. So I think when it comes to strategy-wise, a lot of teams are reserving their best place for the later version.
Oh, and what will be interesting if MXG actually wins it somehow is that we have never had a PMNC team directly qualify from PMNC to be champion yet. So if MXG is able to do it, then it's history.
That's true. And if Malaysia region actually do it with only 2 teams on their side, that's going to be a long, long time. Malaysia region hardly being the champions of South Asia. So that's going to be another history in the making as well. But when it comes, I'll be honest about this, nothing against Malaysian teams, of course, but it's so difficult to see them to be a bit bold, to be a bit more daring, like how they used to. The only person that managed to do that before was Yuhai, but unfortunately 7-9 did not qualify in the grand finals despite having a tie against Boom. But due to their overall group stage and also when it comes to Super Weekend performance, the tiebreaker didn't make it through. But don't forget about Team Secret, by the way, Cloud. They're setting a tone for the day. But the thing is, Team Secret, when it's high pressure moment, when it comes to the last few days, especially when it comes down to only a few more maps to go, they lost their composure. A lot of teams that are not seasoned enough, that never been in the situation with a high pressure last few maps to make a change, to able to score as champions, they couldn't hold their composure till the very end. They lost their calm. And that's where everything seems to be, you call it as choke, the team choke, and that's what really happened.
Yeah, consistency is going to be very, very key, right? Consistent, and also now with the added new rule of the smash rule, then it's able to readjust to smash it at day number 3. But of course, you have to meet the match point first. But today is all about just bringing in the points. Tomorrow is setting the match point, and Sunday is going to be Smash Sunday. But Krypton here, let's see if we can smash it together with Rosemary against D Xavier.
Krypton going against 1v2 right now. Rosemary coming up from the sides alongside with Snapes. And D Xavier's got a surprise attack. And no recall tower, ladies and gents, because it's a normal map this time. On the side with the Xaviers, they're running inside and trying to find any point of eliminations. The Purgeon and Lamborghini managed to take down on Snape. Down is only to MAQNA and Rosemary left. Now, the Xaviers, they have to be aware there's a third party coming in. It's going to be Homebois, MAQNA, Esports. The Xaviers dropping down on Snape as well. MAQNA, how do they respond to this? Homebois, do they want to be part of this? And Team Flash is going against Homebois MAQNA. Well, it's a saving grace for Alter Ego and the Xaviers because the third party team seems to be a bit busy, but Tops still managed to drop one, but at the same time, Paragin on Rosemary. This is crucial. 1-to-1 trade. It's down to 1v1.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of these teams, they want this spot, even though it's a 50-50 that the circle could go to mid to the base. But anyway, here comes Team Flash. MAQNA shows his back, and Team Flash will eliminate Alter Ego, the first team to go out. But not empty-handed, at least they have 1 point. And Team Flash, they will continue to fight in this compound. Now, it's going to be the showing of these two Vietnamese teams, Team Flash and D Xavier.
Well, on the mini screen, we are looking at BTR versus TODAK and Hill as well. Oh, another three-way war. Make it Team Secret just arrived. Yeah, make it 4. BTR Federales managed to finish on DAP. They're down to only 2 men, but it's a deadly duo. Federales and Red Face remaining. It's still very, very crucial for BTR. They can manage to... the circle. Despite the fire of a warehouse, this call out, we call this one now RQ on the other hand. They're taking the domination of the map control down south. But the rest of the team, TODAK will bite the dust next. And we get to see another team passing by very soon because of the circle just now. Plenty of teams will pass by here.
Man, this is one of the trashiest circle that we have seen in a long time. And majority of the teams on the main peninsula, like what you pointed out, it's only RRQ in mid to the base. Oh man, it's going to be havoc here. And with this circle, majority of land area in the circle is also in mid to the base. Now, gonna focus on to Hail Esports here. They have to win the fight against BTR first. And Hail Esports doing so far so good. But the smoke is gonna stop them at their track. And BTR, they have a second lifeline to reset themselves at the very end of this warehouse.
For the Xaviers, they're already fleeing the scene of crime just now. Don't know if they managed to hold on, but for BTR, they have to either exit out, just find a vehicle and just go away because Team Secret circling around, wrapping around Hale and BTR. It's just a matter of time they start to engage as well. Duke is waiting for the perfect opportunity. While Federales will keep the rest of Hale at bay. Question is how much more utilities they have. The nades dropping off at the Relics on the ground. It's go time. Here comes Hill. Tiger Axe cooking another one. They're going to go for the rush inside of the warehouse. Redfish trying to hold, but he couldn't do much. BTR, unfortunately, one of the few teams to be eliminated early, but back to us. VPE versus Homebois MAQNA. This is going to be the teams that managed to squeeze in through into the SMB.
Yeah, that was pretty hard there for BTR with the 2 players left. Let's see what Homebois MAQNA do against Vampire Esports. And the spot where BTR fought earlier on, another team came in. That's Team Secret against Hill Esports. And so far, they're taking over the compound. But on screen, it's going to be real gun down by Genforce.
Red Bull tossing the nade, hoping to flush Outlim Boy. Cancel those hand grenade toss here just now. But Red Bull can spot Outlim Boy due to the corners inside of a very small house. Mela coming in, a nade by Mela, never miss. Red Bull Vampires have to quickly respond to this, but Shamil managed to get away with the hovercraft. RRQ, Genforce seems to be very interested to be part of this, but at the same time, he's not getting a green light from the rest of RRQ. He's the only one here. That's good news for Vampires, since they are wrapping around the fight against Homebois MAQNA. Finish off with the last player still stands on the side of Homebois. barely alive, but when it comes to the bridge, this is going to be a fun one to watch. And the circle shrink, the bridge is still in there. Whoever in the main island, in the main peninsula, have to go through that deadly bridge. And there's going to be a feisty map to go.
And that's where eArena chose to take the long route, right side bridge in. It's going to take them a while. Hopefully they have enough healing utilities at stage number 3. Sakura has 4 first aid, so it looks okay. VOIN made the first earlier move. And now they are in the circle from the right side bridge coming in. Very smart move for VOIN. But the bigger question right now will be those teams on the main peninsula around the lighthouse area. Next stage, they might not get any circle at all.
Oh, there's also some running over with vehicles. Our Boom is taking things a bit slower. They spotted a couple of players around the area. That's going to be eArena players just now. Well, the rest of it, I think it's best to go and swim. The best option right now is not going through that bridge, but just swim over. You're taking a boat. There's a lot of players already waiting at the coastline area. Even around the jetty, around just on the outskirts of Ferry Pier, seems to be very heated right now. A lot of teams try to go and swim over as fast as they can. These Xavier is being stopped by GLU. There's also the Vikings watching from afar. They're still holding towards the edge of the circle, hoping the circle bounce back towards the northern side. Well, these Xaviers, how much longer they should wait, whether to swim or not to swim?
Yeah, they still need to kind of decide this one. But if they swim right now, then there will be other teams close by and they might not even make it. A team secret. They're going to take the Primos boats in. Okay. They're going to avoid all those fights. But nades galore onto Levi's. 1-2, 50% of health left. And Glue Squad still not letting him go. Third nade did not connect. And Glue Squad, they're probably calculating their utilities as well. But if they're able to get the Levi's, that'll be great. I mean, they need to add as many points as possible, looking at the condition of the circle through eliminations.
It's just a matter of time for Levi right now. They saw the splash that hit on Levi. They know exactly that there's one person being hit over by that explosion. But for GLU, if they're not being careful, it's going to be trouble brewing up for them because the Vikings closing in. They might get sandwiched. Oh, there goes. A tap's coming up and breaks already breaking in. Exas, he primed himself with the DBS. It's going to be indoor fight. Can we get indoors? And here we go. DBS in and break. Caught Hexas in action. GLU, they thought there's only these Xaviers around that corner. Did not expect another third party coming out right on top of Ferribier.
Yeah. Space is scarce right now. I don't think there'll be any other team. Okay, yeah, nope. So that means 3 teams in Ferry Pier. 1 at the lighthouse, 100% circle on the military base island, like what we predicted. So the 4 teams that is still at the main peninsula, all the best.
Oh, speaking of the teams in SMB, on the other hand, I mean, even though they got in early, it doesn't mean that they will be safe either. Boom, spotted out VOIN, who happened to be in transition. It's going to be one player taking out the rest of VOIN, knowing the fact that if we go for the save, we're going to completely eliminated by the rest of the team that taken out their members here just now. Boom is following pursuit to his VOIN's track, who dropped himself next compound to the Mixer gang. Now, VOIN have to respond quickly to his Mixer. Well, we're back to a therapy fight we go. GLU versus the Vikings, while the Xavier is watching.
And Noel here, TBS gameplay, final player of Glue. Now with Woonty in front of him. And Woonty takes a lot of damage, but Noel needs to land a few more shots, and he will. Clutch! Beautifully executed by Noel. Don't count him out yet as a final player of Glue Squad.
But at a cost. The last player standing, but for any consolation, at least the Xavier is being shot from afar by Flash. And Team Flash, they're not willing to leave into the compound yet. They're not willing to go into SMB yet, but the rotation forced them to do so due to the blue zone shrinking even further. Noel, this is stage 4. It's gonna hurt. The Xavier's Origin still swimming. And Noel, do you want really to cross that bridge? I wouldn't recommend, because last time we saw the bridge being gatekept by a lot of teams last time, but Team Flash is just across Noel, the last player of GLU. Might be resort to swimming over the other side. Yeah, that's going to be the best case scenario right now. But Team Flash, it's going to be RRQ waiting at the other end.
Ooh, now they need to deal with RRQ. They managed to send one player into the circle though, but... Oh, Nepeko. Spot, okay, sees. Second vehicle passing by. It's going to scope in onto both.
Oh, you just missed him.
Didn't have a good clear shot though.
Here comes Team Flash just arrived. RRQ just let them pass by. But Ganyang be taken down. This is not great. They should be the bridge campers. They should be stopping people from crossing the bridge in the first place. But they're not getting anything out of this for RRQ.
Oh, Nepeko shows up. DBS. Tops will go down. A Team Flash. Still gotta give it to them. Somehow they managed to penetrate through. Still 3 players managed to get across this bridge. And now, they're turning the tables against RRQ.
Yep. And RRQ is actually the only team starting off with SMB early on. This is a bit frustrating to watch, to be honest, because RRQ, they should have known how to play this one out since they are here early, and Nepeko answered to our question. Ganya's still bleeding out, but Nepeko, the man that can actually turn the tide over. Team Flash, when trying to spot him out, he heard those footsteps. He's desperate to find any silhouette amongst those smokes. Here comes a nade, hoping he'll somehow connect, but it did not projected like he hoped it will be, but Nepeko, at least he will revive, but the circle will shrink even further more. MXG getting the center alongside with VOIN, but good news for RRQ, at least the circle still favors them somehow, but eArena coming out from the back line. Team Flash just separated into 2-1 here, leaving one player in the middle of the bridge, while we're back towards inside of the south side of the circle. eArena and MXG.
And eArena MXG definitely don't want to share this compound, are being monitored by VOIN on the other side. Oh, PUBG went out to the zone. Okay, this area looks like they were stuck. And Team Flash will be registered as the team to eliminate this area. As for Team Secret, welcome to the circle, taking up this high ground. Are they going to take up the fight? Next, we have Vampire Esports around as well. So little land for the teams to play. When we have 9 teams, doesn't sound that many teams, but because of this kind of circle, it feels like there's just so little space to play and fights can easily erupt.
With very little barricades too. Barely got covers, except for those who got themselves compound. But even if there's compound, it's not safe. There'll be a lot of teams trying to flush you out, including how Team Secret just arrived, and eArena happened to be just next to Mist again. It's all about who erupts the silence. It's between eArena, Team Secret, and Mix again. Whoever starts shooting will be going down first, because look at the circle. Look at the mini-map. So many teams surrounding, including VOIN, who got himself some slight elevation, but they are across the other side of the street. But for Team Flash, where Bo's actually here right now, where I watch him, it's quite risky to be down there. Slightly a bit of a dip of land. Not too much elevation, barely can see any information outside, but at least he get that one rock to cover himself. So he can actually surprise a team that did not expect him to be there. Like, Bows always get these very awkward angles that nobody tried to pick through. But for Boom, it's going to be RRQ who's leaving the bridge. Nobody else is going to cross the bridge right now, RRQ. You didn't guard it so well, so I think you just leave it be. But for Homebois MAQNA, this is going to be last man standing. They don't get any eliminations yet, Cloud. This survival is crucial for Homebois MAQNA just to get those rank points.
Yeah, and Homebois MAQNA, 1 player left though. He needs 1 more team to be eliminated, then he will start to bring in play some points at least. But it's going to be quite a tall order here for Shamil, as he needs to cut across Team Secret. And Team Secret, they're not going to let this compound go, but from the back, he still managed to get knocked out to Zerus, but they will alert the rest of Team Secret now.
Oh, at the same time, open fires means go time for the other team surrounding outside of eArena. While we look at Vampires, well, that's going to be the last of it. That's why I mentioned about Team Flash position. It's a bit awkward for them to start with. Vampires managed to secure 2 points out of the players of Team Flash just now. That goes back to them as a 4 with 3 eliminations in the back. But Team Secret, no stopping this team. They have that last chicken in and they keep the rolling going on. They're steamrolling for the team with 7 eliminations in the bag. Now over 40 points, and the team with the most points, can they score a chicken back-to-back?
But it also depends on what kind of circle. Hardship circle to the south. So a lot of good spots here, especially MXG in the middle of the circle with the compound. That's a good spot. As long as they can defend this, they stand a good chance. But for the teams on the outer side, okay, we have RRQ, we have Boom. Still a decent amount of space for them to play with. I'll be interested to see what the Vampire Esports will do with the high ground advantage that they have. How much can they take out of Team Secret or maybe even eArena from the geographical advantage that they have? But Team Secret, they're going to make the first move against eArena.
Yeah, those gunfires before a bit of a trading done, but MXG will be the third party. They did not have that in their equation. They don't expect it's going to be more than one team for Team Secret. The moment they rush into eArena, eArena down to 2, but they want a nade by turning against Sakura just now. Team Secret, they're bleeding out their men down to only one player standing. Tony K is back in the game, while Sakura on the other end tried to give him cover fire, but Katie, and what a troublemaker from the back. Will VOIN try to jab these guys from afar as well? 2K holding his last angle by himself, the last man standing for Team Secret. They got himself at least 8 elimination for any consolation, close enough to get himself to 10 points like the chicken dinner, but at least he wants to get 2 more points here if he can. But for Juke, unfortunately, eArena being charged by a different team. That's going to Vampires. Mela arrive a bit parted away from the rest of the team. He's going off angle by himself here.
Yeah, he tried to find an advantage, but he has to come back to his team because RRQ is coming in as Lazarus Schwupps. We got up our Red Bull, what we got now by Ganyang. A trade-off between the two teams. And now Jui coming in. He's going to spray within the smoke. Ganyang still gets Red Bull. And Lazarus dancing around, buying enough time with the jump shot by Schwupps. And so far, so good against RRQ. One more to go on the other side. It's going to be Nopeko, but here comes Boom Esports.
That's brutal. VOIN managed to take down 2 players of Boom just now, but on the side of RRQ, here comes a nade! And it's Yummy May taking on Ganyang. Ganyang taking on Mela. What a 3-way battle it is between these 3 teams. Vampire, RRQ, and Boom. Lazarus, a.k.a. Stress, one down. A clear shot. He missed. He whiffed it. Not well timed yet for the tracking done. Gooey on the other hand. Spotted on the Peko. He's a bit disappointed. But Lazarus, he knows where Yummy May is. We're shifting over to Sakura. And the Peko managed to squeeze into this compound. But it's 2v1. And he gets down on the ground. The Peko taken down by Dead. DBS, can we get indoors, please? Those views, I cannot see what's going with the drone shot. But the Peko managed to deny Sakura, deny Turnike. What is going on? But on the side of RRQ, they're down to only one person. Sakura, he accidentally naded his own teammate just now. The Peko managed to get the reset now. It's going to be a 1v1v1 between Team Secret, RRQ, and eArena.
But denied away the point for the hands of the Peko at least. And the Peko moves up now. He knows that nobody else is behind his back, so he can play around the back of this building. Gets back into it. First floor, but he also has to be aware of the fact that there are other teams close by. Now, the circle shifts away from this particular building. So between Sakura and the Peko, this has to end.
Or maybe Juke is winning the last man standing between these 2 teams. But it's going to be just around the corner. They're just separated by a very thin wall. Nepeko, the moment the smoke dissipates, he will start to move. Sakura is going back to the ground floor. You heard those footsteps coming from Nepeko. He's coming down, and that's going to be finished off the job. We don't get to see the POV. I actually hope for us to actually see the POV. But for Nepeko, at least it's going to be RRQ winning with 6 eliminations. Yeah, shutting down eArena with 3 eliminations just now. That leaves us with only 6 teams, but barely we have a full squad. Other than MXG, this is the rise of the second page team. Now, MXG, can they finish the deal with the chicken here? They've been given in every provided conditions with the circle on their side. As well as the points, nothing out of their hands, but Vampires, when they arrive, it's going to be 0, 2v1.
Oh, dancing, and here is 1v1. With the amount of health left for Schwupps, he's able to win against 0. And that is Boom Esports eliminated. Top 4 teams right now. And like you pointed out, mixed gang. 4 players still intact, and they still have this compound, and they're well spread out. They have multiple off angles, with still the circle. Everything still favors them.
It's all a matter of points of eliminations as well. They didn't get any eliminations yet, Cloud. Just shows discipline, waiting things out. And you talked about how vampires want to play in an open space. Everybody trying to go for the compounds, knowing the fact the compounds are very limited in this sort of circle. But the advantage, the trade-off with no compounds is great still. You have plenty of space, you have those high grounds. But the problem for vampires, everybody stays indoors. How to shoot, what to shoot, there's nothing to shoot against.
Yes, that's where they'll play the patience game. Because we still have stage number 8, so the circle could still go anywhere. And but because of MXG, they are somewhere in the middle of the circle. Wherever the circle goes, they should still get it. I'm sure Vampire, they will want the circle, but no. Circle goes all the way down south, so it looks like Vampire, they'll need to pick a spot to crash in.
Ooh, what a tension. It's just the wall separating them and the rest. But honestly, I think the one that will disrupt this calm is going to be Vampires. You're the only one in an open space. But in the meantime, if they open fire, they barely got any covers here, and they're down to only 2 person. So smoke's been popped, they have to slowly advance forward. They have to fight against VOIN or cross the street entirely. They can go the other side of the street if they want to. Plenty of space is there, but at least there's some vegetations in between. They'll take the vehicle, yeah, they're gonna go the other side. But the thing is, they'll get spotted out by VOIN if they do that. And MXG Makaris will be the first one in the front line against Vampires. They just arrived. VOIN spotted out Vampires on the move. They will try to take those long taps from afar.
Yep, they decided on to MXG, being one of the better compounds within the circle, is in the middle. So if they're able to win this, then they will have a lot more space as compared to other areas. Meaning that they can manage stage number 9, so that's why they picked this spot. But other teams are not that far, so they have to be aware of a third party that might come in later. But that can be later, because there's 20 more seconds before we move on to stage number 9, and then there's still a bit more time before the blue actually lands onto this compound area.
That was a nice angle by Shrubs, chipping down Soy Boy to 50% of HP. Makaris is waiting with that DBS. He's being spotted out, I think. Juke down to that one single corner in that house. He needs to get out, but he will try to flush out KTN first. KTN forced to get out. With the nade flying over the other side, that gives plenty of room for Juke to advance forward. But suddenly, MXG taken out from afar. Gooey spotted out Juke from a north angle. Vampires, even though they're just 2 players, they make so much damage, but here come VOIN! Razak and VOIN Potato spotted out the rest of Vampires. Gooey couldn't actually revive his teammate. Never mind that, down to Gooey, is still down on the ground. Razak, VOIN, can they make it through? They managed to reset Potato or not. Potato being sacrificed. Makaris with the DBS waited out for the longest time. Here comes the nade flying over from Voxy and Razak.
Oh, could MXG clean this one up? Or can VOIN actually make a comeback here? There are 2 players. Voxy, Razak. Razak goes down to Makaris. 1 more to go. It's going to be Voxy out in the open. Only smokes. But finally, being taken out towards the very end. Mixer Gang, the new kids on the block in the grand finals of PMSL Southeast Asia, brings back the chicken dinner for the home crowd.
Hey, it's not flashy waiting things out, but it still secured them at least 10 points coming out from the chicken dinner. So when it comes to right or wrong how to play PUBG Mobile, there's no wrong way at all. As long as you scores, you're doing fine. On the hands of MXG this time, it's going to be that chicken. It's going to be cooking great for them when it comes to the teams on the second page, or the rookie teams, in fact. They're making a huge impression on first day of grand finals here, Cloud.
Absolutely, right? And a lot might think that, it's going to be Vampire or maybe eArena to bring in the first chicken dinner for Thailand. But no, it happened to be from the PMNC qualified team, Mixer Gang. So that is going to be the story here. Who knows, they can go all the way, but of course we're still very early. We'll keep it on for later, but we still gotta give credit where credit is due. Mixer Gang with the chicken dinner for the home team.
Makar is the only one with the eliminations. Other than that, none of them, and most of them just wait things out around the compound. So I don't blame them. They play along with the circle. And they got their basics right. That's the fundamentals of PUBG Mobile. And they scored the chicken. That's still going to contribute 10 points. Other than, getting those crazy elimination number. But nonetheless, you have to give it to credit of Vampires. With only 2 players, it lasted long enough. But before we get into the scores and get to see the breakdown of the points later on, we have to see a bit of a highlight on how the other teams performing. And how MSG have been rotating and navigating their ways to pave them to get into this chicken dinner. Makaris, KT, and Suibo and Gaslow, I think straightforward. It's going to be the MVP Makaris for MVP stats later on. So, well, without waiting anymore, I think we're going to head over to the highlight. In case you guys missed that map just now, it is map number 2. We're heading over another map after this, map number 3, another Erangel. So, not yet, I guess. We still have to buy time. But yeah, when it comes to the points, let's go and see it with 3 elimination MXG Chicken Dinner.
Wow, a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner. They put themselves in the top 4 mixer gang. But we have Vampire Esports in front of them when it comes to this sequence. So that means in overall points collected, Vampire Esports would have got more based on the eliminations that they have collected as well. And then we also have Team Secret here. After scoring a chicken dinner, still in the top 4, showing a good amount of consistency in this round.
Yeah, last time we saw them with 8 eliminations. So I don't know if they actually managed to get that rank point afterwards or not. We're going to have to wait and see, because if they do, they're still going to reign at number 1 spot here when it comes to overall. Well, on the side of MXG, Makari is the only person that actually get those eliminations. When it comes damage-wise, MXG didn't have the most. They've been playing with the circle all day long. They've been waiting inside of the compound. Despite it's RIQ, the only team that actually on top of SMB. I was expecting RIQ actually secure this one, to be honest.
Yeah, but well, too bad for them. They didn't get the best position possible, but still, they're able to bring in a good amount of points. But when it comes to the points itself, zooming in, Vampire Esports, they have 9 eliminations, and that's why their total points is more than MXG. Now, MXG also share the same amount of points as Team Secret with 13, and then VOIN with 10. So that's the double-digit club. D Xavier, after a second place in game number 1, this time it's 5 elimination points for them. But of course, this is a very interesting kind of circle, and that's why as well. Coming on to page 2, Homebois, MAQNA, the only team to not score anything.
Oh, well, this is going to hurt them when it comes to the teams at the bottom who did not make any progress. But here comes the points. Team Secret still standing at number 1, but the gap is getting even further because these Xaviers did not score too much just now compared to Vampires, who are now getting themselves at 3rd place. Unfortunately, BT are being pushed down all the way down there. 29 points to barely get any progress. Only 2 points compared to the last map. And on the side of eArena, still stands still at 4th and 5th place. Seems to be stuck for these 2 teams, for Team Flush as well. MXG slowly creeping up, and it comes to the first page at 7th place with that chicken dinner. While we do have Homebois, another team that seems to be stuck down there alongside with Hill. Now, there's going to be a brewing problem for themselves for Hill and Homebois MAQNA Esports if they don't do something. for the next map, because it's only 3 days here. We don't have Super Weekend anymore. This is the grand finals.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Homebois MAQNA still at the single digit with 7 points. So obviously they have to find more. Hoping for a better performance from the teams on page number 2. But we still have another OG map here for them to make it happen. We're going to repeat again Erangel after this before we go for an extended break. And if you just join us, Team Secret scored the first chicken dinner, followed by Mixer Gang for the home crowd team that brought in the chicken dinner for the home crowd, for them something to cheer about. But you guys have something to cheer about as well with the new update of PUBG Mobile version 4.0.
Yeah, make sure you guys update. If you have potato phone or potato device, this is the only solution for you. And make sure that you guys update it to make sure you can play at high FPS, at ultra, even to extreme graphic. It's still going to be 60 FPS. And also select a device now support 120 FPS or 90 FPS as well. I mean, how fast your eyes can actually track all the things that moves in PUBG Mobile, I have no clue. For me, I'm used to play at 15 FPS. But okay, as long as you're happy, but make sure you guys update to the latest version 4.0. Now back to business we go. We still have another thank you note. That's going to be TechnoCloud.
Oh yeah, without Techno, we wouldn't be here, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much to Techno for being part of PMSL Southeast Asia for this season and hopefully for more seasons to come. And this year is the POVA 7 series. And you can play PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS with a screen size of 6.67 inch, 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz polling rate as well, and 6000 mAh battery with 70 watts ultra charge and 30 watts wireless charging. And if you want to have a good view of how this phone looks like, it is the same phone that is being used by your favorite players on stage in the grand finals of PMSL Southeast Asia.
Now, speaking of the teams that seems to be taking the lead right now, that's going to be Team Secret, of course. We miss a gang pushing forward. Who else will join their steps here, especially the teams on the second page? Unfortunately, for RQ, I was super looking forward when it comes to them to dominate over the SMB. They opted out for the bridge camp instead, but the bridge didn't work out for them, and then everything into shambles. But when it comes to also teams like the Xaviers, BTR, they're still sleeping. So I see a lot of teams when it comes to day one, they're trying to take it easy, just warming up their, warming up their gears. This is going to be their gears and this as well. So at the same time, maybe they're trying to read out the other team's rotation or their gameplay about how they will try to adapt themselves for the grand finals. Or if they don't wake up now, they just try to wake up tomorrow. If the gap stretch even further by Team Secret, might as well Team Secret just gonna lift the trophy by end of this entirety of grand finals.
Wow, okay. That's a very early call there for Team Secret. We're only 2 games though, so I guess we gotta give the other teams, unless the teacher Choo Choo is starting to be angry. Okay.
I was being slightly sarcastic because I was hoping more from the teams, especially when it comes to last week's performance of BTR, the week before from VOIN, Team Flash. Team Flash, we get to see a bit of glimpse of it, a bit more aggressive, but a bit too off angle, a bit too awkward on bows as well. Just now did not get themselves that, compound. But I don't blame them. That circle was really tough to work with.
Oh, okay. At least calm down, teams. Okay, teacher Choo Choo don't blame you. Okay, she blames circle. Okay. All right. But she might blame these teams if they don't perform. Like Xavier, like Vampire, because that's her pick. Well, I was a bit late.
You're a bit late.
Yeah, a bit late. Maybe Homebois MAQNA might score the next one because maybe I might be early. I don't know. But Homebois MAQNA, of course, the only team with a single digit now. They need to find the points in. Yes, it is their debut as an organization in the grand finals. But if Mixer Gang can do it, why Homebois MAQNA can't, right?
That's true. And they are the one that in the need of those points. I like your pick just now because that's going to be one of the teams that need to show that they are prepared to get into the grand finals here. Jitters aside, they have to come prepared. They have 4 days of rest before. I mean, even if those 4 days, they work out right for you, this is the time for you to really wake up if we don't do something, especially Homebois MAQNA. That one single digit, will cost them so much if they try to play the catch-up game tomorrow. They have to catch up today.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it for tomorrow because we have to consider that the match point or the match point will be set by plus 20 by the first team. So if you take that into consideration and you're still at page number 2 and you're at the end, you can imagine how big the gap is. By that time, you'll be hoping for the games to go all the way 8 games. So you will have a chance to collect points to at least get a better placement or maybe make a huge comeback. But if it is like only like 3 games like what happened last week, then whoever who's on the end of page number 2, well, then yeah, it's hard to get like the top two slots to be in the PMGC.
Oh, no. So when it comes to the points towards PMGC, it's super important too. There's no rest at all for these guys. The rest will come after the grand finals. Right now it's grinding time for them. And speaking of grinding, we don't see a lot of aggressiveness by a lot of teams. Maybe due to the circle, like I mentioned before, make it so difficult for the teams to rotate and pave their way into the safe zone. And it was difficult to read out the circle since it was a 50-50 between the main peninsula and also the SMB. Maybe this time we're gonna have a very generous circle, who knows? If it's right on top of Pachinki, I mean, the Xaviers can score it, but usually wherever you drop and the circle is to be right on top of your initial drop, usually that team won't last long. I don't know why that's gonna be the case.
Well, let's see which team will last the longest this time before we head for an extended break after this. It's going to be a repeat of Erangel. Will there be a repeat of Chicken Dinner or will there be a new team bringing in the Chicken Dinner into this Erangel? We did enjoy that circle, not gonna lie. Even if it's a repeat of that sort of circle, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind all the way mid to the base. But let's see what will be given. Here, let's go.
Now we're back to the Erangel map for second map of Erangel and the third map of the grand finals. But when it comes to getting the flight path slid towards the right side, coming up from the south, pushing towards the northern side, probably going to be ended up right on top of Stalber or Kamishki in between those. But when it comes to the circle, is it going to be a gut cut feel? Like I mentioned, the circle will contradict where the flight path will be. That's going to be the usual case. And it's proven based on our first map of Erangel before. So if it's going to be gut cut region, now that's going to be a region that I love to see those fights happening. If the circle ended up on Gatka, we can expect maybe a bit of Gatka Mountains skirmish, maybe around Pachinki trenches, or maybe even on top of ruins early on. But when it comes to getting SMB this time, plenty of teams dropping quite early.
Yeah, to be exact, it's Team Secret and Glue Squad for Novo. Let's see who will get the first knock. Looks like it's going to be Noel knocking down Zerus. Not eliminated yet, but Zerus is just right in front of him. And that's going to be Noel locking in the first blood. So Glue Squad, Team Secret, 3 players left. And 2 of them still within the Novo area, surrounded by the players of Glue Squad.
GK cooking up the nade. Hoping it will land on Exhaust. Interesting.
Okay. I thought I was the only one.
Hey, GK! Drop down straight on the knees. It's go time. GLU not wasting any more time at all. But Doki with the cover fine. But this is a bit too far, isn't it? How can he help when it comes to the teams already bridge indoors? Oh, Juke. Oh, did not connect somehow. Going outside. Going towards the window. Climb down and hop down as well on the side. What a shot from Duke now. What a flex. But unfortunately, he couldn't hold this by himself. Duke, GK, both of them are dropped down. Doki is running away instead.
Wow, that was absolute cinema, what he did there. Like, he jumped down, he aimed up, other players followed through, he still get the knock before landing on the ground. Beautifully done, beautifully done. But, unfortunately, not the most beautiful result for Team Secret. Now it's only Doki, and all you can do right now is to try to play for placement points. Circle-wise, it's going to be a nice circle in the middle.
Tough start for the side of Team Secret. Unfortunately, down to last player. Despite they having a really good run early on. But for GLU, you mentioned, a very generous circle. It means Potato Hills of Pochinki might be one of the hot places these guys want to go for. So I might anticipate. Usually, we've seen before, VOIN would be one of the teams that want to go into Potato Hills of Pochinki quite early on. But since they are in the northern side around Savernia, I think they might actually have to take some time. But on the side of Team Flash, they're already rotating, spotted out VOIN. We talked about Savernia and straight going in. Wow. What a swift elimination there. But Doki, oh boy, it's going to be Limboy. Doki, jump shot, going to his Limboy. He managed to secure another one elimination. Yeah, at least they will not go empty-handed if the worst case scenario were to happen to Doki.
Yeah, at least he still gets one. The rest of Homebois MAQNA, I wonder if they'll follow up after knowing that, oh, it's Doki, the final player of Team Secret. If they send 3 onto him, they should be able to eliminate him. But with Doki anticipating that might happen, immediately moves away after looting. So he will continue to survive, and he's on the main peninsula. So let's see how long more can he last now.
Well, we've seen a lot of solo players can last to the point that ended up in the top 6. They couldn't afford to go out early. The Xaviers of Empires can catch up any time now. I'm waiting, BTR. I'm hoping for those flashy, aggressive plays by the teams, you know. We haven't seen it yet. They're saving it for later. But Vikings, this is going to be the team. You know, about Vikings and Mix again, what I respect about them most is just within one Super Weekend, they can secure enough points to the point they can make it to the grand finals. If you compare it with teams like FaZe Clan, who had twice given an opportunity to get into Super Weekend but did not score. It's just how the mentality is coming from Mix again in the Vikings. When things are critical and pressure mounted on their backs, they know what to do and they can pull it off. And speaking of pulling it off, well, we do have plenty of teams around SMB early on. Now I think there's going to be only 1 or 2 teams left, since the circle pop itself right on top of Potato Hills of Pochinki. And Pochinki, the Xaviers already left Pochinki, or still waiting things out. I think they still can wait. Still inside of the circle still.
I like the fact that you bring up the FaZe Clan case again, right? So it's a rare occasion that we get to see that, oh, you make 2 Super Weekends and then you just don't make it into the grand finals. That's like super duper rare. But so it just shows that, like, even though if you make it into 2 Super Weekends, like, you cannot be complacent. You still need to be able to perform. It's not a free pass. And that makes this race exciting, right? And that allows like teams like Mix a Gang, like, to suddenly make it happen with only 1 Super Weekend to come in here. And they even open up with a chicken dinner in day number 1 for themselves. So I'll be interested to see how far Mix a Gang can go. If they somehow can make top 2 in this PMSL finals, then they will have a slot in the PMGC, which will be an insane achievement for them.
And not just that, that is out of ordinary. If you ask me, we never had that in a rookie team coming into the grand finals and even winning it in the same season. But for Homebois, it seems like they're being caught off guard again. A lot of the players from Homebois MAQNA, they are making the same mistake when we actually watched them last week during the group stage. You remember how they've been scattered so far apart and slowly one by one get picked off, and there's no cover fire since the rest of the team is a bit too far. That did not work out for week 2 in the Homebois MAQNA lineup. I'm surprised they tried to pull the same thing again for the grand finals, since it did not work out.
Oh, Homebois MAQNA, oh, Teacher Chuchu angry now. Teacher Chuchu angry, not working out. Change, before the Rotan comes.
I might be a bit harsh, but it is what it is. Well, I agree with you when it comes to the FaZe Clan case. Usually, when we had this Smash implemented, we talked about when there's the Super Weekend just implemented. As long as you get both Super Weekend entry in, you can actually get into the grand finals. That was the case back then. But the fact that Mix a Gang, I thought teams like Mix a Gang and Vikings were actually not gain as much. Like, they will be the one that ended up with a tie with a different team at the bottom who did not make it to every Super Weekend. But I'm surprised how good they are when they're being cornered down. It feels like the more crisis they have to go against and more crisis they are into, the better they are for these two teams.
So what you're saying, like, it's almost like don't poke the bear. You poke them, they'll fight back. Yeah. Although, like, some might say, mixer gang, you know, 3 eliminations, chicken dinner. Yeah, that's not the sexiest of number, but chicken dinner is still chicken dinner, so you can't really complain about that. However you play it, as long as you're able to bring it in, that's okay. Now, bringing into our next phase of the circle, we're going to move towards Roshawk. Interesting. It's going to be the home of Boom Esports. So we might see more teams trying to enter Roshawk with this kind of circle.
Yep. But how do we have to defend is also another question. So there's a lot of teams already inside and get themselves to the center of the circle. But for Ruins, anybody try to stop any teams coming from north? Last we've seen VOIN was in the north. So if anybody tried to gatekeep northern side, it's going to be right around the Ruins area. RRQ, they're taking potato heels of Pachinki. So they're getting a bit of a early start. Well, we're taking a for clashing. Mixer gang, we talked about them before. Rosemary, Alter Ego, Krypton. The rest of Alter Ego has not arrived. Rosemary have to hold the ground by himself. Unfortunately, couldn't actually do that yet. Gatsler down to 1 HP. Finish off Rosemary instantly, knowing he's a threat. Might as well just finish him off. Here comes a nade flying over. Krypton, the rest of Alter Ego. And that's going to be one more player. I don't see the last player in the map still. It's going to be Moana coming up from the back. Krypton and Snape 2v3 against KTN is down. And seems like Mesa Gang, they might lose their grip over this compound here right now.
With Snape here, but Moana, it's going to hit it out by Get Slow. Okay, they respond back though. And Krypton with the rest of K dancing. Trying to find his target, but on the second floor, there's somebody there. Not able to get a knock onto Krypton. Krypton is still moving around out in the open though. Gets himself into the building now. Goes out to the second floor, tries to find his target, but then again, Gets Low, went out to the ground floor now.
Try to flush him out. Krypton will hold on to the ladders and God gets low. It's down to Krypton. It's going to be 1v1. Sui Boy versus Krypton. Oh, Krypton, he got himself in a wall. He's going up to the second floor and now trying to hear the footsteps on the ground floor instead. Sui Boy. It's down to the S12K battle between these two players. Only one team will try him. And a jump shot! What a timing by Sui Boy just now. I don't know if he actually hears the Alter Ego player actually doing something else. But for the side of Mixer Gang, they did not lose too much. It did not take that much toll on them since they only lost KTM in the process. Unfortunately, Alter Ego ended up with only 1 point of eliminations, and they are not that much of a sweet spot when it comes to the overall ranking either.
Yeah, it's at least 2 rounds, or maybe even 3 rounds back to back that Alter Ego is not performing. It's a very rare sight, and, well, I mean, gotta give it to a Mixer Gang as well. They won, but being a team like Alter Ego, you would expect them to be able to win that kind of compound fight, but Mixer Gang had the best of them, and they only gave away 1 point. Like what you pointed out, Mixer Gang didn't lose that much. They reset back as a trio, and they can continue to play. With 3 points in the pocket thanks to Alter Ego, Mixer Gang, so far so good, on track.
Here comes the next one. It's going to be Vikings versus TODAK and VOIN. Trang, I don't like where he's at. Quite a flat plane down there. They need to find covers, but he smoked. Our vehicle will explode anytime soon. Get down, get out. At the same time, this is not the best spot for the side of Viking. Being forced to take a stop here where it's not really the highest ground. It's in the middle ground, but they do have some elevation for the team coming up from the back. The side of TODAK, do they respond to this? Definitely interested to fight them. Where do we have Roshawk fight? Team Flash not crossing that bridge of Roshawk. Literally just crossed it. So they're rotating a bit slower for Team Flash, knowing the fact they did not do so well today either. So they're slowly building up the momentum. RRQ, they had this abandoned church slightly on the southern side. But there's so many teams interested around this abandoned church as well. It's going to be Heal. I think the Vikings probably want to hover around this area too.
By the edge of the...
Just gonna check. Yeah, go ahead.
By the edge of the circle, I'm not sure how valuable this abandoned church would still be. But somehow a lot of teams want to be here. Okay, maybe they just see opportunity to gain elimination points and that's it. It's not like they really want the position. So far, RRQ still in this area. They can still hold on to this for stage 3, stage 4. We don't know yet. They might go away. And that's where it will depend on who gets the inner side of the circle to block who else that might want to try to come in. And that's where the hovercraft will be very, very valuable. On the elimination feed, Turney K gets Wunty, and that's totally somewhere else.
Just next to them, I think. Around almost 500 meters apart. Inside of a circle where the Vikings actually going, I guess. But Team Flash taking Homebois MAQNA. That's going to be around the Motown area. Rosehawk. It's quite scattered. Boom. I'm surprised how... It's actually Boom next to Homebois MAQNA, but Team Flash getting those knockdowns instead. Oh, there you go. It's Bose. No surprise if it's Bose. I know how crazy he gets when it comes to those off-angle. But for Homebois MAQNA, being picked off everywhere, wherever they go. Slowly, they're just losing their man. But when it comes to the circle, is it going to be Rosok or is it going to be pulling downwards towards Pachinki? It's going to be nearby Pachinki on the outskirts of Pachinki. It is. So the Xaviers, they already got himself compounded south. Well, RRQ will have to fight their way in. The Vikings split it into 2-2 formation down there as well. So there might be plenty of gatekeepers standing off crowd coming up from south. That's why they're fighting around the abandoned church area right now.
And look at this. RRQ making the first move into the circle. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, it's Hail Esports making the first move. So they were trying to block out RRQ, but they're not truly committing into it yet. Well, we'll check on them later because right now, Mixer Gang. Again, another safe approach. They're going to come from the north coming in. Going to face the road of... they're going to go through the road of least resistance. Passing by Rozok. Because a lot of teams were on the south. So they should be able to enter the circle. Not going to be a problem for them. Blue Squad, however, alright. They want to join the mix of the southern teams.
Oh, spot out Hill. There's a clear shot. Unfortunately, Xbox whiffed a couple of those sprays. It was straight presented in front of him as well. And speaking of Team Secret, got eliminated early. This is opportunity for teams like the Xavier's Empires. Even Team Flash to catch up to their points, yeah. Since Team Secret already put on hold, that's going to be only 52 points. For now, Vampires taking IMAXG. The moment we mentioned Vampires start taking action. But the abandoned church is no more of value. Everybody trying to leave, but the moment they want to leave, they get gunned down. GLU Hexas, you have to pick one angle. And that's going to be towards Richard right now. Hale in trouble.
I think they're going to take point by the edge of the circle. And that's Richard X down, thanks to Hexas. Surely that point will go towards Glue Squad. And another fight up north as well. D Xavier and MXG will carry Mr. MVP down. And here comes Pezarex. Passing by, Pezarex gunned down the moment he arrives. Lapa was the one that got him. But at least they managed to trade it back with the Peko and Ganyang. RRQ still trying to fight for their lives. Only Genforce and Lapa now. They have to come in to finish out the remaining members of Hale. And there you go. Assisted by Glue. But Glue, they're here to come to claim their taxes.
They're not done yet. Two teams out, and Lapointe accidentally need out their teammate at the wrong place and the wrong time. GLU won that big time with 8 elimination. Next is going to be Vampires versus BTR. Federales, the Terminator, the Filipino assassin is still alive. They have to be extra careful and aware regarding his position here. But for Vampires, they'll just let it slip by. They know for a fact they are at the losing spot here right now, going straight into the circle instead. And BTR, they're not out of the woods yet, because MSG waiting on the other side of the corner. Speaking of the Titans, both top teams be taken down this early.
Well, that opens up the opportunity for the other teams to catch up the points, making it a little bit more interesting. Even on page number 2, Homebois MAQNA and TODAK is still in the game. It could potentially bring in points for themselves as well. On the left side, okay, we have Team Flash here coming in. Uncontested, but there's VOIN around. They could probably cancel each other, but let's see where the circle will go. I'm sure they're anticipating the next stage of the circle. and goes towards the middle. TODAK gets it.
To the center of it. Vikings and MXG slightly waiting for TODAK. I think they will erupt the silence. And eArena making a quick move. Look at Mormon immediately going into the side of a circle and waiting up Team Flash. Now Team Flash Win is also there. So at least on top of ruins, there's so many ruins right on top of it, so they will have plenty of covers for now. But back to Azamoto and Ron Rosog area. Since this is no more of value inside of circle, Homeboys should make their way and exit. But for VOIN, like you mentioned, Team Flash already start engaging, and they're going straight headbutt towards VOIN. What were they thinking? VOIN do have those barricades. This bunker will actually do them so well. And they lost Zeus in the process. But for Razak, he didn't see the shots coming up from Bose as usual. From this very different angle entirely. But for Bose, I don't think he can actually reach up to Zeus to save him. He has to neglect and just abandon it entirely and follow up with Win, who's already inside of a circle.
Oh, Razak went out to the zone. For Win, he is within the circle. He will be the one to try to stop VOIN Esports from coming. Zeta starts to make his move, but eArena is around the corner as well. From the path of the fire, they say VOIN Esports will now need to face off against eArena as they try to fight their way into the circle. So far, a northern side rotation. They are in it, but they're not in the clear yet as Team Flash right now coming in, and Bose, as talking gameplay, Foxy goes out.
Oh, they're being forced to split their formation here thanks to abrupt U-turn due to eArena. But for eArena now visited by GLU, who managed to wipe out 2 squads just now. Well, they wiped out another squad in their hands. eArena seems to be in trouble as GLU really gluing their comprehension of their gameplay here. But Joker versus KF is down to 1v1. Tonic and Sakura bleeding out in the center. Same goes for the side of GLU. Joker still alive. Is down to only KFQ to make a big play for GLU right now. But there's so many bullets flying over. But they managed to actually wipe 3 teams in a row now. GLU, what is going on?
Oh, but calm down. Here comes this with a drive-by. Splat onto the ground.
What a way to end GLU's run here just now. Vikings break. For Team Flash, it's going to be them versus the Vikings. They arrive as a full squad as well. 2v4. Can Team Flash do this?
Oh, okay. The fight for the left side of this circle. The Vikings and Team Flash, too, from the Vietnamese region. And it looks like both teams, they have their respective players on the other side, but they should be able to come in. Not going to be a problem. This fight might continue on because there's a lot of space in front of these 2 teams. So they have to somehow cancel each other. Whereas for TODAK, they had the comfort of the middle of the circle. 2 elimination points so far. And they can expect more teams to come towards their location. As we will see, the next circle, it should close and favors both TODAK and Xavier.
But for TODAK, it's not the sweetest spot. I mean, for Xavier, he's got compound and some slight elevation to work with. But for TODAK, they have to go for those elevation. Those small hills play such a big part. They don't want to land themselves in the flat plain just now. But speaking of the teams, they're still not inside of a circle, Cloud. We still have plenty of them barely inside. It's going to be like 3 teams outside to be precise. Boom. TODAK as well as BTR. Federales is waiting things out. Waiting. Homebois MAQNA is still there as well. 3 teams outside. And Team Flash spotted out Homebois MAQNA. It's 2v2 if it happened to be Flash versus Homebois. It's a bit too far if they want to engage. But for Homebois, they are in the least favorable position here right now. This will force them to get out. They barely got a corner when the blue zone arrived.
Yeah, it's not my space to play with, but somehow real. Got yummy. It's a matter of securing that elimination point right now. Homebois MAQNA, they're making their move. They know that they have the main advantage, but Zeus stole that point away. Oh, wait a second. Oh, real. Just got eliminated by Mastery. Oh, man. Homebois MAQNA, this is not working out for them. Shamir just got taken out, and Homebois MAQNA out at number 7.
But for Boom, despite they managed to finish off Homebois MAQNA, they are being pinned down by BTR. BTR still have a trio. TODAK, they got the circle first, but can they spot their first Team Flash when they got finished off by Kenny? Oh, they need to get back to the host hills. But BTR and Boom next. Kenny, on the other hand, playing with fire. Very dangerous position there. Well, it's just the hill that separate between BTR and Boom. It's a matter of time. They can see things through. And coming in with a vehicle, I thought Zuxi will run down anybody, but Evaxi. But it's going to be Trung Vikings. Giving the pressure on TODAK. TODAK, they've been bombarded by a lot of teams right now. There's no way out for them.
And look at the position that they have. High ground against their opponents. They can't continue to put pressure. Just like what BTR is doing right now against Boom Esports. But BTR, they need to reset as well. And they are also in the same kind of position that they need to get into the circle. TODAK will be the one waiting for them on the inside. Let's see, Boom Esports will still put attention onto BTR. It looks like a long reverse here by Zero. And somehow he managed to make it through.
Oh, he was almost completely shut down just now. That's a long reverse, by the way. BTR spreading. These Aves intriguing. Their positions is very sweet and it's very safe, but they are intrigued regarding what's going on the other side. So have a glimpse and might relay back the information. I don't know how they will respond to this. Will they get into here just to fight them? Well, Boom, it's going to be 4v2, but if there's going to be a clash, now it's going to be the time. But question is, do they have enough utilities to make sure there's a gap between them and TODAK and forcing TODAK not to flush them out or, you know, try to push against them? But if TODAK will try to force the push, Vikings will start to shoot them from behind.
Oh, that's why they don't have enough information, but nevertheless, they will still go through it. Here comes TODAK. They got a longer Boom Esports. While we check out the next phase of the circle, where will it go? Goes towards the left side. It makes absolute sense for TODAK to clear off Boom Esports now.
Oh, here comes. Nate seems not to be connecting, but coming up from Nate to Vokta seems to be clipping down depth to 50 HP. Nate and Blue Zone. Boom, being cornered. There's a lot of utilities being used here. They have to reserve some for later as well. They have to be mindful of that. Here comes Nate! 0 down to 1 HP! Oh my god, that's so close! Oh my god, I don't know how he avoided completely just now. But that was too close on the side of Boom. And this forced Boom to split themselves into two sides here. But if Zero can find a corner, an off angle, that where he can spot up Tom and Kenny in a straight line. Oh, Federalis, thanks to BTR, they managed to get some help here from afar.
And let's see, BTR can actually steal away elimination points. Kenny showing himself out in the open, but Federalis not able to hit the shots. Deb gets Vexy. A bit of an exchange, but Zero comes in under Kenny. TODAK right now in trouble as Zero tries to find his angle with a DBS. Octa needs to heal up, but that nade did put a lot of damage onto Deb. Zero not able to move forward because he does not have the information.
Time's ticking. Less than a minute. They have to make a move, but Tom spotted out by Zero, but there's too much in front of Zero right now. He couldn't overpick himself. Octa tried to bait the rest of TODAK. They tried to avoid Kenny from being picked up, but Zero knows exactly the cover fire from Tom, where he's at. But I couldn't reach there yet. At the same time, BTR spotted out the rest of TODAK at the same time. Now TODAK happened to be the center of attention. Yeah, and Tom! Knocked down by Zero. Despite the 2v4, thanks to BTR at the same time. Boom seems to be striving here. Octa spotted them out, but they're going to be shot down as well. Federalis, as per usual, wiped out Boom right now, leaving us with top 4 teams. But for TODAK, and they're going to be next following pursuit towards Boom's footsteps because Federalis arrive and Razy as well. What a good cleanup and what a fast reaction coming from BTR.
Quick move there to take over the dish, but it's not over yet. Here comes D-Savior. D-Savior, they show up. Vexy goes down to the DVS of Nate. And now looking for the remaining members of BTR. They are in that ditch. This area is no longer in the circle. They have 40 seconds before it closes.
Oh, Xavier's lot to make a move. It's spot out the rest of BTR. One down. One more to go. It's going to be Federalis. The Nate's flying over this side. But Nate almost chipped down completely with that explosion just now. Will the Vikings stay put or will they start taking action as well? Federalis bleeding out still. Razy couldn't reach out to Federalis. He's on the other end of the ditch. It's a bit too far for him, a bit too much risk. But Vikings making a move to its side of Levi, shooting down Dent. Levi holding against Vikings by himself. He couldn't actually put enough. Won't he? Might spot one of players of the Xaviers. Here it comes. It's going to be a Levi fighting against Strong. Oh, Peregrine as well. But Trunks down on the ground. Wonty couldn't actually support with the cover fire from afar. Viking from 4 down to 1 lost player.
Just like that. That's what happens if you try to push D-Xavier. D-Xavier with still 3 players and BTR. They managed to reset Razy, but now they need to get in. A lot of open space. Lamborghini is ready with this elevation. Putting pressure back on the Razy. At the same time, the blue is just right behind him. He has to move forward. Boy. He has no choice now but to expose himself to Lamborghini.
Too exposed to the point, but he was so lucky. These Xaviers didn't follow through with those sprays. He needed a reload for Lamborghini just now, giving the room for BTR to reset himself. But for Wonty, this is going to be the wild card here. We might end up with 1v1v1 if these Xaviers happen to be having a blunder. Federales, oh, you need to get out the blue, but lucky enough for them, the blue slightly still not giving them any chug down of the HP. Comes flying over the Nate. He needs to slowly advance forward. Federales, they're leaving those buggies behind. They need to pop the smoke in case it's going to end up in the flat plane there. But for Razy, he took a bit of a risk trying to get those vehicles, while Federales is going to crouch, going to snake his way into a side of these Xaviers. But for Wonty, he's waiting things out. He wants to get a clear view on BTR as well as these Xaviers. Lambo, Peregrine, and Nati moving in parallel motion. BTR Razy spotted out Wonty. BTR, despite they had only 2 players the longest time, they managed to squeeze through to the top 2.
It's still not bad for BTR though. But now here will be the biggest challenge for the 2 players of BTR. The 3 from D-Xavier. Looking down onto them, they know where exactly they are. Now D-Xavier have circle control, so it's just a matter of time right now. Unless if BTR can come up with a miracle knock against at least 2 of D-Xavier, then we're talking.
Do they have any troubles inside of BTR? They need this happen right now. Those troubles can make a game changer for them. They barely got any, except for the Mollies, of course, inside of Razy. But Federale is down to only very few HP left. Here comes Razy. Can he actually do the job by himself? But Razy got splattered down. It's D-Davis Peregrine with the old-fashioned ways of using the vehicles instead of the gunfires. Peregrine is a man to look out for when it comes to him on top of a vehicle. D-Xaviers scores the chicken, but we do know D-Xaviers, they will not celebrate until they lift the trophy.
But D-Xavier, they are starting to rise up where it matters. Now bringing a chicken dinner for themselves. And they had a consistent run, a good run in game number 1. Game 2 might be a little bit underwhelming, but they're back with a bang with this chicken dinner. And they had to score it against one of the tightest competition, that is BTR, towards the very end. D-Xavier is back.
Oh. It wasn't the cleanest, but it was still a chicken regardless of what you have just now. But I love Peregrine's always the one that always gonna run down on people when it comes to the vehicles. But when it comes to the points on the side of these Xaviers, they managed to score 6 eliminations overall with the most damage coming up from Lamborghini. I assume he's gonna be the MVP. It's been a while, actually. We do that we actually see Lamborghini on the MVP chart.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen D-Xavier perform generally. And when they perform, Mr. Lamborghini comes in with a good performance here. 2 eliminations and 807 damage. Stats all do favor him, so he's very likely to be the MVP. And next to him is going to be Nati with 2 eliminations as well and 609 damage. And then we have Levi's with 1 elimination and 350 damage. Peregrine also played a role here by bringing in 1 elimination for the team. So every player of D-Xavier contributed here. Not the biggest number of eliminations, 6 eliminations to be exact. But again, as always, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner and you cannot complain of a chicken dinner. So that's 16 points for D-Xavier as they try to make a huge comeback in the grand finals, especially after having 2 weeks of rather disappointing group stages. Let's check out the points later on after the highlights.
Not just now. I don't know, was it lucky for BTR? Was it just a good play coming out from them? Because BTR, they're being saved by so many things and factors, including these Avies, including the Vikings, including Team Flash just now. TODAK was trying to wipe out the entirety of BTR with 2 men that managed to last so long, 1,629 damage, but you have to give it these Avies. They're putting out so much damage, plenty of them, including in the last map as well, and finally they get a taste of that chicken.
Yeah, it's interesting not to see TODAK here in the top 4. I thought they could somehow slide in. But the one that slid in into our MVP, of course, is Mr. Lamborghini, the OG player of D Xavier. 2 eliminations, 807 damage, 6% headshot, but it doesn't matter. You're still able to bring in the eliminations for the team and also the damage output, so that's cool. And so far, D Xavier, yeah, they only had 1 round where they probably had an off round, but other than that, 2 out of 3, I would say today, they have been performing. So great work for D Xavier so far with the frontman Lamborghini.
As per usual, he was one of the best Terminator back in the days when they have their prime time for the Xaviers, of course, but they never dropped their performance, and it's good to finally get to see them again in the grand finals, because during the group stage they were a bit bland, a bit disappearing, invisible, but it's good to see them finally popping up for the grand finals with 16 points. They happen to be a tie with BTR. Now for GLU, that was a great run. They wiped out 3 teams back-to-back just now. And unfortunately got finished off with the rundown by vehicle. GLU, they have to thank Vikings for that. And Vikings managed to squeeze in at the 4th place, another double digit. But at least good news, Cloud. Nobody ended up with a 0 this time.
Yeah, but we have a ton of 1s this time. Alter Ego, Team Secret, VOIN, we have eArena, and also Homebois MAQNA. Of course, it's interesting to see eArena and Alter Ego only managed to gain 1 point. But that means that the overall charts will change again. And BTR having a good performance, now they rise up to number 3. Team Secret, they were eliminated somewhere in the... somewhat towards the early stages of the game, so their points didn't change that much. That allows teams to close the gap. And that's exactly what's happening here with D Xavier, BTR, and the rest here. But that keeps the race interesting. So I like to see this sort of small gap as we wrap up day number 2 when we set the match point.
I hope this actually will follow like how day 2 will be as well. But I have to give it, Vietnam region has been giving us a very good first impression when it comes to the grand final. 4 teams, all 4 of them actually in page 1. Whilst we do have Homebois MAQNA still not budging from the single digit, they got eliminated, and like I mentioned before, they're being picked off 1 by 1. It did not turn out so well during the group stage, and they're still performing the same like how they did during their fall. The fall of their overall performance. So I hope they will go back to the drawing board, knowing the fact, try to split too far coming up from Homebois MAQNA did not turn out so well for them.
And Hail Esports did not get a single placement points as of now. So that's something for them to work on. They'll have an extended break. Same goes for us as well. When we're back, it's going to be another eArena match. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys after this break.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has two main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And There are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
PMGC champion!
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open Ghost Crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service. Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
For 2025 PMSL Free Falls, and that's a wrap for our first 3 matches. And the games were super fun, and our crowd was absolutely full of energy. And now we're right here with our player, KTN from Mixer Gang. All right, and we have a lot of some of interview. The first question is, just 2 games in the grand finals, you already secure a winner chicken dinner for Thailand. So how do you feel?
ก็คิมโทนี่ค่ะเพิ่งผ่านไป2เกมเราก็ได้ไก่มาให้ประเทศไทยแล้วค่ะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างเอ่ยตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็มีแฟนคลับชาวไทยมาเชียร์ด้วยครับ
I'm feeling so great at the moment because we have so many Thai fans today.
Yeah, so many Thai fans. I heard that a lot of energies all the time, right? And this is your first grand finals in PMSL. How different do you think playing here compared to PMNC Thailand in terms of gameplay?
คำถามถัดมาค่ะคิมโทนี่ก็อันนี้เป็น PMSL นะคะ Grand Final รอบแรกของเราเลยเนาะทีมเราแล้วก็ถ้าให้เทียบกันค่ะกับรอบ PMNC นะคะสไตล์การเล่นหรือรูปแบบการเล่นแตกต่างกันมากไหมคะ
ก็มาใน PMSL ทุกอย่างมันเร็วไปหมดครับคิดช้าทำช้าไม่ได้ตายก่อนครับ PMNC ก็มีช่องโหว่เยอะกว่าครับ
When it's come to PMSL, we have to think really quickly compared to PMNC. While we played in PMNC, we have some time to think and to react or even communicate with our team. So quite different at the moment.
Because the PMNC have more time, right? And being in the grand finals with such a lively crowd right here in Central World Bangkok, now how do you feel about playing the competition with live audiences?
ก็คำถามถัดมาค่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างคะเราอยู่ที่เซ็นทรัลเวิลด์บ้านเราเองเนาะแล้วก็รู้สึกยังไงคะที่เรามาเล่นในรอบนี้แล้วก็มีคนดูอยู่กับเราด้วยค่ะใน PMSL Fall ค่ะ
ก็สนุกดีครับเวลายิงตาแล้วมีเสียงเชียร์ครับ
ก็ด้วยOh, sorry. Okay, when it's come to playing here as our home base, we feel really quite good for our fan when it's come to lively crowd here. And when we have a shot or have a point of elims, we got a slumber of the crowd.
Oh, have full support, right? Okay, and your teams look like the crowd favorites as the arena tremble when your team secure the winner chicken dinner. Do you have any words to your fans?
คำถามสุดท้ายค่ะคิมโทนี่ก็เวลาที่เรามาอยู่ในที่เล่นตรงนี้นะคะแล้วก็ในรอบนี้เนี่ยเราอยู่กับคนดูตรงนี้แล้วมีอะไรจะฝากบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณที่เข้ามาเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมนะครับพวกผมก็จะเล่นให้เต็มที่ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
Thank you for being here and rooting for us at this time for all Thai teams and as the representative of Mixer Gang we will do our best.
Okay, and thank you so much for being here today and wishing you the best for this tournament to get that chicken dinner. The thrill and excitement are still waiting for us. Let's head into match 4 and now I will hand it over to our caster.
Oh, they deserving when it comes to the side of the interview just now on the side of Mixer Gang, of course. When it comes to their first time in grand finals, I have to give it. They show us some impression here for first half of the day before. I don't know if after the break, will they get impacted or not?
Yeah, that's going to be the question, right? Like consistency is going to be something of an importance here, especially when it comes to the grand finals where you only have a handful of games. Now they did score the chicken dinner. 3 eliminations might not be that much, but still a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner at the end of the day. So great work there for Mixer Gang. Plus it is their first time here in the grand finals, but they're still able to bring it back home for the home fans to cheer about. They're so far the only Thai team to be able to score a chicken dinner.
That's true. And early on, before we had Team Secret and Xaviers, despite a lot of dominating coming out from the Vietnam region here, Mixer Gang, I'm surprised. You know, usually a first team that the team that just debuted in their PMSL grand finals, they get a bit shaky, getting a bit nervous. Sometimes we call it as choke when it comes to fighting against legacy teams like the Vampires, like the Xaviers, even BTR or teams like Alter Ego and Groom that used to hold that trophy once upon a time. But, you know, when it comes to them, they don't have a candle world. They know what they're made of. They know their objectives are, and they know that they can't take down any teams. It's about whether they still believe it after the second half or not. But when it comes to the top 4 gunslinger, we have to give it these Xaviers, especially I think Lamborghini, has been putting out so much damage for the team.
Oh yeah, he came in as the MVP, and their team scored the chicken dinner. So far it's been a good performance for the Xavier overall. especially as compared to during the group stages. They've been doing so far so good. Team Secret as well, they scored the first chicken dinner, coming up with the second most amount of damage. And then we have Boom Esports, also last minute coming into the grand finals, but able to come up with a decent performance. And of course, our drip team, Blue Squad, also up here. And here's the summary of the chicken dinners that the teams have gotten so far. Team Secret, Mixer Gang, and the Xavier. No repeat yet, but we are going to repeat the same OG map, Erangel.
And there's going to be the last Erangel. When it comes to the last Erangel, you know, Cloud, it's going to be gun blazing out there. Everybody will try to take down any single team since the first stage. We've seen this before. When it comes to getting aggressive, this is the map they're going to go for every single day. So I expect a lot of gunfires even before they manage to land all the teams down there. So when it comes to the last Erangel, keep your eyes out and watch out for all the teams that are aggressively trying to find those points.
But watch out for the latest update of PUBG Mobile version 4.0, where you can get more stable frame rates, more smoother combat. Well, it's been a while now since this update has been out, and we've been reminding you almost every day and every day in this channel as well. So make sure you do it right now, because you don't want to miss out on the reduced lag and also the super smooth gameplay with PUBG Mobile version 4.0. And of course, it comes together with a lot of other new events as well, so no reason not to update your game.
Yep, it's an easy task, a simple one. And also when you combine the update with the latest device of Techno, a lot of you guys asking what are devices that the player is using. I'm repeating myself here. It's Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G. This is the device the players are using right now. It's also the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Super League this time, and it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS. Also, it has a huge screen, 6.67 inch with 1.5K AMOLED display at 144 Hz refresh rate. That also gives you a huge battery life of 6000 mAh battery, 70 watt ultra charge, so you can charge it very quickly, and also 30 watt wireless charging for those of you who don't like those wires that clustered up together. And also it's not just a phone, it's a phone that's being used by the pro players right now playing. If you guys want to update your PUBG Mobile and also need a combo with a new device, check out Techno Pova 7 Ultra 5G. Now, back to business we go. We've seen a lot of the damage output coming up from Vietnam region teams and also coming up from the Indonesian team. But we don't see any Indonesian teams actually scoring any chicken yet, despite we have MXG as the only Thai teams that actually managed to secure chicken. Will be Indonesian teams next, since they have been putting out a lot of damage so far.
I guess if I were to pick one Indonesian team that has the potential, I'll probably still go for BTR. After looking at how VOIN, Boom, they're coming up. I would say maybe if I want to add in maybe Boom, but I'll probably give the top seeding to BTR and then Boom. Now on the other end, interestingly, Alter Ego hasn't been performing, so that's why they are not on top of my list. And I think it's quite obvious to say the amount of points that they have collected, but it's not as easy to find out like exactly why is Alter Ego not able to perform as consistent.
I think the only time we get to see Alter Ego perform when 3 out of the 4 players actually got eliminated and left with only Rosemary. That's the only time usually he will perform. For some reason, I don't know why. But at the same time, don't disregard and don't discount on GLU. They wiped up 3 teams just now. And I'm not complaining. I'm looking forward, GLU, to actually score this one as well, because I want to see what can they pull off with their outfit, and when it comes to lifting the trophy, how would this celebration will be. But it's a bit too soon for us to talk about that when it comes to the trophy side. But who will set the tone for the benchmark of Smash Rule Point? Now, the Smash Rule Point is going to be super important. It's going to be the objective for the most teams out there, especially teams at the second page. We talked about Heal and Homebois MAQNA, especially Homebois MAQNA, who barely budged from a single digit. They don't want to actually leave out too big of a margin between them and the Smash Rule Point, because the last day is going to be difficult for them to have even the hope of trying to lift the trophy. Now, it's right now is the best time for them to close up the gap, and I do hope the top teams get eliminated early, because then tomorrow we're gonna set a different tone entirely.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a preview of what happened in the previous round where Team Secret went out early and then Vampire went out somewhere after that as well. So that opened up the opportunity for all the other teams to try to close the gap. Now, whether they overtake Team Secret or not might not be the most important thing, but as long as they close the gap, they put themselves in contention for hitting the match point, that'll be good enough. So that same goes for same saying goes for like the teams on page number 2. But we're also going to check out the teams that we put out here. Were we late? Nah, not this time.
For me, Team Secret is a bit late, very late for me. They scored the first chicken of the day. Just to recap for you guys, MXG got the second, D Xavier's got the third. Now, I do want to see Alter Ego can actually pull it off for once this time or not. I like your picks though. The Vikings didn't do so bad when it comes to their performance. So far, I have to say the rookie teams coming out this season, the fresh new blood, seems to be giving more impression, better than the legacy teams. That's a nice toss just now.
Yeah, which is the part that we can turn on the music, right? But okay. Yeah, never mind. Oh well, hopefully maybe if they still do the performance tomorrow, maybe a bit of a suggestion for us to turn on the music and enjoy their moves. Alter Ego's not really enjoying though.
The question is, do they even have a music? I think it's based on the cheering. Probably, yeah. Look at the crowd. A lot of Vampire eArena fans out there. In the meantime, it also gives a lot of pressure for Vampires in eArena to perform, which they have not been doing so well so far.
Yeah, haven't had the best of performance yet. But today is more of like, okay, keeping pace. Tomorrow we'll be setting the match point. Can we say that Vampire hasn't really been performing? They're still somewhere up there, so they're still alright. eArena, they started off the day at first place with the most points as their starting points, but it's slowly sliding down right now. Then they are somewhere in the middle of page number 1. So the fans here will need to channel all their energy towards their favorite team. We can see eArena, we have Vampire Esports. I mean, that's natural, right? Being a home team.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the boost or the buff coming up from the crowd. But also at the same time giving you sort of a double blade effect. If you don't want to get disappointed with your performance, also you don't want to disappoint your fans who came all the way. But for the side of Mela, I have to give it, Mela have been doing quite okay and quite well when it comes to his individual performance. But as a whole team, we don't get to see the Vampires really pushing it out as a full 4. We've seen them doing it as a duo, and they're doing great as a duo, of course. Every single one of them have to the level of global levels that we do know of. But this is the season where we're gonna bring up the Tony K question again. Yes, we have Tony K on eArena, but not Tony K on Vampires. I feel like this somehow impacted overall of Vampires' performance if you compare with the last few seasons where they do had Tony K in play.
I guess even without Tony K, they are still pretty solid, I think. At least based on the group stages, the 2-week group stages that we have seen, still pretty solid. I can imagine that if there is Tony K, then perhaps it would be like a 2-4 sort of performance. But considering that they brought in like 2 new players in the lineup, they're still able to maintain a level of performance. I would still give it to Vampire.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see, because so far we're still waiting and they still not showing us any outstanding performance. It is the grand finals. We're expecting some bombastic plays, but we get to see whether these teams finally get to reset themselves after the extended break or not, and we finally get to see them to perform in the last Erangel here today.
Final Erangel before we switch up the map into Miramar. This is it. We had a very, very interesting first Erangel circle today. The second one was okay, somewhere in the middle of the map. This time, what kind of circle are we going to get?
Slightly down on the south side. Will it be a northern circle, or will it be another generous circle where we had before around Pochinki, Ruins, Rozhok? Who knows? We're gonna have to wait and see for that one. But eArena dropping quite early. They're gonna go to a side of Jogo 4. When it comes to SMB, we had plenty of teams on top of SMB. We had 4 before. I don't think it's going to be the same case this time, depending on the decision of the IGL this time around. But for Vampires, they're dropping where they used to. It's going to be Primos, feels like home and very familiar for them. But the other teams I talked about, like, I don't really like when teams get picked off. Unfortunately, TODAK seems to be playing that game again. They're scattered a bit far across Gatka region. Every single one of them will have their rendezvous point, probably trying to go and find their own objectives like vehicle and what sort. But Nova of Noy, is it going to be round 2? Team Secret is dropping himself there, but I think it's just going to be them possibly. SMB complete! SMB circle, this is what we'll be living for, Cloud.
Wow, 2 out of 3 today SMB circles. The circle gods have been clearly saving it for the finals. Not complaining at all. But I want to zoom in onto Milta. I believe there's like at least 3 teams there in Milta area. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we have Alter Ego, MXG. Looks like a hot drop.
Oh, but everyone have their own respective buildings right now. KTN, who just got interviewed. He got an interview, both. But there's no 4th player of MXG right now. I'm looking at only 3 players. I don't know where the 4th player is actually at. Well, the rest of Alter Ego do have a 4. KTN shooting down that door. Rosemary a bit far off. Across the other side of the street. Macarius with only 60 reserve bullet. You have to be very careful of what he's shooting at. Unfortunately, MAQNA taken down. It's going to be KTN getting them a bit of a trade-off. But Macarius, unfortunately, barely lasted a minute. And straight away into the lobby.
Yeah, Mr. MVP out early this time. The 3 players against Alter Ego. Federillas in a fight with Homebois MAQNA Esports somewhere else. And looks like they will lose real to the hands of BTR. Back onto MXG and Alter Ego. Looks like a bit of a stalemate here, but gets low. Position compromise, and he will be shoot down back onto the ground floor.
Comes the rush. MAQNA and Snape going hand in hand. Rosemary is guarding over their cover fire from the back. It's going to be KTN facing against MAQNA. Krypton coming out from the back. KTN! He needs a reload. He didn't have the time to switch it over. Unfortunately, after chicken, after hot interview, it's gone cold. But for Vikings Hill versus each other, it's going to be right on top of the left side bridge here. And it's going to be the hovercraft. You do know you cannot shoot an hovercraft. You need plenty of people, but they're coming out. Strong Axe going down. Tiger Axe trying to go for the reload on his UMP. He couldn't take out that DBS yet. It's a bit too far. Ten's in trouble. But at least they managed to smoke up that hovercraft right now that forced the players of Vikings to get down.
Oh, they got 3 touch. Okay. Hill Esports. But the player's pretty low as well. But Tins out in the open will easily be gunned down by Pazarix. And Hill Esports, they're crawling it back right now. But they have to make a quick reset before the other players or the other teams come in, because this is a military-based circle. You can expect teams to rush in on the left and the right side bridge, and more of them will come.
Wound T probably going to be the last survival for the side of the Vikings. It's a bit too far. But a lot of teams learn from their last mistake, Cloud. A lot of teams knowing the fact that if you're going to come in late for SMB, you're going to have to dig your own grave afterwards. But for TODAK, thanks to Hill, that's a bit occupied against the Vikings before, they couldn't actually stop TODAK from advancing towards SMB. A lot of teams are, paving their way into SMB early on, knowing the fact that it's going to be 100% complete circle in there.
Yeah. That means all in for not only like TODAK, but everyone else. Xavier thinking the same. Well, okay. Oh, but that was break, so he was down, so not really a threat. Here's a bit of a replay here. Alter Ego. Okay. Trying to find their power, their vigor again after winning that fight.
They were shouting against MXG, who's happened to be just behind them as well. What a taunt. It's a psychological battle as well for the teams here in the arena. It's fun to watch if you actually go live at the arena down there. But for Lapar, speaking of a mental strength, can you actually clutch to go up. We've got one. Might actually get two, but within the doors. Lapa couldn't actually put through. Frenzy finish off Lapa straight away. That's going to be Oracle losing one man early on with a revival towards the side of Tom. Depp just arrived. It's right on the south of Sonovska military base already for the side of TODAK and RQ. Well, they're coming in early. A lot of teams coming in early, and it's not many places they have the space to take all 16 teams here. Well, any is only left with 15, but Shamil is going to be the vehicle hovercraft again to take down Federales, shutting down the Filipino Terminator. Next is going to be Rat Face.
The moment Shamil comes out, quick work to finish off Red Face, and that's going to be it. Now they're chasing the remaining members of BTR. Come on. Give them space. Oh, Vexy fires back.
Yeah, Vexy trying to explode those vehicles. That hovercraft is such a tank. But Vexy with 43 reserve bullet. Couldn't waste any more of those bullets. Nate taking on TODAK. There's going to be a SMB as well. Durales. Razy will try to go and save him. Limboy bleeding out as well. Homebois are in shambles. For the side of BTR. Vexy's down. It seems like down to only Razy to do all the work for now. We don't see the third or fourth players. Federales got finished off in an instant by Shamil. It's going to be Razy towards Kim. No, he's actually going to flee. Oh, there you go. Oh,
and that's Kim.
Why?
Okay.
Why Shamil needed his own teammate just now? They can actually go for revival.
Not sure about that. Is that a mistake or something? Okay. But at least he's able to pick up. So, okay, that's at least he's able to recover. Oh, by raising a Shamil. Oh no, this is bad.
He finished off Kim, who's being knocked down before. He needed his own teammate for no reason, and that's going to be Limboy taken out by Vax. That's very perplexing. I don't know what to say, man. I'm speechless because you can actually pick him up. Why did you want to nade your friend? I think he was intentionally want to go for the smoke grenade. Probably.
Not too sure about that as well, because it kind of looked like, hey, you don't really need to do that. Then it all just happens. And then get countered by BTR. So it's like, okay. Not too sure, but definitely something they need to work on. Slight good news, if any, is that they are in the double-digit club, but, you know, it's still not much for Homebois MAQNA.
Oh, it's going to be a bridge circle. It's going to be right side as well. Team Flash can gatekeep this circle if they want to stop the advancement of all the teams on the right side of the bridge. But it also comes in for the teams that's still inside of the main peninsula. We'll go to the left side of the bridge instead, knowing it's going to be heavily towards the right side bridge. So they will take the other way around. They still have plenty of time because stage 2's just hit. They still got plenty of time to actually advance into it. But Hale spotted out Wunti, and that's going to be the last member of the Vikings. Now, the middle pack, a majority of them got eliminated or inside of the blue zone. This gives plenty of room on the top to just stretching the gap even further, with the Xaviers now overtake the first place from Team Secret.
Wow, most of the top teams still in it, so that's where they will add in the points. And the gap will continue to be there versus the teams of page number 2. Well, let's see. I guess one of those teams that wouldn't mind more points is Alter Ego. A good opening with 4 elimination points, but definitely need more. And with the glider, they should be able to get into the circle or in the military island. I don't foresee any resistance for now.
And they got themselves a good pilot on that glider as well. And so far, coming up from the south, we do know when it comes to SMB just now, plenty of teams already make their way in. It's just a matter of time whether they get spotted or not. But they're taking themselves quite some time in the blue zone still. And managed to... Oh, they go find a landing spot. Oh, these Avies around the corner. They need to get in as fast as they can. Seems like Lamborghini did not spot them out just yet. These Avies, they are on the rush. They're pretty much in a rush to get into the circle for these Avies. So I guess they want to play the center of the circle. But we do have plenty of teams still inside of the main peninsula. That's going to be VOIN, GLU. Majority of the Indonesian region teams still inside of this main peninsula. BTR, on the other hand, After we saw that splat going on against Federales, and left with only 2 players.
2 players with 4 points and 12 teams left. So it's still going to take quite a while before they reach gaining placement points. But they're still keeping pace though, BTR. Of course, today is more of like, okay, we keep pace with the top. Tomorrow, we see if we can be the one that hit the match point. And if that's going to be the objective of majority of the teams, BTR, at least they are still on point. So they will still be okay. And they still have 2 more rounds to go today to add to the point tally.
Oh yeah, that's true. They're not that far off for them to actually chase the #1 spot as well. As long as they don't get eliminated, of course, they need to play for the ranking points right now with 2 players remaining. So I assume they're going to hide for a bit longer and just wait things out around the coastline possibly. Team Flash, unfortunately, their gatekeeping is not working out at all, but maybe this bridge will be their saving grace after all. With the circle shifted slightly towards the right side again, means 100% of the bridge is still in there. But for Boom, well, they're going to take things a bit slower. But they will and can gatekeep the teams that are coming in late on top of that bridge. Last time we saw 2 or 3 teams still inside of the blue zone. Probably they're waiting that to happen. But these Avians, like I mentioned before, they want to play the center of a circle. And here comes RQ as well.
Going to share the same area now. But at least they are separate buildings, separated by the road. So they can still hold this one, at least for this stage, until the circle shifts away. That is going to be a different conversation. So I don't expect to see like big moves between the 2. Oh, welcome BTR as well. Okay. Just in front of them is RQ. So we're starting to get more. Oh, GK gets Vexy. Okay, that's a long range. Oh, from the top?
Very far indeed. And they're going to go and commit to it, knowing the fact there's only 1 player left, I assume. They've been watching and observing BTR's rotation for them to actually go push in all the way the moment they got 1 knocked down. So they know there's only 2 players inside of BTR right now. Team Secret down to only Razy. They know exactly where he's at. It's just a matter of time to get cornered down. Will RQ be in this business too? We're gonna have to wait and see. If Razy tried to run the other way around, have to be extra careful. The shots from RQ might be crucial for him to avoid. But Razy got himself a very small shack. Can see the shots coming up towards this side as well. That's going to be in a very small screen. Boom and GLU. But unfortunately, BTR bowing out early.
Yep, so no place on points, only elimination points of 4. That doesn't change too much of their current placement. And it doesn't help that also that Team Flash, Boom Esports, Vampire is still in the game. For Glue Squads, one of those teams on page number 2 that is looking for a rise. Boom Esports will make it through as well. Not as many gatekeepers this time. Here comes Mastery. Oh, he's taking damage as well. Oh no. He won't be able to heal up in time.
Oh, nope. You will not do that. But at least the rest of the teammates of Boom is still behind him somewhere. And he get actually do a lot of damage to the players that remaining on the side of GLU Jets now with the left of only 2 of them. On the side of Boom, well, they have their teammate, so they're going to be okay. But for GLU, no more. There's only 2 of them left. So they try to go for the high elevations ground instead and try to get there as fast as they can. But bad news for GLU. Last time we've seen there's plenty of teams around here, including Team Secret. Who knows? And been watching and waiting. And it's just a matter of time to get rushed in as well. But the circle string will go down south, possibly will. Stretching down to his Team Secret, where that's supposed to be the center of the circle. Well, there's only 2 players of GLU in between. Well, we're looking at Team Secret. They're having all the fights going on, trying to gatekeep the bridge and trying to deal with what's behind them at the same time.
And there's still this very, very top of this peak. Still in the circle. But stage 5, we don't know yet. As of now, as long as it's still within the circle, it will still be a very good spot for Team Secret. VOIN gonna come in a little bit later, tanking the blue. Same goes for eArena as well. But teams are starting to take point within the circle, so they need to be prepared to fight if they want to get one of those prime positions. And that's exactly what VOIN must be thinking right now. They're prepared for it to take these fights against their adversary, Hail Esports.
Yeah, they're waiting there for a long time, but for Voxy, it's not going to go down easily. They will have to fight through. He'll reach us down as well. Zeta down to only 10% of HP here. Need to get himself a reset, find himself a cover for him to just go for the first aid. For VOIN, I have to say, they fight their way through well. Hill seems to be being breached by the rest of VOIN right now. With Richard knocked down. That gives them only 3 players remaining, with the Xaviers now taking a fight against Rosemary. That's going to be the center fight. But VOIN spotted out boom players from afar. That's a very long shot, by the way. Well, they have a different team to deal with. They are taking the fight even further. And the shots fired back for VOIN. They have to be aware of Hills coming up from the back. Look at the nade being tossed, possibly by Tree Touch later. This might be it, but unfortunately, Hill got sandwiched badly. Not just by Team Flash, not just by VOIN, but his eArena as well just arrived. Leaving only, I think that Tree Touch is the last player remaining outside of Hill.
I guess MAQNA creating the smoke bridge. I don't think he can save Krypton in time. But still, he has to move forward, regardless. And Xavier will be waiting though. And that is Alter Ego. Good start for them, but not the best of ending for this round.
A lot of teams having a great start, but having a difficult ending here in this round. Including GLU, last play KF. And Team Secret will keep the pressure on. Juke and GK, this combo will not let him get out alive, but he managed to get into this second house. Slightly bigger for the room. Those are Tree Touch across the other side. They didn't spot him out because all eyes on KF. Juke finally finish off the job for Team Secret. That's going to be 5 eliminations. They're not showing any sign of slowing down at all. And don't forget, these Xavier's already scored himself 8 elimination at stage 4. With stage 4, we only have 8 teams remaining. Stage 4.
Oh, but Team Secret might lose a player here. Let's see, still waiting for the confirmation. And that's Ganyang. Oh, RRQ got Juke, okay. But still 2 players. And you did point out now we are 8 teams left. So that means every team is starting to bring in play some points, including Team Secret. Circle-wise, let's see, who will it be favoring? Team Secret, they managed to get down to the lower ground and they will have the blessing of the circle. Same goes for Team Flash and Boom Esports, also RRQ.
Team Flash got a bonus there with an airdrop. I think that's double airdrop just next to Tops. Not just one, make it 2. But unfortunately for eArena, the moment he got run towards that rock, that's not going to be the miracle rock. That's going to be a disaster rock. And with Voxy finish off a Joker as well. Mormon just arrived hoping to run down anybody, but he missed. At the same time, that bullet needs a reload for Voxy. But the rifles get reloaded, but at the same time, they need to save on Potato. He will try to cover Potato for a barricade with that vehicle, pop the smoke. While Zeta, on the other hand, spotted out maybe TODAK, who managed to flee. And leaving with 1 play left for eArena. Oh, Mormon. For Tops. Oh, Team Flash is dominating this circle right now.
Oh, even eArena, they lost another player. So now it's only Turney K left for the team. He's in the middle of the circle. He should get the next phase, but if Team Flash chooses to push this compound, that's it. Unless he can pull off a big clutch. But Turney K right now, he's hoping for the best to be able to hold on for as many positioning points as possible.
Oh, but Team Flash, here comes the master of the Pathum Wan. And we've been looking, these 2 teams have been fighting each other for plenty of time when it comes to the group stage. These Xaviers, how do they respond towards Team Flash's presence? They're also Team Secret. All the Vietnam teams already in here. The same area as well. Well, VOIN spotted out these Xaviers. Lamborghini Ichi to start to make a move. But TODAK unfortunately bombarded by 0. That's going to be the last player of eArena. Another one taken out into the lobby back. Down to 7 teams while these Xaviers prepare themselves for the next battle against either VOIN or Team Flash.
Yeah, the next battle might be in about 1 minute, 20 more seconds, as most of the teams have managed to secure a good spot within the circle for themselves. The best is, I would say, definitely in the middle. But if any team want to make that preemptive strike, it could be VOIN, since they want to manage the circle early. And if they can somehow win fights against like the Xavier, like maybe even Team Flash, then they can have an easier entry to move in to the next stage of this circle.
I'm looking at how wide Team Flash has actually separated themselves. I think they're assuming like maybe these teams will go pit each other out. They just want to go for the third party, finish off and get those elimination points instead. But for Vampires, they just arrived as well, coming up from the southern side. VOIN on the other hand still have a full squad, but Foxy being left slightly behind compared to all the others. Potato is there in case he needed help. But for Vampires, do they park here or they go straight into the center where Boom's actually at with those compounds? Because right now in the center, there's plenty of compounds still available for the teams. But Team Flash, despite they had the circle before, they resort to playing on the outside instead. Look at how wide they're spreading out. But for VOIN, Foxy is a bit too far off. He's feeding the information from the southern side towards the rest of his team. But it's down to the circle. If pulled downwards, it's going to be Boom with that compound. But unfortunately, Team Flash still holding the upper side, but D Xavier's got the center. It's quite dangerous for D Xavier's right now. It's quite an open space, but there are some elevation. Those hills will cover them temporarily. But for the teams on the outside of the circle, there's going to be a battle between RRQ and Team Secret because RRQ, they have to fight through Team Secret to get into the circle.
Yeah, so this fight is inevitable for RRQ. Now they're prepping up themselves, getting into their vehicles. And 15 more seconds before the zone starts to close. Crashing directly on the Team Secret, or are they going to navigate around the buildings of Novo to cut through the other side? But still, that doesn't mean that they're in the circle. But at least they close the gap with Team Secret. But by the time they reach Team Secret, well, hopefully the fight is in the circle and not the outside.
Oh, Vampire just arrived. The moment they just arrived, it's going to be open fire for their side. It's going to be Boom taking a bit of jab against the Red Bull and Mela. Mela straight away, they responded quickly with that double nade tossing over towards Zero. While we're looking at the nade flying over, it's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ. It's 2v2 between these two teams. They managed to take down on GK. How will Zerus go and save the day here? Nepeko and Gunyang inside. And Zerus popped the smoke, hoping nobody will shoot him out. But Zerus, it's going to be difficult for him to get into the other side where his mate's being taken down just now. It's 2v1 at the same time with so many teams watching out this side as well. For Zerus, making it closer. Oh, it's just a matter of time. They're taking out all the S12K out. Well, they managed to revive on Gen 4, Zerus! Oh! These Xaviers!
From a long distance, they had to do it from the inner side of the circle. But because of that kind of activity, they are able to bring in 9 eliminations already. And with Team Secret out, BTR out, they are pulling away for sure. Unless the Vampire and Team Flash can come up big later on. But with this kind of circle, it's looking really good for D Xavier to do more of that.
I have to say, almost a clutch, that one. He was almost to 1v3 by himself, only to be interrupted by D Xavier's in the very last minute. But here comes Vampires. Do they respond to D Xavier's gunshot just now, or do they go to a sort of VOIN? But D Xavier's, I see that they actually start engaging against VOIN, and VOIN spotted out Vampires. It's a three-way battle between these three teams. But in the meantime, Team Flash is still waiting things out. And RRQ barely got the circle here. They have to advance forward.
And here comes RRQ moving towards the position of Vampire. That might be their next challenge. But also we need to see where the circle will go. Stage 7, 25 more seconds. But at least RRQ, they're doing the scouting work. No harm in gathering information while deciding on what to do next and where to go. But it looks very likely that they might give focus onto Vampire. But yeah, it depends on what kind of circle we're going to get in about 10 more seconds.
Oh, waiting for the circle to pop. What is Xavier's uneasy. They spotted RRQ. They know a lot of information regarding the VOIN placement, regarding RRQ position. And they even got themselves the circle. And Team Flash, they're not taking any action yet, knowing the fact there's still plenty of teams out there. They're waiting for the golden opportunity where there's less opponent to go against. They know that if they start open fire now, things will actually just go towards their side. All eyes will be on them instead. But for Lamborghini, he's trying to get himself an upgrade of loot. And here comes Zeus, creeping from behind. He knows exactly where Lambo's at. He managed to just flee right at the amount of time. While these Avians regroup once more, they have to deal with Team Flash from the back as well. They cannot tunnel their vision downwards to his RRQ only.
It's crazy how this circle is actually kind of hard shift towards the north. leaving a lot of teams at the south on the outside, and everyone needs to push in. But teams like Xavier, who's playing in the middle of the circle, can't stop them from coming in and bringing those elimination points for themselves. And here comes this nade onto RRQ. It will secure their first against RRQ, looking for more. Ganyang and Napeko is still around the corner. A big nade onto Xavier. Lots of damage onto Nate and Lamborghini. They have to fall back.
They couldn't see the nade coming through due to the smoke just now. Here comes a nade, another one toss, but nothing seems to be connected. But this one will knock down on Lambo. Ganyang really know how to pin down the Xavier to a corner. And the Paco now trying to close at this and try to see what's right across the other side of the hill here. Can spot out a couple of silhouettes, but there's also Team Flash coming up from behind. Ganyang, the rest of RRQ now wrap around to the side of the Xaviers. Cornered them down to a box. Well, Vampires also start to engage at the same time. Levi still have a fight on Ganyang knocked down. Parajan, he needs to pick and choose which angle he wants to go for. And Napeko will be his target. But Napeko managed to take down on Parajan. Here comes Nate. And with the rundown coming up from the side of Vampires as well. Speaking of third party is here. And they finish off the job. Vampires, speaking of third party timing, that was to perfection.
Well, that drive-by, I thought it wouldn't hit, but it still did at the end of the day. And Vampire Esports, not out on it yet though. Tops managed to get a knock on the Dewey. Well, we still have stage number 8 coming soon. Exactly right now. And it favors Team Flash towards the north again.
Team Flash have been waiting it for the longest time. Split himself into a triangle just now. But for Vampires, they need to help Gooey. But the bullets flying over towards Red Bull is no joke. It's going to be coming out from the side of Team Flash. Lazarus, aka Straps, trying to find the position of Team Flash, but they're hiding themselves so well for the side of Team Flash. They're playing a sneak and peek towards the side of Vampires and easily take them one out. They're playing around the slope of the hill, so they will not be visualized by any of the players from VOIN or Vampires at this point. Nobody spot them out here, Cloud. VOIN will see Vampire first.
Yeah, and thanks to the terrain, right? They have a bit more cover. Attempt by VOIN to lob nades across in case any of them do knock. But no return at all. Not even the damage. But let's see if Team Flash should be able to come in. Not going to be a problem. They do have tops as a marker, so that's going to be okay. I guess the next challenge will be for Vampire Esports to come in while managing both VOIN and Team Flash.
They know they're the only one that knows exactly where Team Flash at for Vampires, but VOIN probably will be interested to know what's the other side of the hill. If you're looking at Zeta and Razak, they all spotted out the rest of Team Flash where they at. They spotted out those vehicles and those smokes as well. But as Straps pushing in, it's a bit of a risk for Vampires to make a move first, since they have lesser men compared to VOIN. VOIN do still have full 4-man squad with plenty of trouble still on this side. While on the side of Team Flash, they only have one hand grenade and many smokes, yes. But will be enough to confuse the rest of the team that's still remaining here. And running down of their bullets, Zeus only have 71 reserve bullets right now in his magazine. It's not going to be enough for the side of Team Flash. But VOIN, they spotted out Team Flash. Here comes the nade flying over and Wen is down. Will they go for the side of Vampires? Will they go for the push? They will have to.
This could be a big opening here. Let's see if they can get more. As Red Bull with the ghillie suit, he spots a target. It's going to be Zeus just right below them. And he should be able to get it, but here comes VOIN. They're going to take advantage as a third party from the inner side of the circle. They have the circle advantage. And now, all they need to do is just to come in, clean up, and claim the chicken dinner. First chicken dinner in the grand finals for the Indonesian region.
Well, Team Flash, they've been waiting, but due to their aggressiveness against these Xaviers just now, just exploited their positions while they've been waiting there for a long time. But for VOIN, I agree. They're the housekeeping team and they don't need to put too much effort. Might as well just get those elimination and a chicken with it. What a combo just now to secure the third and the last map Erangel here today with VOIN. Well, I did warn you just now, Claire. I feel like the Indonesian team will actually get this chicken based on the damage performed early on. But when it comes to VOIN, they've been trying to run down these players by those vehicles. It didn't work out quite right. But for Vampires, with only 2 players just now again, they managed to secure in the top 4 still.
Yeah, and it's still a consistent performance by like Xavier as well. So we need to look at the score later. But now, of course, we're going to celebrate VOIN Esports. Everybody contributed to the elimination points in this round. So that's a total of 8 eliminations. So 18 points in this round. But if we were to look at who might be very likely to be the MVP, I guess it's going to be Voxy. Most damage, most eliminations. I don't see any other stat that will not favor him to be the MVP. So it should be pretty straightforward that VOIN has him as the MVP. But of course, team effort, everyone contributed in terms of eliminations and also damage output, including the IGL Potato as well, with this timing of rotating into the circle with this sort of military-based circle that's always challenging and never fun for the teams, but of course, fun for us. It's great to see how these teams manage those timings. Let's check out the highlights.
And with this sort of circle, either you go very early in or very late into that sort of circle. And VOIN proves that coming in very late rotation into the circle pays well for them. 1,839 damage, 64,000. And they coming up from Severny just now we've seen. But the rest of the team also kind of same amount of damage. 1,000 over, 1,300, 1,500, 1,200. But I have to agree with you. The Xaviers today has been very consistent indeed. When it comes to the grand finals, they showed up.
Yeah, only round 2, they didn't really bring in that much, but they still brought in a few points. The rest of them, they did perform well, and obviously the chicken dinner too. Now, MVP, no surprise here. We're going to celebrate Voxy this round. 3 eliminations, 642 damage with a 12% hit shot. But of course, being such a difficult circuit to manage, survival time. They're able to survive it to the end, obviously. That's why they brought in the chicken dinner, and Voxy well deserves it. So we did see Voxy having a good week as well during week number 2. So now it's all about bringing him to the table in the finals.
I still remember his 1,645 damage last time that he clutched it out with Potato last when it comes to getting those, almost getting those chicken. But for VOIN, 80 points this time. The Xavier 16. Vampire 30 points. Team Flash is where single digits start to begin. Team Flash with 8. Team Secret is 7. RQ with a 6. We have a 5 down here. Boom and Hill. At least Hill do have better progress. This time is slow but steady. But MXG, unfortunately, going from hot, very hot indeed early on, now going all out. Cool. Same goes for Vikings. They start to lose the momentum after that standard break. GLU as well. So we can see that after the break, usually it's going to be the reverse of the teams that seems to be quiet before, now rising up with 64 points by D Xaviers. But the gap is still there. It's very small, but it's reachable for Team Secret. Still consistently getting themselves plenty of points in every single map.
Yeah, and with only 5 heads-up points, they're able to propel themselves into number 1 now, leading the chart, overtaking Team Secret. And then we have BTR that's still unchanged at number 3, and we have Vampire Esports and the Team Flash. But switching over to page number 2, double digit for Homebois MAQNA, so a bit of a progress there. But when it comes to overall rankings, not much, still rooted at number 16. Hill Esports will join them at the bottom. No rank points yet. So I guess that's an indicator for Hale Esports to try to find how are they going to survive if they are playing in this grand finals lobby, because no rank points, I guess that's a indicator of their performance.
I hope this is going to be a bit of a game changing for them, since we're changing the map as well, especially the teams at the very bottom, including Alter Ego. Now it's a bit awkward for me to see Alter Ego at the bottom as well, alongside with the teams that, I wouldn't actually blame the teams that since their debut for the grand finals, some of them never stepped into the grand finals before, but for Alter Ego to be down there, that's very questionable. What is happening for Alter Ego as a team right now? Because they're not performing like how they used to. But is it still too early? You're going to say it's still day one, but you do know when it comes to Smash Rule, day one is as important as the last day.
Yeah, here comes Teacher Choo Choo now. Teacher Choo Choo onto Alter Ego. Alter Ego, Teacher Choo Choo says if you don't perform, the rotan is your way, okay? At least PTR still shows some sign, okay? But Alter Ego, Teacher Choo Choo not happy.
Yeah, I expected more when it comes to the gap, of course. But next, we're heading over to Miramar. And so far, it's going to be a lot of Vietnam team. I have to say, Vietnam region has been coming up strong this season. So I don't know if the Xaviers, they're going to take back that trophy, because it shows that they are reserving their best plays just for the grand finals. But what we are not reserving for you guys at home is going to be this. It's been a while now since the update release. It's going to be PUBG Mobile version 4.0.
Yeah, I feel like we're a broken record now. I mean, we've been saying it almost every day, okay? Almost every day. So if you guys have not updated your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0, you already have the game. All you need to do is when you launch the game, it will tell you, hey, there's a new update. You just update. It's as simple as that. So if you have not, for whatever reason, do it right now, because it gives you cooler temperatures when you play your PUBG Mobile at high frame rates.
Well, I mean, if you want to fry, you fry in this one. It's going to be Predator versus 4 Survivors. This is fun. And Unveil coming September 26th, which is today, by the way, is new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode. It's sort of a panic room, but at the same time, there's one Predator that will destroy you. So make sure you guys join in and download it right now. And hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag Unveil, and hashtag PUBG M400. Now, if you happen to be, want to be, the hero of, if you have girlfriends playing with you, this is going to be the best mode to impress her.
Well, if you want to impress her, you can show her that, hey, G-Dragon is collaborating with PUBG Battlegrounds and PUBG Mobile. Just don't let her forget about you after that. Just saying. But if any of you want to try, why not, right? Because it's available right now on mobile. So if you happen to capture any reactions from your girlfriend when they see G-Dragon inside PUBG Mobile, don't forget the hashtag PUBGXGDragon, hashtag PUBGX, PUBGMXGDragon, hashtag PUBGMXGDragon. That's a lot of hashtags for you guys there.
But there's not going to be plenty, because there's a very limited amount and limited on when it comes to time as well. It will available until the 4th of November, which is going to be the Lotus experience that arrive in PUBG Mobile. So make sure you guys take command of the road install and join in the game in-game motor cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus car, hashtag Amira and hashtag EMEA. So it's precision, performance, and exclusivity awaits, and it's only available for a limited amount of time, like I mentioned, 4th of November. Now we're back to it, talking about the teams that performing here. These Xaviers, they are slowly building up the momentum, and right now seems like they're doing okay. And when they stop to build momentum, these Xaviers, they don't stop. If they're still gonna get it through the same like they did in Erangel before, high chance the next Miramar map, they will actually still be in the top 4.
Yeah, I guess we need to give the cue to Team 2 Focus, if not, it won't come up. But yeah, next time I can just put it up, just saying, right? Outer Ego, okay, very different. I was a bit late with the VOIN, okay. I don't know why, it's so happened like since the group stages is such. The Vikings and Hale, ooh, you want to talk about your pick?
Oh, they are the bottom teams right now. And I want to see the teams. Oh, wow. We're starting off with a very strong performance. Yep. There you go. Yeah, they need to give it to Hill and the Vikings for this kind of vibe. But even look at the players, they're looking at the cheerleaders like, how did it even do that? Vampires. We mentioned about not having Tony K, that this impacted them. Then you said they are quite stable. I agree when it comes to stability, they are stable enough. But they have not got the edge like how they used to play when they have Tony K. But just now, you have to give it. So Vampires did score the top 4 just now.
Yeah, Tony K is probably training to be a cheerleader.
Oh man,
don't be surprised if you see him down there, you know, with a skirt or something one day. Doing backflips.
He got pretty face. He can actually pull that off.
And he got a body too.
I didn't see that one, but yeah, okay.
Okay, look at that. He got a package. Yeah.
Okay, he got a package. Okay, that's gonna be it. We're gonna stop there right now. Okay, these Avis, it seems like they are on the roll right now, but Alter Ego, they definitely couldn't actually push through yet. And so far, the only time we get to see Rosemary really perform is where the rest of the teams got eliminated. And left with him and by himself only. I feel like he's restraining himself a bit too much when it comes to working with the team. It feels like he's a bit overthinking, don't want to make a mistake that might cause the whole team to actually fall alongside with his mistakes. So I think that's going to be the case for the side of Alter Ego for now. But this is like the worst performance coming from Alter Ego so far when it comes to the grand finals.
Well, Team Flash definitely not restraining themselves. They have been putting up a good performance. Just that maybe start of the day it wasn't really their game. But as we had this next few rounds, so far they've been showing like, okay, we're back guys, so don't forget about us. And plus they are one of the top seeding teams. All they need to do is maintain the pace for tomorrow, which they should be able to. But Hail Esports, the other end team, no placement points at all. Time to go back to the drawing board. Hopefully the switch of a map would help Hail Esports. A lot more space for them to play, and they can potentially survive longer. Let's head on to Miramar.
I'm gonna switch the vibe a bit, just a little bit, not too much, since we don't have Regal Tower in this one as well. But coming up from Puerto Paraiso, this is probably gonna go all the way to the Oasis on the northern side for this flight path perhaps. But when it comes to this sort of map, we do know it's not gonna be a lot of skirmish early on, unless if the teams decided to hot drop themselves into another team, which we had in the previous wrangle. But there might be some teams that prefer this map over the others, including TODAK. Now, TODAK is a Malaysian team that is not performing so far for the entire day. This should be the map that they love most.
Yeah, we've seen them get multiple chicken dinners in this map, right? So hopefully they have that formula to be able to bring in the chicken dinner for the Malaysian region. Same goes for Homebois MAQNA as well. It's too bad that the two Malaysian region teams are stuck on page number 2. They have not been able to rise up to page 1. With this flight path here, TODAK shouldn't be a far drop for them. They should have an okay start unless they're challenged by any other team. So far, we don't see a hot drop in this round.
Very peaceful start, I assume. But it's going to be probably Truck Stop Circle. It's been a while we actually got Truck Stop Circle. We had it plenty when Truck Stop just got introduced in this map. And now we got it again in Alter Ego. This is the circle they probably would love to play with. But RRQ is going to be the team that's outside of the circle. Speaking of the teams outside of the circle, including GLU, who's dropping himself way down south of Los Leones before. Well, this is going to be Homebois. They're having a bit of a swap. We do know Limboy is one of the key player of Homebois, probably one of their best fragger in terms of the lineup so far. But when it comes to probably due to the different map, they will want to Adeboy to perform this time.
Yeah, all the players who they brought from O2 before this, Adeboy, also a young bright star. Let's see if we'll be able to perform in the grand finals. First time also for Adeboy in the grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia. Now, looking at the rise of the Xavier, Nate T and Paragon actually brought in a lot more eliminations as compared to the rest, but still, it's a team effort at the end of the day. Everybody contributed. and Xavier. That's why they are now on top.
Yeah, usually Lamborghini dished out the damage and got finished off by Paragin or Nate T. And Nate T, when it comes to his nades, and also Paragin when it comes to those vehicles, they've been playing every single equipment with what they have at their best. So they work with what they have at the best performance there. But these Xaviers used to be one of the teams that really perform in this map as well. I want to see if they can actually do the same here once more, because last we've seen they're dropping quite nearby towards Team Flash. I don't know what's the beef between these two teams, but Team Flash happen to be always tailing these Xaviers for some reason, almost all the time. Another team that had a great start early on, but I wouldn't say they dropped their performance, it's just they got eliminated quite quickly early on. But when it comes to the team's overall rankings, they're doing still okay, not too far off compared to these Xaviers. It's quite an early elevation that has been taken by Doki, who barely got enough when it comes to his gears and his supplies.
Yeah, Team Secret, objectively, if we were to look at their current position, they're only like 5 points behind Xavier. Maybe they can close that gap to 1. Because Tam has no idea that Doki is here. Tam is not really committing to the top yet. Oh, GK on the other side. So information definitely relayed back to Doki.
Well, Doki definitely knows he hit those vehicles just now, but I think Tam was probably tailing him. Or maybe he doesn't have a clue. I don't think he has a clue. I agree with you now. It's quite risky for Tam and TODAK. This is the map that should be performed. Doki waiting out for Tam. He doesn't know. There's a clear shot. He's going for it. He will not miss this one. Doki. Now he got himself a lot of freebies out of that. Look at hundreds of ammunition. He doesn't even need to loot up for his gears. It's presented itself towards his side. The TODAK will make a U-turn, knowing the fact they're a bit later. That's why they're trying to get this elevations quite quickly on the side of Doki and Team Secret.
The rest of Team Secret moving in case they can catch anyone. Always spray attempt by Doki. Look at this, TODAK scattering around, deciding on where to go, what to do. Kenny has to be splitted up, moving up north, but he's making a U-turn now. He's on his way to try to join his teammates.
Do they just go back to where they were before? Those high grounds actually plays a big part to get those eliminations as a point. eArena and VPE just next to each other. I guess that's the girlfriend. She's going for eArena. And the boyfriend is like, I want to root for VPE. Okay, each one take one of each. I like the LED. But there's going to be a chair for VPE and eArena right now. Hopefully they can actually turn out quite well. When it comes to Vampires, they are in the top 5. But eArena dropping their performance when it comes to Grand Finals so far. We don't see them getting aggressive yet. I'm saying yet because tomorrow is another day. So I don't know what to expect when it comes to the teams. Tomorrow will be a bloody massacre day, I think. A lot of teams will try to take each other out quite early, I assume.
Yeah, especially the Page 2 teams when it will start to get desperate for them to bring in the points. To not be at like Page 2. One of them is going to be TODAK, but now 3 players versus 4 from Xavier. The numbers don't favor them though. And Xavier, I thought, okay, are they still interested? Lamborghini seems to be backing off. Oh, looks like Xavier. I'm going to let TODAK go.
Yeah, I think it was just a pause from their rotations. They spotted other teams just now. The aim was actually getting into truck stop as fast as they can, but Vampire's already there. Raminas Generalis. Gary next. I think they try to bait information here. They want to know how many teams around them if they actually happen to take truck stop as their next checkpoint. So they know for a fact there's 2 teams nearby. So they put their guard up for that. But there's also teams coming up around Impala area at the coastline. That's going to be RRQ, and I think it's Boom probably going to be around here somewhere as well. Yep, you spotted out. Octa is on the high grounds here, trying to stop the teams coming up from the coastline area. And I'm not sure if RRQ knows regarding the position.
But I like what you say, right, about Xavier just gathering information. So that's okay. Now they know that who's around them. But RRQ, they probably don't know they're being watched by Boom, but they're going to take this very safe approach, passing by Impala, and so far okay. Oh, Doki. Last we checked, he was on that very high ground, or on top of the mountain. If he gets knocked there, it's hard for his teammates to save him.
I don't think he actually went back there, did he? Because they were chasing TODAK just now. Oh, well, this is going to be the perks of getting a horse. You can actually go towards this rough terrain easily, but you can get shot down easily as well. In the case of Shraps, but Doki, yep, he actually went back there. Doki will get revival from GK, but I think Shraps is trying to check things out. How many players are there around that area? But he wouldn't dare to do so, leaving the rest of the teammate quite far. So it's a bit too much at risk if Shraps or Lazarus actually want to go for it. It's going to be La Bendita and Graveyard Circle. Well, BT already got himself in there. Well, we do have plenty of teams still inside of the blue and even outside of a circle. So I assume at the edge of a circle, things will get heated up in probably stage 3 onwards.
Ooh, and BTR has the middle of the circle. But of course, while the game goes, the Xavier Team Secret is still in it. So they can still gain points for themselves. So BTR, focusing on themselves, they have the circle, so they'll be pretty okay. Now, MXG, the team that scored the chicken dinner today for the Thai region, time for them to get in. We're back onto the Xavier. After scouting, so I guess they have enough information, they'll be like, okay, which direction is needed for us to focus on when it comes to like maybe stage 3 or so, depending on how the circle goes. But for now, the information that they have is just for them to keep. I don't expect them to make any big moves since everyone's pretty comfortable in the circle.
At the same time, they have no information regarding vampires that seems to be showing to compound them. On the other hand, Homebois MAQNA, this time they're sticking as a 4, knowing the fact if they go separate ways, high chance they got eliminated, pick off one by one. We do have a very late rotation team that's going to be GLU, still cutting across power grid. They're moving in parallel motion for the rest of the teammate. They're falling in behind. But they are the only ones in the blue zone right now. GLU is taking this a very, very careful. No elimination yet for any of these teams. Stage 3 going to hit soon, and like it or not, Graveyard is going to be that place that everybody wants. But I expect a lot of edges. The circle edge team will fight and cancel each other out first. Speaking of high ground scheme, ooh, so close.
Okay, second attempt. Third attempt.
Oh, flying car.
Scope out. Okay, Kim has to stop. If he exposes himself again, maybe Rosemary would have got him. But now Rosemary, he knows. Is he going down? No. He wants the high ground.
Hey, if any case, I think for Kim, never mind that. I just want to say he lasted longer. And the biggest enemy is his own teammate based on the last performance. But for Rosemary, I think that's going to be him securing 1 point on the side of Alter Ego. He's a bit far off from the rest of Alter Ego right now. Alter Ego, the rest of them don't seem to be nearby to his Rosemary. But for Homebois, he's taking a slower rotation due to Rosemary. That's a very long shot as well. Got a headshot from that far.
At the same time, still in the blue. We'll shift forward to stage 3 soon. So it will depend on how many healing utilities he has. And Homebois MAQNA looks like they're heading towards the northern side to come in. But if they go there, then they'll meet with the Vikings as the circle shift towards somewhere in the middle. Alter Ego also tanking the blue, but they have a decent amount of healing utilities, 4 first aids on one of the players. So that's still okay for stage 3. But Boom Esports, okay, they're going to take the middle.
You can do it. Come on.
Yeah, easy.
But speaking of Alter Ego, seems like they're moving in the same direction as Homebois MAQNA just now. I think they're going to have another go against each other, whilst ROQ will probably going to be the third party. If they not been taken out early, of course. Because Alter Ego right now, they're trying to find those long shots. And try to give as much damage as they can just to paralyze the movement of Alter Ego right now. Sorry, ROQ. For MXG, they're walking straight into Hill, KTN. He's the first one to be eliminated just on the side of MXG. He doesn't want to go through that again. You have to make sure you choose the right direction there. Stage 3 still seems to be very quiet for now. Nobody got eliminated except for one player of TODAK, that's it.
Yeah, TODAK and Homebois MAQNA. So 2 players out. Might see the next one though. Depending on what Krypton will do here. Okay, he does have Gem Force in front. But he cannot move forward because there's a support player on the other side. So at most is gathering information unless you can give a quick damage onto maybe Gen Force. But Gen Force has enough cover. He's still going to go for the wraparound though.
Oh. Moana, Ganyang. There's a bit of greeting done. Or do they want to commit to it? Comes Nate to its Krypton, just mid-air explosion. I think both teams will part ways, knowing the fact they're not inside of a circle yet. Oh, Gen Force is itchy to get to its Krypton. Snape. He needs to make sure that he's reserving a bit of his bullet. It's not as plenty as the other Alter Ego players. Try to stop them from advancing forward. It seems like they are very interested to fight against each other, RQ and Alter Ego. They will part ways now. I think oh, Rosemary, that's a very good shot coming up from RQ. Now on the other hand, Team Flash, boom. Well, another greeting, I assume.
And greeting with a rain of bullets. But this is where we'll start to see a lot more fights happen. We're still at like, what, 62 players, 16 teams. And a lot of teams playing by the edge. So if we look at the southern side, a whole bunch of them. And as the circle will shift, goes onto the inner side. Now TODAK can play the gatekeeping, same goes for Vampire. So it's going to be a very interesting multiple fight session at the south.
Oh, this is where things are going to get heated up. Ready up, ladies and gents. The fight's going to happen. And now it's on action. Team Flash taken down by Octa. Here comes a Zero to finish off with a finishing touch of running down with the vehicle bows. You giving your back towards your team and the opposing team. There's a flying car across the other side. Zeus, the terrain will cover them for a bit, but the blue zone will not give them mercy at all on the side of Boom. They're being forced to stay in the blue by the side of Team Flash. And Zeus when it comes to terrain plays, Team Flash is doing so good playing alongside with this slippery slope as well.
Yeah, and they're managing Boom Esports very well. Leaving with Boom Esports with Mastery now on the other side. And Mastery is busy with D-Saver, so he's caught between 2 different teams. While Team Flash, they can move into the circle now. But Boom, knocked down by Hale. Oh, okay. Hale on the south, getting involved. But Mastery, look at this vehicle, is smoked up, so I don't know if he'll be able to survive this stage.
I still remember Zeus and the rest of Team Flash when it comes to versus another team before. Lamborghini. But at the same time, they always know how to play around the terrain. Like when it's steep slopes, they always know how to, jiggle around it. But for these Avis, they're keeping an eye tight onto the side of Mastery, who's having himself to use those band-aids. But it's going to be stage 4. It's not going to be enough. But Alter Ego versus VOIN is going to be next one. 2 down on the side of Alter Ego. And VOIN seems to be winning this one. But Rosemary saying no with that AUG, shutting down Foxy, the MVP of VOIN, straight away.
Ha 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 ha. Rosemary, headshot onto him. Lots of damage. And Potato playing the support role from behind. Zed's at the forefront, again dealing a lot of damage to Snape. Snape now has to stop to heal, but the blue is not going to give him that opportunity or that much time to heal. Knocked down by Razak from the side.
At least Rosemary managed to pick up on Moana. And Snape, on the other hand, down to 1 HP. And there's going to be play zone, finish him off straight away. For VOIN, they're not giving Alter Ego any room at all. Zeta spotted out by Rosemary. Rosemary almost shredded completely his helmet, almost damaged to complete 0. Zeta spotted out by Zero. There's going to be Team Secret being the third party. This will be a sandwich for VOIN.
And Moana, not much help. Still tanking the blue, hoping to be able to survive this one. And Razak spotted by Rosemary. Moana somehow managed to make it through. But he needs time to heal up now. But Team Secret, they saw whatever happened earlier on. They want a piece of this fight to bring in eliminations for themselves. Interesting enough, Razak is still spending time in the blue. Now he has to cut across to get into the circle, but then again, Rosemary is ready for him to deal the pain. Zero's on the high ground. Razak in a sandwich situation.
Yeah, now who got the point? Is it going to be Alter Ego or is it going to be Team Secret? It's Zero's finishing off. It's still going to be Team Secret's and managed to secure those eliminations. 4 in the back of Team Secret right now. The circle string even further in between the graveyard area. BTR still waiting for anything to happen while Mix again might make that dream come true. Vampires coming up from the south. No much team coming up from the north. So Potato is still plenty of room for him to take cover to last long enough. Because Team Secret now, their next target is going to be the Vikings. And the Vikings also fighting against Homebois. MAQNA, Alter Ego spotted out Team Secret. They're still chasing the tail of Team Secret. Well, when going against 3 of these Xaviers. I don't think he lost it that long, but still valiant effort coming up from the side of Team Flash. But next, TODAK versus RRQ.
Oh, Rosemary alone on the lower ground. Juke comes in. Juke with a high ground advantage. Rosemary still went down. Juke had a little bit of help from GK from the side, so it was a 2v1. And with Juke to get out Moana, that is the end of Alter Ego this round.
Unfortunate enough for them, but for Vikings now being a struggle in the blue zone as well. Wound T fighting for his life down to 1 Homebois, but he couldn't make it through. Muddy Boy, he just swapped in and performing so well for the side of Homebois MAQNA. He literally carrying Homebois behind his back, but Real need the revival, but GK will not give them any room to go for the reset at all. Team Secret, when it comes to getting those very long shots, have been doing it so well. 7.
Oh, 7 already for Team Secret. Wow. Okay, they're on fire this round. And they are close to overtaking Xavier. Xavier is still in the game, so they can also bring in more elimination points for themselves. But if Team Secret focus onto their own performance, looks like Team Secret is back.
They're coming in strong this time. Probably going to chase these Xaviers out from that #1 spot. But for Hill, they barely got any eliminations. They couldn't afford to go down this early still. At least 1 point. You need to get some points, Hill. But for eArena, taunting on the side of Hill, trying to bait them out for the positions. They actually took the bait for Tiger Axe. He didn't even reload his AUG yet. Okay, spotted out the teams from afar with a 4-time scope. So with the M416, spotted out the rest of the members of RRQ. But do they want to commit? There's nobody else coming out from the north. So it's Team Secret. They have no contender from the back at all.
And that's good news for Team Secret. All they need to do is focus on to whoever's in front of them and potentially even bringing in more elimination points. Hail Esports, we're still at 12 teams. We did talk about Hail Esports not able to bring in placement points. Hopefully they'll be able to last longer this time. But their next challenger is going to be last season's champion, eArena in front. And also Mixer Gang. Gen Force. Nowhere to go. That's it.
Where are the rest of his teammates? A bit far. They're being forced to break the formation, I see, for RRQ. Gen Force. That's going to be it for him. It's BTR. Vaxi's down on the ground still. I think BTR will try to go for the revival as fast as they can. But the circle still favors on top of BTR. Well, they've been waiting for all the teams to actually reach where they at for the longest time. It's because all the other teams are a bit busy to deal with all the other contenders outside of the circle. Which means BTR still have to wait it out for now. But for VOIN, last player, Potato. You don't want to get spotted out by RRQ. I think nobody knows about where his position at, but if he's not being careful, his back sticks out. There's also TODAK from behind as well, but it's going to be Federales, BTR. At least their wait seems to be fruitful. They score 1 by 1 points whoever try to get into the center.
Potato praying hard now. Most of those teams around him is on that high ground, so hopefully they're busy with each other. Oh, Hail Esports also joining the high ground party. Not locking themselves on the lower ground, so that's great. So Homebois, MAQNA. The glue squad behind them. Okay. They have to stop on the outside. They're being shot at. No way for them to enter. And their vehicle is smoking up now. KF with the high ground advantage. This is worrying now for Homebois MAQNA.
Oh, at least a minute to get one on down on their feet. Adi boy! What a jiggle against Xbox. He's down to 1 HP, but GK thanks to Team Secret. Homeboys, they managed to survive somehow. Despite they are in the middle of a war zone. In the crossfire, they managed to survive. eArena will try to take them out. But there's so many teams watching over this side as well. And it happens to be in the center. Not so bad at all for Homeboys between the crossfire. But how to get out from here? There's no way out for them. They've been cornered down.
Oh man, it's gonna be crazy. His only best bet right now is to create that smoke bridge and try to move forward. But now TODAK found an angle against Homebois, making his debut in the grand finals. And now not the situation that he wants to be in. His teammate Real just got eliminated by Joker. And eArena, they want to secure this one extra point. Forced to move forward, and Zerus will pick that point up.
Hey, for any day, I think Homebois MAQNA do have to let Homebois play more because he seems to be impacting the teams the most when it comes to their points. They managed to secure 6 for the entire day. It is the most points they ever had over the 5 maps that we had early on. But for MXG, it's going to be Hill. The South is just too concentrated here, Cloud. Look at the minimap. There's nobody coming out from the north except for Team Secret, I think. And Team Secret, they don't have any contender against them. Nobody to stop them from getting to this point. And they're ranking up the point, pushing down the Xavier to second place already.
Ooh, this nade by Vampire. Oof. Let's see if Vampire can bring in a whole lot of elimination points and points in total for them to be the surprise team to catch like Team Secret. But Team Secret, solid with 9 eliminations so far. 1 more to make it 10. Beautiful nade onto Levi's. Didn't get the knock, so Levi's will reset. But 10 more seconds. Look at the amount of teams on this high ground area. That's crazy.
It's just too much right now. Too many. Look at Team Secret. I mean, the high chance they might actually score this chicken here. You already scored chicken early on before, but the circle slightly shifted. Team Secret now have to get into the circle as well. eArena, on the other hand, they had those high grounds, but unfortunately, it just moves away from the circle. Well, we talked about compound. This will not be inside of a circle where Hill and MXG holding on to this compound. It will not be it. BTL still got the sweetest spot there is when it comes to compound in this last few circle. But for Hill and MXG, it's waiting for the inevitable. One have to cancel each other out. And eArena, TODAK, watch out for him. They're trying to take advantage between these two teams, including Vampires. There's actually 4 teams here, but 2 teams fighting and cancel each other out, while the rest of the other 2 teams try to finish off whatever they have left and stole the point away.
Oh, and here comes a Hill Esports reaching through. Mix the gang. But they're ready for it. So we managed to get 3 touch. Looking for the remaining members of Hill Esports. Richard Dex is down as well. Lonely Tiger. What can Tiger do? 50% of health. This nade. Lots of damage. And from the outside, it is Macaris that landed the final blow with a shotgun.
BTR against Team Secret. Since the circle shifted now, like it or not, Team Secret couldn't actually play on the northern side anymore. But for the side of the Xaviers, they lost it inside of this ditch for a long, long time. I don't think Vampires have plenty of troubles since they're not tossing anything here. It all needs 2 Molotov and that's it, job's done to force them out from that ditch. But for Mixer Gang, on the other hand, they kind of cornered down. Couldn't actually get out from the place and probably will die against the blue zone. Vampires, they're not just picking one team and they finish off the last player of VOIN just now. It took them quite a long time to just clear out that ditch. They couldn't actually go and they have no troubles.
Jury has one though, but he's ready for MXG instead. And he'll be happy to pick up those exit frags. And that's MXG eliminated out at number 7. But eArena actually stole away a few elimination points. Ooh, okay, so they actually kind of shared it with Vampire Esports. But here comes eArena rushing in. You blink and you miss a moment. Team Secret out.
Yep, that rush was crucial on the side of eArena, stopping not just Team Secret, but also their ranking points plus their elimination points, because they got the most out of the boards here right now. But finally, somebody with the troubles is here from Vampires. But it's a bit too late now since Nate start to fight back. But Levi is going to be on the ground straight away. Unfortunately for Vampires, when they actually have the troubles to work against the Xaviers, it's going to be Canny coming up from off angle, shutting them down. 2's down. Mela, they're still aiming for TODAK now and leaving the Xaviers saved by grace after all. I don't don't know how, but these Xaviers got so lucky. The one that actually rushed towards their side just and don't have any troubles. The moment they have, there's another team seems to be interrupting Vampire to shut down the Xaviers. And Kenny managed to knock down and finish off, or not completely finish off Ngui, but knock him down. But we do have BTR coming in as well. It's going to be a lot of crossfire here.
Oh man, Vampire, right now they're like the living undead. Multiple knocks onto them, but they still survive. Another nade across. Damage on the Vampire from BTR. BTR, one more nade. Still splash damage, but not able to get the knock. They could be distracted by other teams soon. A Vampire, time for them to move. Blue behind them. Red Bull will be the one on the vehicle to lead the charge, but TODAK is still in this. Joker goes down to that.
Down to 2 players. What a troublemaker for TODAK. Plays such a nuisance to his Vampires and all the other teams out there, including the Xaviers. Dap, he got his reserve at 51. They barely got it now, but finally somebody going towards the Xaviers. Ditch. It's been a while, Nate being knocked down, and Vampires now trapped in there somehow. And BTR finish off another team. That's going to be eArena. BTR, they have a full squad. Vampires down to 1. That's going to be Lazarus. Schwapped what he's going to do about this, down to 1 HP, and that's going to be jobs done. Well done. And it's going to be TODAK with 2 players against the entirety of BTR.
And here comes, they get that, one more to go. It should be pretty straightforward here for BTR. And BIGETRON wins it. And this is going to be their opening personal chicken dinner in the grand finals.
Finally, we get to see them in action here. What a day. I mean, these Xaviers just now, they've been in the ditch for the longest time. They tried to shut them down by Vampires, but have no troubles. Couldn't even be picked out because BTR was there watching them as well. But for BTR, out of nowhere, coming out from the compound, waited the longest time in the center. Nobody's crossing their path. It's just waiting things or waiting for the players to run away from somebody and just shoot them down. They got plenty of elimination stills by the end of the day, just waiting things out while waiting for the points to come into their hands by themselves.
Yeah, they stood away from a lot of the major fights that happened down south, so that was their advantage. And for the most part, they took long-range shots. But whatever it is, if you're still able to bring in the eliminations, that's cool, right? So it's still a healthy amount of eliminations for BTR. Now, to be exact, it is 10 eliminations. So 20 points for BTR. Being a team that is on the first half of page 1, this 20 points will be crucial for BTR.
Oh, and the damage-wise, it's going to be still back at the MVP chart later on for Federales. We have high expectation that he delivers on the side of Federales. Every single time he make a comeback for the side of BTR when they need it and when they need the points, is always the first one to take the lead. But for the side of Red Phase, unfortunately, he didn't send any eliminations. I think he's probably reserve those eliminations later on, perhaps for the last map. But when it comes to the side of BTR, what a play. But let's check out the audience first. Look at the cheer coming out, the energy from the crowd to give their home team a bit of a buff. And so far, I think they're doing a-okay, not too bad. Vampires actually still got himself in the top 5 again. Quite consistent coming up from Vampires.
Yeah, not bad for Vampire. Even the arena as well, they survived kind of long. But now let's check out the real highlights.
You know what, Cloud? I have to give it TODAK just now. Despite they had some handicap early on due to Tom, who didn't realize Doki Team Secret right on top when it comes to the first few stage, TODAK still managed to score a top 4, still top 5 till the very end. It just shows they are more comfortable and more confident in this map.
Yeah, you have a good point. Yeah, and this is arguably one of their better showings, even though like they didn't have Tam at the very beginning, thanks to Doki. Imagine if they had Tam, probably the result might be different. But it is what it is, and the thing has passed, so we're going to focus on the future. That is a Vexi, one of the younger players from the academy of BTR, now making it into the main lineup as a staple name with 5 eliminations and 613 damage with 20% headshot. And BTR, finally they scored a chicken dinner. So can we say they're back? Can we say that they are continuing their form from Super Weekend number 2? Well, we have one more game to go today.
Yeah, for me it's not yet, it's just the warming up for them because we've seen them go crazier than this. But with that 10 eliminations, I guess their waiting seems to be very fruitful because that 20 points, that 10 eliminations coming up from the last minute just now, as they're just waiting inside of the compound and being in the center of circle for the longest time. But Vampires has been quite consistent here today, so I assume when it comes to the top 3, they might actually squeeze in. But BTR, I think they want to snatch that number 1 point and that number 1 spot by end of today. But Team Flash actually scores quite plenty of eliminations too. But unfortunately, we are looking at the same teams that are getting no points at all. That's going to be GLU and Hill again this time. But RRQ seems to be going out quite early as well. RRQ, they had plenty of opportunities early on today. I mean, a lot of circles been playing on their side.
Yeah, but they were not able to capitalize it, so they will still remain on to page number 2. But for number 1, it is still Dzarius, 71 points. Team Secret only 1 point behind them. And BTR 69, so they are 2 points behind Dzarius. Wow, so tight, the points up there. And then you have Vampire Esports with 13 points difference between themselves and also Dzarius. But of course, we not only have today, we also have tomorrow to set the match point. Unlike a normal Super Weekend, the Grand Finals is a total of 3 days, ladies and gentlemen, so we still have games to go. Flipping over to page number 2, so despite Homebois MAQNA having a okayer round this time, but still not able to come up with that dreaded number 16.
Hey, at least that's the most point they managed to score in the map. So I think, sorry Limboy, nothing against you. He did so well during the group stage, but I think, yes, putting Adik Boy to play in the last few maps actually plays better for Homebois MAQNA right now. But for Hill, also the team that seems to be stuck themselves down there and still getting themselves a 0 point when it comes to the rank point for now. But we ended up our day with the last Rama here. Who do you think will score this one? MXG, the only Thai teams coming up, but Vampires have been consistent. Is it the time for them to score that one in Miramar?
Ooh, and if they do score the final Miramar, there's a big chance that they will be at number 1. But there is no chance because it's confirmed that if you update your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0, you can get super smooth graphics. Again, we've been reminding all of you, if for some reason somebody has not updated to version 4.0, I don't know, man. I mean, with all the new events and also this new update that will give you lesser GPU usage, lesser CPU usage, that means lesser power consumption, you can play PUBG Mobile even longer, especially when you have like new events to explore, right? So update right now to PUBG Mobile version 4.0.
Yep, and also coming up, yeah, it's gonna be you being the hero for your girlfriends to fight against the evil Predator versus 1. Predator versus 4 survivors coming September 26th, which is gonna be today. It's a new PUBG Mobile thrilling pursuit and escape mode, so you guys can actually have fun and try to impress your teammate here, try to be the hero that you're meant to be. So make sure you guys try it out, and also don't forget to hashtag away, hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag Predator versus 4 survivors.
Sarang sarang heyo. Okay, I don't know the lyrics to a G-Dragon song, but I do know G-Dragon for sure. A lot of my girlfriends always get excited when we talk about G-Dragon.
A lot of your girlfriends?
Yeah, my girlfriends, like girlfriends, you know.
Female
like,
friends?
Okay, yeah, female friends. Yeah, that works as well. And I have one particular female friend that is a huge fan of G-Dragon that I remember whenever we meet, it's like the topic is always about, oh, what G-Dragon is doing right now. Well, there's an update for you out there that G-Dragon is in PUBG Mobile. So if you're not a PUBG Mobile player or user yet, this is a good reason to download and enjoy the new G-Dragon X PUBG Mobile.
Yep, if you want it more flashy, also coming up is going to be the latest experience arriving PUBG Mobile, and it's only limited amount of time that will be available starting from the 12th of September, which is going to be the last 2 weeks already available in the game, up to only the 4th of November. So make sure you guys join in the game, the Motocross event, and claim the iconic Lotus car, #Amira and #Emeya, because it's going to be only until November 4th, okay? Now, when it comes to performance-wise, BTR, the BTR that I love most when it comes to last week's Super Weekend is how crazy things can actually get. Okay, for example, I put you what happened, yeah? Just to recap. They already eligible for Smash Point. Usually the teams already eligible for the Smash Point. They'll play it very conservative, very safe, because they want to secure the chicken for the next one. But BTR was doing the other way around. They bulldozed every single team despite putting themselves at jeopardy and at stake for that chicken dinner, and they scored and smashed it anyhow. And that's the BTR that I want to look forward to when it comes to this grand finals.
And that's why the Super Weekend point gap when they smashed it is like super far. Like number 1 and number 2, I remember was like, we're talking about like what, 3 digits versus 2 digits. That's how far it is. And they do have the firepower to do so. I mean, with this kind of lineup, Filipino Terminator, Frenzy, who's also Razy, who's also at IGL that can frag as well. So they have a full package to be able to execute that. And this is also the best time for them to do so, because you want to be the team to set the benchmark or set the match point. And we did see how that worked out for BTR during last week's Super Weekend. They set it, they score big, they smash, we all go home early.
But that's true. At the same time, I feel like BTR is the only team that have the complete package when it comes to delivery. But right now, I feel like they're playing a bit more subtle and not too flashy like how they used to in the last week's Super Weekend. Maybe they are trying to pace themselves slowly and not pushing too much and, you know, invested too much of the energy too early on, because that might drain out and exhaust them quite early later on, maybe by tomorrow or even the last day of the grand finals. But speaking of which, the other teams on the second page now, they should realize if they try to play tomorrow as much as they can, they might get stopped by the top teams as well, because tomorrow will be a huge day for the top team to just stretch out the gap even further to make sure they can get the Smash Point benchmark slightly a bit further than the rest. So right now it's the best time for them to get those numbers going for the teams on the second page.
Yeah, teacher Chuchu not happy, you know. Look at her look. She's like, I'm not happy with you. You don't get A, you don't come home, okay? You sleep outside. You get B+, you're out. Okay? No. We are PMSL Southeast Asia, okay? If it's not an A, it's nothing. All right? You gotta put in the A game, right? Don't give me your sad face right now, okay? No, I won't accept your sad face. You have to put in the work. You know, teacher Chuchu not happy.
Speaking of teams that's not making us happy, I have to agree. Alter Ego did not make me happy at all. So the teams to focus here this time is going to be Mixer Gang, which I'm a very late comer, but I do know TODAK they performed to. We just saw how they managed to sustain themselves despite their losing quite early for their firepower just now. So I can say TODAK really plays well when it comes to Rama, but I think when it comes to Team Secret and especially Vampires, seems they already have the momentum in this last map where the last one still managed to do such a well performance.
Yeah, it's a matter of sealing the chicken dinner for Vampire, right? So that they can at least, okay, one thing is about themselves sealing the chicken dinner for the points, which is like duh. But because they're playing in front of the home crowd and we saw the support for Vampire and also eArena, by the way, I'm sure they want to celebrate the fact that if any of these teams are able to bring in the chicken dinner for the home fans, and they can have like, this huge celebration. So the last game is not only for themselves, but also for the audience that made their way through, raise the jam, and they're here in front of their favorite teams, hoping to celebrate their chicken dinner.
If Vampire scores his chicken with such a huge fan base come cheering for them, I think the cheerleaders would definitely will fly if they score a chicken after this.
Fly like a bat. Yeah. Put in like bat wings, and then like they like do the, I don't know what you call that. Trampoline jump? The toss? Yeah. I clearly haven't been a cheerleader before.
Definitely, I'm not eligible for it. If people were to toss me, I will smack them down. So.
Oh. Anyway, no cheerleader. I guess they are waiting for like you get a chicken dinner and then we cheer for you. You don't deserve it until you get a chicken dinner. They're being teacher choo-choo now.
But it's down to the last map of today, which is going to set the tone about the performance of tomorrow as well. Second page team, time to rise up and push whatever they have left, the energy. Just squeeze it out for the last map here today. And for TODAK, they had just now in the top 4. Can they have all 4 men well and alive? And also Team Secret is on the rise here today as well. So we're gonna wait and see, will they put all guns out quite early on, including, don't forget, D Xaviers.
Yep, D Xavier. Big comeback as compared to the group stage performance. So D Xavier now also setting the tone for themselves. Gonna be a big contender when it comes to tomorrow to set the match point for sure. Now it's gonna be the final game, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's gonna be Rama again. Who will bring home the last chicken dinner? Or could we see a double? Let's head on to the Dusty Dunes.
Am I the only one that hear that?
I thought I'm the only one too.
From Patona to the northern side, is it going to be Torre Ahumada? We have no clue. We're going to wait and see for the overview when it comes to the map this time. But just now we had a graveyard circle. I don't know what to expect. It's been a while we actually get to see Impala circle, no?
Oh yeah, my favorite kind of circle. Come on, it's time. It's time for the circle gods. They have kept circles from us. They gave us 2 military base. It's a good time to put in Impala. And even better if like it goes to the island on the right side of Impala. That will be epic.
Yeah, I think Miramar circle seems to be not balanced. It's always in the center, isn't it? It's so difficult to get in very northern or very south. South we've got plenty. I don't want south. It's either going very north or very right side, or even like Patona. I mean, like, we had Patona for the longest time. We never get to see circles that have Patona till the very end. But when it comes to a clash drop, between the teams, seems like the South Los Leones. Oh man, Los Leones. They have plenty of space between the teams if they want to share it. But Hot Drops seems to be not so much. I guess quite a calm start once more.
Yep. Just like how we saw in the previous Miramar, like it's going to be chill. Maybe some pickups here and there, but that's very situational. A lot of big teams do like this circle. BTR at Power Grid and Los Leones, D Xavier, they do like that as well. A Vampire in Picado, they do like that. But we're starting to see a swap. Oh, welcome Podbit to the Grand Finals.
Boom's doing okay. So even if they want to do the swap, I think Zero was an okay swap with Podbit. It will not change too much of their dynamic, I assume. But if they swap Yummy Maid, then it's going to be a very different momentum on the side of Boom, of course. But another team that we should watch out here today is going to be Team Secret. And we have no expectation when it comes to Secret. Juke, Doki, everyone actually pulled off almost same amount of work when it comes to the numbers.
It's quite clear it's a team effort, right? If we look at the elimination proportion And that's why they are currently at number 2, just behind Xavier by 1 point. Xavier would have pulled away slightly further if they had more starting points, but I guess by now, people will forget about the starting points since they are at number 1. Unless if by the end of day 3, the starting points haunt them again. Then there will be a different conversation.
That's true. And for the Vampires, no swaps. We're not looking newsy at all when it comes to the grand finals yet. I'm not sure if we get to see him at all for the grand finals. Gotta wait and see. So far they're doing a-okay with the top 5 performance here, but when it comes to the gap between Vampires onwards, there's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Vampires and Team Flash got 10-point gaps. Vampires for BTR have 11-point gaps. But BTR towards Team Secret, not so much. So Vampire, they probably want to smaller the gap by end of today. I think probably get into the 70s as well. If they can actually pull that one off, that means probably high chance they try to get those chicken. So Martin, eArena. Unfortunately, eArena did not perform as we hoped for as well, because they're always one of the teams that love those aggressive engagement. But we don't see them. We see them rotating, but always in the direction of where they might get shot down by a third party.
Yeah, and I guess many times when we see them on screen, it's like there are always like a lot of teams around. So if they want to execute their plan, then like what you said, a third party comes in, then it didn't work out for them. Or maybe they're the one that, okay, we execute, we kind of had an okay result, maybe they win that first fight and then another team comes in. It's, for the most part, not them, like dictating the fights. So I guess that's something for eArena to consider. Maybe play a little bit later, just like how VOIN is doing. As long as they're able to keep pace today and tomorrow, that's fine. Then you think of the strategy to smash it.
It's all down to day number 2. It's super difficult to push everything on day number 2 for the teams at the bottom. But they have to make progress here. Now, I had one question coming out from the comments before. I have my answers in my head, but I want to hear your opinion first. Why do you think sniper rifles are not famous between the pro players in the PMSL here, Cloud?
Oh, that's because you cannot secure the elimination point. You potentially can get a knock, maybe, depending on what kind of weapon we're talking about. If it's Winchester, then it's like lower damage. But yeah, the whole point is that you're not able to lock in the elimination point. You get a knock, and then you have to reclock. By that time, your opponent crawls away. Then you miss opportunity. So that's why it's no longer favored.
For me personally, it's not just that. How do I concise it to make it easy for you guys to understand? Now, the high chance a lot of teams will not engage in the early stage because of how huge the map Miramar is. And if you actually pick up yourself like a Kar 98, which is my favorite weapon, by the way, the thing is you have to collect the bullets. Now, if you collect only sniper rifle bullets, it will not be fruitful when it comes to the stage 4 onwards, because the distance will not be that far for you to use sniper rifle. And I agree with the elimination point as well, because if you want to engage later on, you have to have plenty of assault rifle magazines and ammunition to secure into a mid-range to short-range distance, which high chance the teams will engage starting from stage 4 onwards. The distance will not be too far. If you're just using a sniper rifle, not many teams want to engage in a long-range fight. First, I agree with the elimination. And one more thing, the other team can actually hide from your plain view just with the curvature of the terrain. So for you to collect the sniper rifle's ammunition in Miramar, as a first stage, if you want to have fun with it, you can, but to collect those ammunition and to waste out your pockets with sniper rifle ammunition, that's not going to be wise at all. That's why a lot of them going with DBS in case the teams try to rush them onwards or try to finish off or flush out a team. And the assault rifles, the spray actually plays a big part when it comes to those situations too. I hope they answered the question. I forgot who asked it before. But speaking of those high grounds, back to the game. eArena tried to get those high grounds. Mormon this time. We don't see a lot of Mormon play this time around.
Yeah, we don't get to see the Mormon dance.
He should be dancing with the cheerleaders.
Oh yeah, he will make a good dancer with the cheerleaders. That's right, that's right. Maybe they should get him as a guest, you know? Like, instead of like a show match, it's like a guest performance by Mormon. I wouldn't mind that. But I also want to add on to your point on the ammunition, right? For Kar98K. So it uses the same ammo as like a AKM or barrel or Groza, which is also not the most popular of weapons. Because normally people go for like NM4.
5mm, yeah.
Yeah, and then DBS is like a shotgun bullet, so that's totally out of the question. But because they normally go for M4, then that adds on to the reason why the Kar98K is not as valuable, because then you want to swap the bullets over, but it's not compatible with the M4, so don't use it at the end.
That's why a lot of them using a Mini 14, because Mini 14 considered as DMRs, not rifles. Designated marksman rifle, which actually use the same amount of bullet, same sort of bullet, the green one, 5.56 ammo, with the rifles. So if you want to use sort of sniping ability in the game, it's best to go for the Mini 14 instead at mid and long range. It's the best weapon to use in Rama as well. But on the other hand, back towards the game, La Bandita, we do have some engagement between Alter Ego players and also Boom. Seems like the previous champions having a beef against each other, I assume.
Always Alter Ego and Boom Esports being compared with each other. I guess because they happen to be from the same region and their color scheme is about there as well. And when it comes to like winning PMSL Southeast Asia, it's like, okay, one season is Boom, another season is Alter Ego. So that's why they have this kind of like a soft rivalry with each other. But as of now, both teams not really rivaling each other because, yeah, I mean, we're talking about number 8 for Boom, Alter Ego number 14. It's all about the bigger goal, which is trying to get the top 3 at least.
Top 3. You know, with so many good teams this season, down to even 7 players, I have to say their firepower is a team that we cannot discount anytime. I'm sorry, Boom, you're not included this time because we don't see the best of Boom for a very long time. I think Boom prefers Sunhawk. Remember Yummy May, when it comes to DBS plays, he's a DBS god in that terms. Unfortunately, there's no more Sunhawk for him this time.
Yeah, no close range, surprise, open the door, DBS guy, waiting at the side sort of thing. Now that makes me wonder, is that one of the reasons why, like, Yummy hasn't been performing? But honestly speaking, even when we had Sunhawk last season, he has been dipping in terms of personal performance. We don't get to see the best of Yummy, especially when he was the FMVP of the region at some point. I don't know about this. I do hope that, you know, there'll be an interview one day just to delve into the mind of Yummy on like, why haven't we been able to get to see the best of you? I think that's a legit question.
Yeah, I think it's been a while. Yummy May. I miss that guy. He's a very nice guy. It's been a while we actually get to see the players face to face, so one day maybe perhaps we get the on-ground English cars as well. But when it comes to the teams, MXG taking things very slow indeed, coming up from South Los Leones before, but BTR already started their action, and Rat Face spotted out eArena. Now this is going to be a really good fight between eArena and BTR, both of them actually having very heavy hitters on their lineup. But MXG, the moment they get out from the blue, is going to be them against RRQ. Got those elevations, but since they do have those elevations prior from MXG, so they have to make a U-turn for MXG. They know for a fact nobody got eliminated, not a single person here, but MXG gets slow. Speaking of timing, La Paz straight in the door and straight Gaslow opens it for him as well.
But that's the longest wait for the first split in the grand final so far. And we're going to see more than only one blood being spilled. And RRQ, they're looking for a revenge. The Pico is down though. But he's being picked up by Oppa Ganyang style. But the rest of MXG, they are rushing in. GenForce, you need to hold his ground alone.
Oh, GenForce is holding the ground. He got those high elevations. They need to defend this. But MXG, is it just luck? Now finally get to show their firepower, what they're made of to secure their previous chicken. Can Makaris do it? But it's 2v1 for Makaris. But Nate, mid-explosion, but Ganyang coming down, finish off Makaris straight off the bat. MXG, they are in shambles, down to 2 players. Katslo get revived by Zubo, but the nade from GenForce is a matter of time. He didn't get a knockdown. A bit off angle. All he needs to just drop another one. BTR against eArena, but wait, why there?
The angle's kind of off for GenForce. And another one. Finally he got it. 3 times the charm, they say. And now they will need to focus on to KNS. Just right below Ganyang. But Ganyang's not in a hurry because he knows that he does have the numbers. So the pressure's on to KNS to now hike up to the high ground. And here comes GenForce as well to give extra support from behind. While all this is happening, another fight's happening elsewhere as well, involving eArena and BTR. And finally, they got the final player of MXG.
Yeah, BTR got eliminated first and MXG. That's slightly just a bit too early. But next is going to be GLU versus eArena next. eArena, they're still licking their wounds, but GLU taking advantage here.
Circle close. The 3 teams on top at Graveyard area. This fight will need to end. Blue squad right now securing another elimination point, taking out Bowman. Jump shot by Xbox. Will not be able to hit their shots. But we have Hexas here. Mr. Sexy Boy. And so far so good for Blue squad. But here comes Homebois MAQNA. They want a piece of this.
Leaving only Joker on the side of eArena. This is going to be tough. eArena did not expect there's going to be plenty of team on top of Graveyard here. And Joker, can he spot any of the players? With the Blues start to close in, Joker barely got any space at all. And GLU, the ministry, revived back as a 4. I don't know what else, but TODAK players coming into us this side. TODAK a bit more proactive than the last game, since they have 4 men now live. But Homebois MAQNA bowing out, knowing the fact that this is not inside the circle. It's not worth fighting for. But Noel, can he hold against 3 of TODAK? I don't think so right now. Hexas next. It's going to be Vikings taking the jab from afar.
Yeah, and the Vikings wanting to get involved as well. Hexas now on the ground. Only KF left the final. Or not the final to play it as Xbox, but now make it the final. And Xbox. How far is he? Okay, he's on the other side. So he's not going to go in for the save. But maybe he can go for exit frags. Now we have him on screen waiting for Joker to come out of this church. And that's where he will take that shot for sure.
Oh, Joker. Just biding his time here. Just have to wait a bit more longer. He does have 2 first aids. But he couldn't actually expose himself too early. Jumping down. Has to be extra careful now. At least there's Buggy and a Dacia waiting at the back. He's trying to find any supplies that he can actually find around the death boxes laying around from his old teammate. I think some of them shouting that they have plenty in some of their boxes. But for Vikings, after took the fight, and TODAK is still going against them. But it's going to be a 3-way war. TODAK versus Homebois versus Vikings. And now Vampires arrive as well. We do know Vampires are coming in as a third party, not wanting to engage directly. But for Break, he's spotted up there, just slightly on top. And he can see the smokes pop at the right time, down to 10% of HP. But Vampires, Lazarus or Shrubs, already taking out MAQNA. As Xbox players still survive at the back, but Kenny coming out of nowhere, popping his head, spotted out Vikings. But shots coming out from Vampires from afar, those elevations really put so much damage between these 2 teams.
And Team Secret also showing up now from behind, locking in the elimination point out of Drang. Blue Squad, on the other hand, just got eliminated. Oh, wait a second. No, they eliminated the Vikings. Okay, so Blue Squad, they still survive. Here's the nade by Vampire Esports. They want a piece of this fighter, so they want those points for themselves.
Can they secure it? That's the question. Mela coming up from the other side here. the rest of Empires, they're split it apart. It's going to be a 2-2 formation. The other two, we don't see anywhere nearby Mela or Streps. Now, get to see Red Bull. It's very far indeed for the cover fire. But Kim coming up from the slopes. Mela just behind his Stacia. They know he's just behind here. He's playing a very dangerous game here, but it's worth the risk if it happens to be contributing to those elimination points.
When Xavier gets the circle, and with the compound as well. Okay, this could be a good round for Xavier, but we're still only at stage number 5, so anything can happen. It's all about the defense right now for Xavier. But it's all about the offense for the teams of the north, including Vampire Esports. But they seem to be disinterested. They're disengaging themselves from the fight. Might as well focus on to get into the circle. You don't want to be caught within the crossfires of too many teams.
No, at least there's not too many when it comes to the southern side. Only 2 of them, Team Flash and Heal down there. TODAK, seems like this fight been going on for such a long time. Team TODAK, Homebois, MAQNA. And I think Vampire is parted wages now. But Boom and Team Secret is going to be next. TODAK still a ways with Homebois, MAQNA. Real managed to talk down on Kenny. It's going to be Tom left, sticking his knees back inside. Ooh, so close. But Adit Boys bleeding out. They need to go for the save. Kim coming up from the other side and finish off Tom straight away. Kim will go for the revive on Nordic Boy for now. Yeah, it's just a matter of time for Tom. But he's relaying so much information for the team as well.
And for the final player of TODAK, Deb, still on the outside of the circle. Zone is closing though. We can see the blue right behind Deb. Oh man. They have to play with the terrain and hope that Homebois MAQNA forgot about him, or at least they try to play inside the circle, so they will give him a little bit more space to survive. Foxy from VOIN, pretty much in the same situation, but even worse. Open space, shots onto him, and Foxy still trying to navigate around, but this road is going to be hard.
It's going to be tough with Straps waiting on the other end as well. Just a matter of time. They're running on their feet here for the TODAK players and the teams that's barely getting out of the blue zone. And paving his way just to get into the circle, while Team Secret have to hold their grounds against Boom. On Team Secret with a nade exchange between 2 teams, pump it down to only 10% of HP. Yummy May cooking up another nade. Team Secret, this is the team that we're talking about at number 1 spot right now, with already got himself 3 elimination. GK nading down. Boom. Yummy May's on the ground. Octo will have to go for the revival, but pump it. What a push. Unfortunately, he's there by himself. Octa coming in a bit later. He's coming from the back with a DPS. What a clutch. Octa can save the entirety of Boom in the very last minute here.
1v1 right now. Octa has to make it happen with the DBS. Going up against Zerus with the SFK. Doki being picked up. Octa navigating around the smoke. Tries to hit his shots, but Octa, lots of damage onto him. One last hit. And Octa goes down. Team Secret, they still can't reset as a full team.
Oh, stickling and clicking their wounds. Alter Ego is here. Alter Ego is here. Rosemary. Here's nearby. Oh, this is dangerous. They need to make it quick and fast because the Blues arrive and Alter Ego waiting to gatekeep them from advancing forward, denying the entry into the circle here. Well, the Zaylis, on the other hand, they got compound, they got circle, like you mentioned before. And the thing is, the circle still favors them. It's just a matter of time for them to score the chicken if they can hold their ground, of course. But don't discard on Vampires yet. They are roaming around to find those eliminations. On the side of Team Secret, unfortunately, lost one member. Did they or not? The nades flying over this side. They barely got this one small corner to work with that reset right now.
And 20 more seconds before the zone starts to close. It's just right behind Team Secret. Now they're creating this smoke bridge. But the Molly will stop them from moving out. And Alter Ego, they have them locked in. Alter Ego, Rosemary on the other side, all alone on top of this roof. Gets a good view. Only the smoke blinding him. But lots of damage at the Team Secret. GK knocked himself down. I guess he was blinded by the smoke, so he didn't know where the Molly was at. And Zerus is down as well. Only Doki left. Speaking on GK now, but at the same time, the blue is closing. But Homebois MAQNA coming in.
And that's the saving grace for the side of Team Secret here. They have to reshift their focus. Krypton 1v1. Alter Ego Moana reaching a bit later as Rosemary also down on the ground. They did not expect a third party this early. It's going to be Kim almost run up by Moana. Real right across inside of the smoke. They try to actually spray each other out, but Rosemary bleeding out. Moana down to only 20% of HP. But Team Secret is back on their feet. Team Secret just got saved, but they will actually shoot down on the one that seemed to be their saving grace. Shaman's down and finish off. Alter Ego back on Team Secret. There's also Team Sorry, these Xavier's coming out from top. On top of these two teams. Who actually win this one? It's going to be these Xaviers scoring by the end of the day. Team Secret are putting on hold with 79 points right now, not including their ranking point. But what a third-party play just now.
Yeah, that was Team Secret saving grace. They would have got an even lesser amount of eliminations if not because of Homebois' MAQNA. But for them to reclaim back those points. Now here Esports finally starting to bring in place on points. Still in the game with 3 elimination points now. And here Esports on the outer side circle. Dealing with Team Flash within the smoke. And here comes Tiger. They're going to close it on. They want to finish off the remaining members of Team Flash.
Ooh, Team Flash slightly a bit of a low ground. But they got those grounds to cover themselves. They played so well when it comes to the ground, so we got to see whether they can actually pull it off again. But when knocked it down, naded down by Pazorix, Tops managed to reset himself, but the nade's going to flying over the other side. And what a nade by Pazorix! Twice in a row right now. Tiger X going for the heel to a side of Richard, but for Team Flash, there's so many teams behind them as well. They have to make this quick.
Oh, and Vampire now starting to come into the fray. Stage 7 is going to be upon us in about 15 more seconds. Mela gets gunned down by Lamborghini. And Apo's taking damage as Lazarus will reposition himself on the left side of the circle away from the commotion. They are playing with the advantage of the road by playing up north where Xavier is at right now. We get a confirmation of the circle and it will be pulled towards the middle. Xavier still has their compound in the circle.
Oh, but Gui spotted up Xavier's position here. They're going up north, sending Gui just to feed off information towards the rest of the roster. But for Team Flash, the other one that's quite in the open right now, it's very bold to play in the center of everybody else. And a flat planer that barely got any curves here. Not much cover at all inside of Team Flash. Only Bose trying to cover himself with the vehicle, but Pale coming up has Oryx. Back to round 2 between Team Flash. Here comes Nate. Pazori's Nate is just so good at this point. Nasty Nate coming in. And another one needed them down. Coming up from Richard this time. Here comes Street Touch going straight towards their flank side. But Wayne still holding the ground by himself. But thanks to Bose in an off angle. Bose. But for Wayne. Straight towards the DBS play. And Hill running down just like that. What an angle by Bose.
Again, Bo's angle was crucial to allow Team Flash to win this one. But they're not out of it yet. Here comes RRQ knocking down Tops again. And Win will need to do the pickup for the second time around. Another premature nade. He still has a little bit more time. But hoping for the nades to not land at the same moment. Popping up that smoke is going to be Win, while Tops, they don't want to stay within that smoke. It will be an obvious choice for their opponents to lob that smoke in. So they're gonna just be by the side and the revive will kick in. Team Flash should be back up as a full squad.
RQ, do they just run straight in Team Flash or go the other way around? Feels like they're going to go a bit longer rotation here with RQ. Despite they want to go for the other way rotation, they have to reposition themselves now when going in straight. They're not even going to pause for a bit for Team Flash. Despite those fight against Hill just now, there's no stopping this, guys, for the side of Team Flash. They're going for another round against RRQ. But if they're not being careful, eArena joke is there for the wait. But these Xaviers, they couldn't wait inside of a compound. And when you got bored, you want to be part of this. And Gen 4 spotted out Joker. That leaves us with top 4. GLU as Box is still surviving somehow. But these Xaviers now coming in, dominating, have control over the circle here right now. But Team Flash. This is the Team Flash that we know during the group stage.
But now Team Flash, they dot the circle with teams right in front of them. So this is going to be a big challenge for Team Flash. They have to deal with RRQ first. And then think about these Xavier later on. The zone will close in about 30 more seconds. They don't have the information. The smoke is blinding them from knowing exactly where the members of RRQ are at. But these areas are starting to get into action. They could be the saving grace for Team Flash.
Oh, they might probably just be that. Because the only one these Avians have a clue on is going to be RRQ. Team Flash is across the other side of the street. It's a bit too far-fetched for them to go for Team Flash instead. So for RRQ, they are in the most precarious position here, since both teams have their eyes set onto them right now. These Avians definitely not giving any attention towards Team Flash. They didn't see Team Flash before. But for the side of Team Flash, Jan Force down to 1 HP. That was almost a perfect net coming up from VOIN. Here comes another one, toss over to the side of RRQ. They're being sandwiched both sides here for RRQ.
Oh, it's hard to see these Avians not scoring this chicken dinner, but maybe Team Flash would have an answer for that. As they push their way through across the road, they managed to make it across. Now Team Flash, they need to continue on the fight. And Ganjang goes down. Zeus went down to the blue. He was not able to rotate in time. The fight will continue on here. RRQ Napeko with his name being cooked up. But Team Flash getting good focus on the RRQ. Same goes for these area. Both of these teams, they want those points.
Oh, RRQ in trouble. They're losing men. They are out. But I'm waiting for GLU. Xbox is not making any sort of an action here. He got a clear view to shoot down the rest of these Avis players. He's waiting for the right time. But Team Flash, we talked about their reset. They're doing it very quickly indeed. But these Avians is still down as a 3 player. It's going to be 3v4 if they manage to reset on Team Flash. Numbers-wise, it's going to be more men on the side of Team Flash. Compound-wise, Team Flash do have the covers. But these Avians are more seasoned. They are more experienced. Can they close this one up? But at the same time, Xbox is still waiting and things out. Xbox can chase so much for these Avians here right now, but down on the ground. Zeus managed to take down on 2 of them. Paragen is down as well within an instant. How did they actually do that?
Well, we also have to ask the question, how did Xbox actually do it to at least now be in top 2? Being the final player of Crew Squad, and from the side, Splat it is. And Team Flash is back, ladies and gentlemen, scoring the final chicken dinner today.
Ooh, we didn't count when it comes to eliminations. I think it's a double digit, 100% here, Cloud.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I'm trying to tabulate like the numbers on top of my head, but I believe so. Definitely, definitely. And on top of that, we gotta give it to how Team Flash actually managed this circle. It was very difficult for them, but they somehow managed to find the right timing with the right angle to use the like a abandoned construction site / house to be their next pit stop. And then when they breached through, yeah, they lost 1 player to the zone, right, cool. But they had 3 players, and the 3 players was good enough for them to push RRQ first. Once they're done with RRQ, also landed a bit of a hand by D-Xavier. All they needed to do is to focus on the D-Xavier. And that's how they found this win.
It was a phenomenal run for the side of Team Flash. Not just they resetting themselves so quickly, but they engaged with another team the moment they reset and wiped them off too fast. RRQ, these Avians, within just seconds, they gone.
And 9 eliminations for Team Flash. 19 points collected in this round. Whether they will take top spot or not, we'll see later on, because it also depends. D-Xavier, they lasted long enough, so maybe D-Xavier could be the number 1 team as of this round. But we'll check back on the points later. But for here, for this round, the most damage output is going to be VOIN from Team Flash, having the same amount of eliminations as his other teammates. The twins, Zio and Bo, also contributed with 3 eliminations each. And then you have Tops, who played the support role. But also Bo's with his off angle. It was just impeccable. Again, this guy is just showing that he's the master of finding those angles that not only helps his team, but his opponents don't know. And they often get surprised by Bo's and his angles. So great work. I was kind of surprised that his favorite weapon is DBS. I thought it would have been something of a long range, but yeah, I guess maybe the DBS made a showing towards the later of the round, and that's why it's put up there. But I'm pretty sure, like, if we were to break down like his contribution with certain weapons, it could maybe be an M4 because that's more of a suitable long range weapon as compared to a DBS. Let's check out the highlights.
I agree when it comes to both those off angles, those weird corners. He somehow turned the tide over for Team Flash despite they were losing that fight early on. And that was a turning point, completely reset Team Flash back up on their feet and managed to secure that chicken dinner just now.
Yeah, and not only like Team Flash scoring the chicken dinner was great, and of course Bo's contribution, but the top 3 is all from the Vietnamese region. Maybe that's a bit of a clue. And then you have RRQ coming in. So it's great to see RRQ. They are one of those teams that had a bit of a struggle to find the level of consistency at the grand finals. But coming here in the top 4 teams in the final game, at least this will give them a bit of a good feel as we head on to day number 2 tomorrow. Now, of course, MVP is VOIN himself with the damage output. But we did talk about it earlier on. If we were to give, and I believe that you would agree, an MVP of our own at the Casters Desk, it would be Bo.
Yeah, I agree. His off angle is just amazing. But VOIN always the one that will be doing the fragging, the Terminator. And also when it comes to damage output-wise, he's going to be the front liner alongside with Zeus. But when it comes to the points, 19 points for Team Flash. I think they pushed down the Xaviers again, no, when it comes to second place. But I agree with you. Vietnam region this season is so freaking strong. Now, up to the point, I think except for the Vikings, of course, the other 3 teams all right on top. I feel like they're probably going to be the top 5. If this goes on, you might have even this match rule. It depends on tomorrow, really. It really depends on tomorrow.
Yeah, the only Vietnam team that's not on page 1 is the Vikings. So they only managed to bring in 2 points. At least not a 0. Unfortunately, can't say the same for VOIN and Boom Esports. They went out 0 this round. And then we have BTR, who after scoring a chicken dinner, then it's only 1 point this round. So hopefully they'll be able to reset by tomorrow. Now, just to get a clearer picture on the overalls, Xavier is still on top, ahead by 4 points, followed by Team Secret, behind by 4 points. And then you still have BTR with a difference of 14 points with Xavier. But Team Flash, they are catching up.
Very quickly as well. We're talking about the gap is just shrink even further between the top 5 teams, and Vampires as well as eArena now is swapping up places for 5th and 6th place, but the margin is just too minute for us to just say they're gonna take it over, because there's no one dominating over this lobby here right now. The top 8 teams, especially the top 7, seems to be very aggressive trying to take each other out. But on the other end though, right now Homebois MAQNA, I have to say, with Adik Boy playing, they have made progress. At least there's some swaps when it comes to comparing with Hill, got pushed down to 60 plays instead.
Yeah, I think it's quite clear, like the game that he made his debut, he actually had the most eliminations among his teammates. So based on that, I would like to see Adik Boy playing again tomorrow. And let's see how far Homebois MAQNA can go. For today, our daily MVP. Interesting. Mr. Levi's, who some of my female friends from Vietnam says that he's very good looking and very attractive.
He is. And also between Levi, I think Nate T is probably also the one that's very close when it comes to getting the daily MVP. But nonetheless, congratulations for Levi. We've seen him multiple times across the board here when it comes to getting the MVP with 2.7 average elimination, 434 damage. Is he gonna still be here tomorrow for daily MVP? We're gonna have to wait and see, because the other team seems to be on the rise as well.
Yeah, but his perfect teeth is definitely gonna be here. Love that smile. Even I find it attractive now. I mean, the smile, okay? You know, we admire things that are beautiful, okay? So good job for Levi's and also the rest of the Xavier. Well deserved for the number 1 spot. What a big comeback overall as compared to their group stage performance for the last 2 weeks. This is a very different Xavier, and it came at the right timing.
I agree. When it comes to when it matters, they push forward. But when it comes to the interview, let's see who get interviewed here. Is it Levi or not?
So thank you very much, our caster Birzi and Jiwa, and with me again Nacha, and welcome back to the Grand Finals Day 1 of 2025 PMSL SEA FALL. That's about all the 6 matches for today. So exciting, so much fun, and full of energy. And now we're right here with our player from Vietnam, right? Yeah, DS Levi. Xin chào.
Xin chào.
Okay, you started the day with just 5 points, and now you're already on top with 84 points, showing starting point that not matter. How are you feeling right now?
Chào Levis, thì hôm nay các bạn bắt đầu ngày thi đấu với chỉ 5 điểm, nhưng mà hiện tại thì mình đã đứng đầu bảng xếp hạng với 84 điểm. Vậy thì không biết là cảm xúc hiện tại của bạn như thế nào?
Em vẫn cảm xúc vẫn như mọi giải trước ạ. Cảm thấy rất vui ạ.
Well, my feeling right now is just like in previous seasons. I'm very happy at the moment.
Wow, happy to you too. Yeah, and during the group stage, DX struggled and raised some doubt, but today you proved everyone wrong. And what changed coming into the finals?
Trong group stage thì các bạn cũng đã gặp khó khăn một chút xíu và mình đã cũng khiến một số người cảm thấy hoài nghi, nhưng mà mình đã chứng minh được bản thân với họ. Vậy thì không biết là khi mà vào vòng chung kết này thì các bạn đã có những sự thay đổi gì nào?
Bọn em vẫn đánh như thế đó, cũng không thay đổi gì, phụ thuộc vào độ may mắn nhiều.
Well, actually we still play like we did in the group stage and we haven't made many changes. Well, it depends much more on luck.
Yeah, wish you the best luck too. And season of the season, DX has stayed consistent on the top. What's the secret to maintaining that level of performance under pressure?
Qua rất nhiều mùa giải rồi thì DX vẫn luôn duy trì được cái sự ổn định khi mà đứng trong những top đầu. Vậy thì không biết là bí mật mà giúp các bạn có thể giữ vững phong độ ngay cả dưới áp lực như vậy là gì?
Bọn em không biết sao nữa, lúc này lúc kia rồi ạ. Có trận đấu đen đủi thì chết thôi, những trận hay thì họ không nhớ. Họ nhớ trận bọn em chết không à?
Well, I'm not really sure about this. Actually, it varies based on different factors. And sometimes we're lucky, probably people don't remember the details of the match, but sometimes if we're unlucky and we kind of like are wiped out early, people will remember those moments more.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And in last year, 2024 PMSL SEA Summer in Thailand, BOOM were the champions and your team finished second, right? Do you have any verse for BOOM for this season?
Vào mùa giải PMSL mùa hè năm ngoái 2024 á, thì BOOM là nhà vô địch trong khi các bạn dừng chân ở vị trí thứ 2. Và mùa này khi mà diễn ra tại Thái Lan lần này thì các bạn có lời gì muốn gửi tới BOOM hay không?
Em cũng không có lời nào muốn gửi tới BOOM cả, chỉ có một lời chúc BOOM giành được tấm vé BMGC đó.
I don't have any particular message to send to BOOM, but I have a wish. I hope that they can also get a ticket to PMGC.
Okay, and finally, do you have any verse for your fans in Vietnam watching right now?
Và cuối cùng thì bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến những fan hâm mộ ở Việt Nam đang theo dõi chương trình hay không?
Mình cảm ơn các bạn đã luôn theo dõi và ủng hộ DX và cũng như các team Việt Nam khác. Cảm ơn các bạn.
Thank you so much for always supporting and watching not only DX but also the Vietnamese teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of you too, and I wish you the best of luck and bring your team to get this trophy. Cảm ơn.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, and for the audience, for tomorrow we have 2 more days. So please stay tuned and don't forget to share and support our players. For today, thank you very much and have a good night. สวัสดีค่ะ
Well, no message for BOOM because you focus on yourself. But if you look at like overall performance, clearly they're way ahead of BOOM. So they don't need the message. They just need to perform.
Yeah, I think they definitely have something up their sleeve. They're just not saying it out loud. And I think of all the players of these Xaviers, the most with the smile, a bit more cheerful personality, that's gonna be Levi. And if you get Lamborghini, he will not be happy, no matter what the situation is, no matter how great their performance is coming up from these Xaviers.
Yeah, you give him like 10 chicken dinners, he'll still be like, okay.
Yeah, just normal. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess like what the interview said as well, right? Like the last time they competed, it's like they got second place, they lost to BOOM. So that's the thing at the back of their mind is like, oh, okay, even if we get 1 chicken dinner, let's not celebrate yet because we felt that before. We felt the pain before. So let's keep it chill.
Yeah, I think for Xaviers, they should not be disregarded. Yeah, because we do know when it comes to pushing it in the last minute, they know what they are capable of. But speaking of this season, Cloud, there's so many good teams that can actually snatch it away in the last minute. And there's a lot of surprises as well that's awaiting us when it comes to day number 2. I'm looking forward and super excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, and can't wait for how much will be the match points. So that's number 1. And of course, day number 3, like who can smash it? Because we have been having good records of smashing it this season and also like the previous season as well. So teams are starting to really know how to smash games. That will be kind of interesting as well. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys out there when it comes to day 3, don't think of like, oh, maybe I'll watch later, you know. There have been instances that, oh, I tune in. Oh, wait, it's over? What?
Yeah, that's what happened last week. So you guys don't want to miss out when it comes to day 2. Tomorrow will be the determination for the teams to try to set the bench point for Smash Through. When it comes to day 3, don't miss it out, because right now we're wrapping things off for day 1 of the grand finals. I'm Choo Choo and we have the handsome Sir Cloud as always. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same place, same time. Tuning in tomorrow, don't forget, okay? Night, bye.